Welcome back into our continuing coverage of what is now Hurricane Sally. Rapid intensification happening within the last hour or so. We all knew it was going to happen. That was the forecast, but now forecast to make landfall as a Category 2 hurricane. So, of course, as mentioned, we knew it was going to become a hurricane. But for places like, say, the New Orleans area that are just on the fringe of the cone, really closely watching this to see exactly what it's going to do. I'm coming to you live from the south side of Lake Pontchartrain off Lakeshore Drive, just outside of New Orleans. And let me tell you, the wind has picked up significantly here. And the waves on Lake Pontchartrain, they're already intense. And here's the thing, they're only going to get worse. We have high tide here just after 6 p.m., so we're going to continue to see this steady onshore push of wind coming as the same time that we have high tide. Those two things coming together, not great. And because this system is going to be such a long duration, slow moving storm, well, we're going to see that couple rounds of high tides here on Lake Pontchartrain. So that is what we're looking at here across portions of the New Orleans area. But, you know, Carl, while here in New Orleans, we're kind of watching to see what's going to happen, just a little bit to the east of us, they're really preparing for a hit from Sally directly.
Yeah, that's been the really big shift here in the last 24 hours. The model guide's moving the storm a little more to the east, and this storm has gotten much more dangerous over just the last several hours. There is the latest advisory from the Hurricane Center, a 90-mile-per-hour storm, Category 1, but a strong Category 1 on its way to becoming a Category 2. And look at that burst of thunderstorms near the center of circulation. I mean, that has every sign of a rapidly intensifying storm. So the storm is much more dangerous than it was yesterday at this time. And you can also see how an eye wall is developing. You've got an eye wall here on the east and north side trying to wrap around the west side as well. So it's definitely becoming more organized at this time. A lot of the broad strokes are still the same. It's still going to slow down dramatically down to about 5 miles per hour. You see here the shift in the track a little farther to the east, and we can show you the modeling on that as well. It is expected to become a 105-mile-per-hour storm as it's nearing the coast. That is a Category 2 storm, and you see how these tracks are just a little farther east relative to New Orleans, so that may mean less impact in New Orleans, but a greater threat to the Mississippi Gulf Coast and to the Alabama Gulf Coast, and possibly to northwest Florida as well if it's on the east side of that guidance. So a lot of people being threatened by this storm, and again, some minor shifts here in the track making a very big difference in terms of who gets what. So hurricane warnings are still up in southeast Louisiana, southern Mississippi, also into Alabama. Going to be interesting to see what happens later today if those are extended a little farther to the east, because remember, this is a very right-handed storm. A lot of that wind is on the east side of the circulation. You can see that when you look at the wind field here. The surge threat remains very high in Louisiana just because of the nature of the coastline and all that water being pushed towards the coastline there in Louisiana. That is looking at the storm as we go into very late tonight. Then we'll take you into the middle of the day tomorrow, and that eye wall starting to close in on Mississippi and Alabama in this depiction. But this is just one model depiction. Keep in mind, it could be a little farther to the east. And then we see that eye wall coming in, and because it is going to move so slowly, it is going to be a relentless pounding of very strong wind. And of course, Felicia, on top of that, we're looking for exceptionally heavy rain. Broadly speaking, more than a foot of rain there in southern Mississippi and Alabama, but we could be talking about some totals upwards of 20 inches in some areas. So this could be a massive flood event in those areas along the Gulf Coast because the storm is moving so slowly.
That's right, Carl. Thanks so much. And because this storm is moving so slowly, the south side of Lake Pontchartrain, the areas on the south side are really going to have to watch this. Now, here's the thing. The current track, the current forecast, even keeping that eye to our east, that keeps Lake Pontchartrain under a steady northerly wind flow. So we're talking about northeasterly, northerly, even northwesterly. And what that means is you're going to have that steady wind energy consistently just pushing this water toward the south side of the lake. and that is a problem when you're talking about the winds already picking up today. Tropical storm force winds possible as we head into tonight. And then we're talking about all day Tuesday, tropical storm force winds possibly up to hurricane force winds, all of those pushing on the same direction. And that's one of the reasons that we're going to have to watch, especially the south side of Lake Pontchartrain, for storm surge risk. We do have a storm surge warning, and 4 to 6 feet expected for Lake Pontchartrain. Now you can see the lake here behind me. You can see it kind of already lapping up, but what you can't see is just in front of me is Lakeshore Drive, and that is actually all closed at this point because authorities here in New Orleans are expecting that this water is going to make it out of this concrete area that you see here and over into the road. And they don't want people hydroplaning. They don't want people ending up in the lake. So we are still going to have impacts here, even if we're outside of the cone in New Orleans. So, Mike, you're a little bit farther east than us, and you're kind of in the thick of it, or you will be in the thick of it with the current forecast.
We will, for sure. We may not certainly get the eye or whatever it ends up being when it comes on shore, but it's going to be later tomorrow. And right now, here in Bay St. Louis, we've had winds gusting upwards of 20 to 25 miles an hour. Wanted to show you some of the storm preps here in Bay St. Louis. They're already boarding up. In fact, we've already heard of water over the roads as you go north up 603. That's up from the Back Bay area, because the water here is already up at least 2 feet over the dock behind me. Meanwhile, over in Gulf Shores, they're making sandbags, and I should say Gulfport, they're making sandbags. That's just off to the east on Highway 90 in preps for not only the surge, but when we're talking upwards of a foot or more rain, maybe somebody gets 20 inches because of the slow movement of Sally. And all that tropical moisture, you're talking freshwater flooding, and that could mean water rises on, inland tributaries, rivers, creeks, the streams, and the bayous. So that's also a big deal. Back here in Bay St. Louis, clouds today. Right now, there's no rain anywhere nearby. Not surprising, because the day before a hurricane or a tropical storm hits, you have all the sinking air around it. So I'm not surprised that we're dry right now, although winds have been gradually picking up, and certainly much more of a chop in the water there, looking towards the bridge, which takes you over to Pass Christian and Gulfport and Biloxi. Last night at sundown, it was almost like a lake, but certainly we're seeing the wave heights increase. That's going to be another thing, as well as the surge, the waves superimposed on that surge. And Jackie Jarris, the surge here, 7 to 11 feet right now, is going to be dependent on where the center exactly comes on shore, because if you're west of the center, you stay with an offshore wind. That really helps you in the surge department. Our wind right now is coming from the northeast, so it's offshore all the way at this point. We'll see if that changes between now and this time tomorrow.
All right, thanks so much, Mike. So we'll be watching that surge. We'll also be watching that inland flooding, the freshwater flooding. We've already had a lot of problems with that already. So let's take a look at some video here where Sally has been bringing that into the state of Florida, dumping nearly a foot of rain over parts of the Florida Keys, and it continues to spread right now across parts of the Florida Panhandle. So let's go ahead and take a look at the active radar. You can see these bands that have already been working their way on the coast here, and they've been pretty heavy here, especially to the north of Tallahassee and getting in along the I-10 corridor. Pensacola is dry right now, but watching from those bands to be pushing in from the east as they head towards the west. So conditions will continue to deteriorate here throughout the day. Now, one of the big parts of this whole weather story is that Sally is really going to be slowing down, and that is just going to exacerbate the flood situation. So there you can see the forward speed slowing down to as much as 5 miles per hour, perhaps less. So with that long, slow trek making its way towards the Gulf Coast, that will really bring incredible amounts of rainfall that we're going to be measuring likely over a foot in some spots. Now, based on the nature of this, keep in mind that, the area that will be seeing the heaviest rainfall totals could fluctuate a little bit west or a little bit east, but it gives you the idea of just how intense sense and how much rain we're going to be getting and how widespread it's going to be too. There are flash flood watches already that have been posted from southeastern Louisiana through a good portion of southern Mississippi. Look at how far they extend northward here into parts of Alabama as well as into the panhandle of Florida. So as we head into tomorrow, the flood risk is going to go up big time compared to today. We've got the very likely or the high risk area, which are only issued a handful of times a year for Mobile, Biloxi, up towards Hattiesburg and just east of New Orleans. In fact, 80% of all flood damage occurs on high-risk days. So that really is very telling of what we can expect for this. So tropical moisture will continue to get pumped inland. We're waiting for that trough or that dip in the jet stream off towards the west to eventually pick this up and steer this off towards the northeast. As it does so, it is still going to be favoring that onshore flow here and dragging that tropical moisture across parts of Alabama into Georgia, eventually into the Carolinas, and still across parts of Florida as we head into the latter part of the week. So moving forward, even away from the coast, we could be talking about 5 to 8 inches of rainfall near Birmingham, Atlanta. We're talking 3 to 5 inches of rainfall, and into the Carolinas, we could see easily those numbers. And of course, the terrain can complicate that and make the numbers even higher because of the orographic lift with all of that. So if you live inland, if you live in Atlanta, if you live in Columbia, if you live in Charlotte, get those gutters cleaned out. Make sure those drains are working properly so all that rain has somewhere to go. Here's a look at the flash flood area where it's going to be most likely Wednesday into Thursday. Notice still down near the Gulf Coast around Pensacola, Evergreen, Montgomery, and yes, into Birmingham, but still possible, pretty widespread. So we're not expecting a lot of forward speed to pick up with this thing until we head towards the latter part of the week, but I will say it'll give way to a pretty nice looking weekend eventually with some drier and cooler conditions. So that's what we're expecting for the inland flooding, which, by the way, too, Carl, you know, with all that storm surge, that could really prevent some of that drainage from happening, too, and make the situation work. But with the winds increasing, that may be a problem now, too.
No doubt. I mean, you've got water coming from two directions there. And, you know, whenever you have a slowing tropical cyclone, you maximize the impacts of the storm. And the storm is a lot stronger than it was yesterday. And that's really the worry. We're talking about a storm that is a Category 1 right now. And I want to show you the model forecast and show you how this plays out. Now, this may not be exactly where it goes, but what it's meant to show you is that incredible slowing of the forward speed. So we're going through late tonight, through the day tomorrow. This is going into the morning tomorrow, into the afternoon, into the evening. Look how slowly that storm moves. And again, it may not happen exactly like that. It might be farther west and more towards the Mississippi Gulf Coast. But the idea is that the storm takes forever to move onshore, which prolongs everything. That's why we're going to see potentially 20 inches of rain. That's why we're talking about many, many hours of strong wind. That's why we're talking about storm surge over several high tide cycles. Right now, the winds gusting up to 32 miles per hour in Mobile. Got a very large area of strong winds here. Tropical storm force winds extending at 125 miles from the center. And already we're seeing gusts to nearly 50 miles per hour offshore. And that is what is slowly going to be coming onshore. So this is a product from the Hurricane Center showing you that tropical storm force wind coming in as we go into late tomorrow. We start to see the hurricane force winds coming in as well. So right now it appears that the greatest threat for hurricane force winds is going to be in extreme eastern parts of Louisiana, the Mississippi Gulf Coast along I-10, and then also in southern Alabama. But keep in mind, because this storm is very right-hand loaded, because the weather is generally on the right side, not so much on the left side, and because it's been trending towards tracking farther east, we could be looking at stronger impacts farther east, maybe even into northwest Florida. And another important thing here is that even if the storm, the center of the storm, tracks farther east, we're still going to see this really profound onshore flow into this area of coastline that is like a catcher's mitt, and that is going to bring us this serious storm surge threat. I want to show you these numbers very quickly because they are very high, and by the way, they have come up in southern Alabama 4 to 7 feet. Now the threat in Mobile, but is 7 to 11, Jackie, in eastern parts of Louisiana.
All right, Carl, we want to talk about some of the localized impacts in some specific areas. We've got gray skies already over Pensacola, Florida, the rain threatening this area already. It's off towards your east, and it's going to be continuing to move on in. So this shows you the areas that we're talking about, starting with Pensacola. And, you know, Carl was talking about those prolonged impacts. We're talking about now through the end of the day on your Wednesday. So that is a good 2-3 day period of time that you're going to be dealing with these deteriorating conditions. The strongest winds likely coming in late Monday, continuing through your Wednesday morning here. And look at the rainfall forecast. 8 to 12 inches of rainfall, and still storm surge on top of that. That could be somewhere between 2 and 4 feet. So really concerning here in a place like Pensacola. Here's Mobile as well. This is the future radar showing you those bands pushing in from the east, heading towards the west. This will last Monday night into Tuesday and even into your Wednesday as well. Well, Sally already making itself felt. It has rapidly strengthened to a strong Category 1 hurricane. Mississippi and Louisiana have ordered evacuations of coastal communities. Alabama's governor has issued a state of emergency, and coastal Alabama is now under a hurricane warning. Stay with the Weather Channel for in-depth coverage of Sally.
This program brought to you by the makers of PreserVision AREDS 2 formula eye vitamins.
Age-related macular degeneration may lead to severe vision loss.
So the National Eye Institute did 20 years of clinical studies on a formula only found in PreserVision.
If it were my vision, I'd ask my doctor about PreserVision.
It's the most studied eye vitamin brand.
If it were my vision, I'd look into PreserVision.
Only PreserVision AREDS 2 contains the exact nutrient formula recommended by the NEI to help reduce the risk of moderate to advanced AMD progression.
I have AMD. It is my vision, so my plan includes PreserVision.
Look at that scuffed up wall. I'm staring at you. Embarrassing you in front of your in-laws. Spreading rumors about you at work. That wall is your Everest, but not anymore. Today, let's paint. That wall never knew what hit it. Today, let's paint. Fair, exclusively at the Home Depot.
I like Liberty Mutual. They get that no two people are alike. And customize your car insurance so you only pay for what you need. What do you think?
I don't see it. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
These fudge brownie M&Ms are really fudgy.
Yes, they are.
To put a fudge brownie center in an M&M's is...
Genius. I know.
I was going to say hard.
Why won't you? Ah! Why won't you go in?
New fudge brownie M&Ms.
Whether holding down the fort or bouncing back to school, childhood is always in session. So keep feeding us right with Sun-Made snacks. Just like when you were a kid. Delicious, made with whole fruit. Sun-Made.
All OTC pain relievers, including Voltaren, have one thing in common. None are proven stronger or more effective against pain than Salonpas Patch Large. There's surprising power in this patch. Salonpas. Dependable, powerful relief.
When we started Carvana, they told us that selling cars 100% online wouldn't work. But we went to work, building an experience that lets you shop over 17,000 cars from home, creating a coast-to-coast network to deliver your car as soon as tomorrow, recruiting an army of customer advocates to make your experience incredible, and putting you in control of the whole thing with powerful technology. That's why we've become the nation's fastest growing retailer, because our customers love it. See for yourself at Carvana.com.
I'm Greg, I'm 68 years old. I do motivational speaking in addition to the substitute teaching. I honestly feel that that's my calling, to give back to younger people. I think most adults will start realizing that they don't recall things as quickly as they used to, or they don't remember things as vividly as they once did. I've been taking Prevagen for about 3 years now. People say to me periodically, man, you got a memory like an elephant. It's really, really helped me tremendously.
Prevagen, healthier brain, better life.
To get this far in the Stanley Cup playoffs, you need epic performances under pressure and a flair for the dramatic. We're one step closer to the Cup. There's nothing like playoff hockey. The conference finals on the networks of NBC.
Brought to you by BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
We believe health care should be a given, not just given to those who can afford it. That's why Emblem Health's Medicare plans start with no premiums and no referrals. We believe healthcare should be easy to use, so we have a phone service where a real human picks up, more virtual doctor's visits, and free classes. Because we believe doing more for people makes New York better for every age. Emblem Health, healthcare for all of us.
Dose of everything weather.
Wow! Boy, do we have a lot to talk about.
Weather Today from the Weather Channel. New episodes every day, only on Quibi.
Currently in our area, 75 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. Today, lots of sunshine, high 77. Winds north at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Tonight, mainly clear skies, low 56. Winds north at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Tuesday, mainly sunny, high 70. Winds northeast at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Hurricane season doesn't stop for a pandemic, and neither do we. Get the information you need to stay safe every day, right here on the Weather Channel.
Meteorologist Felicia Combs coming to you from the south side of Lake Pontchartrain, and I can tell you it is looking already very stirred up. Now, yesterday we were here and we were seeing some small whitecaps, but as you can see behind me, we already have the waves overlapping. We already have the water coming on shore. Lakeshore Drive, if you're familiar with this area at all, you know that is the road that kind of runs along the south shore of Lake Pontchartrain here. It has been closed because authorities are expecting conditions to just continue to worsen. So breaking down what you can expect here as we head through the rest of the day today, you know, it's already breezy, but we're going to start to see those winds picking up overnight tonight. You can expect those tropical storm force winds to pick up, and once they get started tonight, we're talking about hours into Tuesday, most of the day on Tuesday, that we're under the influence of these tropical storm, possibly at times hurricane force winds. So it's going to be a long duration event here for the New Orleans area. Not just the storm surge risk that we have here, especially on the south side of Lake Pontchartrain, but also a flash flooding risk, as well, of course, as a hurricane warning. So Jackie, you know, even though it looks like the brunt of the forecast is taking this a little bit east, New Orleans definitely can't let their guard down yet.
Yeah, certainly not. Still have to watch a number of different factors too. In fact, we could even see that wind whipping your hair there, Felicia, as conditions are going to continue to deteriorate today. Well, joining us now by telephone is Louisiana Lieutenant Governor Billy Nungesser, who is in Port Sulphur this afternoon. Lieutenant Governor, thanks so much for joining us today.
Glad to be with you. How you doing today?
I'm doing great. So Louisiana preparing obviously for what Sally's to bring. We've seen a little bit of an easterly trend here now. Does that change the way at all that you're preparing for this storm?
Well, we've got to keep an eye on it. Absolutely, it would be a sigh of relief if it continues to trend that way for the storm surge of everything west of the river. And, of course, New Orleans. It's still going to hit St. Bernard and the East Bank of Plaquemines pretty hard if that continues. But being it slowed down, we've got to keep our eye on it. And with 10,000 people in hotels in New Orleans that evacuated for Laura, thank God it doesn't look like we're going to have to evacuate the city of New Orleans, because having all those evacuees along with the residents would be an unbelievable task. So hopefully as it ticks more to the Gulf Coast, we can breathe a little easier here in Louisiana.
What is your greatest concern right now?
Well, it's that storm surge with it slowing down, and as it gathers and, you know, category 1, 2, whatever it comes ashore with that punch and that storm surge, obviously we've got some levees still under construction on the west bank of Plaquemines Parish and a private levee, not in the federal system, on the east bank of Plaquemines, and then all that fishing villages outside the levee system. That's of the fishing fleets and the people that live down there in the seafood industry. That's their way of life.
Right. Are those people evacuating? A lot of them tend to stay put, unfortunately.
They really do. They want to protect their livelihood, and it's hard to get them to evacuate. I've been on the phone this morning with several of them that plan on riding it out on their boats, and that's just not a good thing.
Yeah, not at all, unfortunately. So talk to me what the latest is with the recovery from Laura. How does that impact preparation, if at all, for Sally and vice versa?
Well, as you know, we were able to move a lot of the evacuees into hotel rooms as opposed to the group shelters because of the COVID-19. And as we looked at evacuating these people from the coastal areas as well, you try to keep their distances, so you can't put 200 or 300 people in one shelter. So it's made it a little bit more difficult to try to spread people out and have them keep a safe distance, because we also have to worry about that as well as getting them out of harm's way.
Right. So a lot of resources have been in southwestern parts of Louisiana because of the recovery there. Are there challenges getting everybody over to the east side then instead for things like power restoration if necessary?
Well, a lot of the assets have been relocated in preparation for this storm to this area of the state. But keep in mind, we still have non-parishes from Laura that still don't have full power back on. So those crews, first responders, all those groups that have been working so hard throughout Louisiana are being stretched to the limit. Those volunteers and people working, it's going to be a long few days and probably weeks to getting this area of the state back up and running as well.
Yeah, tough for sure with the 1-2 punch here. Louisiana Lieutenant Governor Bill Nungesser, thanks so much for joining us today from Sulphur and Plaquemine Parish. So, Carl, hopefully this easterly trend would give Louisiana a little bit more of a break. We'll see.
Yeah, that's right. This is the worst case in a lot of ways. We're talking about a very strong storm that is also really going to slow down. And take a look at this model forecast. This gives you an idea of the problem that we have here, in that this storm is just sitting along the northern Gulf Coast through much of the day tomorrow, only slowly moving in going into Wednesday. So certainly there's going to be multiple threats. And one of the big ones is going to be this excessively heavy rain, maybe as much as 20 inches of rain in some areas. It is very likely that we will see flash flooding along the northern Gulf Coast.
Visit your local Acura dealer for attractive offers on the MDX.
Gene, did you know Geico is now offering an extra 15% credit on car and motorcycle policies?
That's great.
That's 15% on top of what Geico could already save you. So what are you waiting for? John Stamos to knit you a scarf?
All finished, Gene. Enjoy.
Thank you.
I give.
The stitch work is impeccable.
It's just a double fleck pattern with a reverse garter stitch. No big deal.
Is your hair this soft?
Softer.
Geico. Save an extra 15% when you switch by October 7th.
Mornings were made for better things than rheumatoid arthritis. When considering another treatment, ask about Xeljanz, a pill for adults with moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis when methotrexate has not helped enough. Xeljanz can help relieve joint pain and swelling, stiffness, and help stop further joint damage, even without methotrexate. Xeljanz can lower your ability to fight infections. Before and during treatment, your doctor should check for infections like TB and do blood tests. Tell your doctor if you've had hepatitis B or C, have flu-like symptoms, or are prone to infections. Serious, sometimes fatal infections, cancers, including lymphoma, and blood clots have happened. Taking a higher than recommended dose of Xeljanz for RA may increase risk of death. Tears in the stomach or intestines and serious allergic reactions have happened. Don't let another morning go by without asking your doctor about the pill first prescribed for RA more than 7 years ago. Xeljanz.
We did it!
Wherever you start, SNHU is where you can finish.
Here we go.
And it's it.
Yay!
Southern New Hampshire University.
That gets a hope.
Look at that! Master's degree! I did it! I did this for my children. I am very proud of myself.
Finish your degree at snhu.edu.
Hi, Joe Namath here, and like you, I'm at home staying safe. But I wanted to get this message out. To make these uncertain times a bit easier and safer while at home, Medicare Advantage plans have added new benefits, including telephone appointments with your doctors, in-home aids, home-delivered meals, home-delivered prescriptions, and so much more. But you don't get all the benefits automatically. You need to enroll. The easiest way to enroll is to call the Medicare Coverage Helpline. It's now more important than ever to make sure your Medicare coverage is up to date. We all have a few minutes to make a phone call to focus on our health. Get what you're entitled to. Call now. It's free.
Call 1-800-346-4800. That's 1-800-346-4800 now.
This is an important message for all current and former Boy Scouts.
The Boy Scouts of America has declared bankruptcy.
If you were sexually abused in scouting, you could receive compensation.
But you must file a claim in the bankruptcy case by November 16th, 2020.
You may file a sexual abuse claim regardless of your current age or the year the sexual abuse occurred.
For more information, visit officialbsaclaims.com
or call 866-907-2721.
We went through Katrina 15 years ago and remember that. And the house was flooded, and we don't want the same thing to happen again.
Quite naturally, we get nervous. We had Katrina, and every time a storm comes, it's always nerve-wracking a little bit.
And I think a lot of people understand that feeling. Tropical fatigue is something that I think the northern Gulf Coast is dealing with at this point after round of storms. Now here in the New Orleans area where I'm coming to you from the south side of Lake Pontchartrain, I want to talk a little bit of physics maybe. We know every action has an equal and opposite reaction. So when we're talking about the action of wind, the wind energy right now coming in from kind of a northeasterly direction, and that's the way we're also seeing the waves come from. So we're looking off to the northeast, and that's where we're having that wind, and that's why you're seeing the waves come this way. I wanted to illustrate that for you because that shows us why with oh, there you go. And this is going to continue to get worse. This is going to continue to increase as that wind energy builds up. And this is the thing, we're dealing with this pretty much all day tomorrow. So we start to see those tropical storm force winds picking up here as we head into the overnight hours. And then once we're in it, guys, we're in it pretty much all day Tuesday. We're going to continue to have this wind energy working on Lake Pontchartrain. So we do have a storm surge warning here, 4 to 6 feet of storm surge possible. And this is the problem with the current forecast, with the eye passing just to the east of us. This keeps the Lake Pontchartrain area in a steady northerly, northeasterly, eventually northwesterly flow, and that is going to take all of this water and shove it toward the south side of Lake Pontchartrain. So if you live along the south of Lake Pontchartrain, I'd keep a very close eye on that possibility for storm surge. And then, of course, Carl, we've got the risk for some rain as well, and then the hurricane force winds possible. So we're getting a little bit of everything.
Yeah, this is a much more dangerous storm than we were looking at yesterday, on its way to becoming a Category 2, but also really slowing down, which means we're going to be looking at the impacts of a Category 2 hurricane that go on for a day in some cases. And you can see what's happened here on the satellite very clearly over the last several hours. All that deep color indicating very cold cloud tops, very powerful storms at the center of the circulation. And notice how the cloud shield has been gradually expanding. That's showing you that the upper level environment is favorable, and this is what had us concerned all along, that we might see strengthening right at the very last minute. You can see that a partial eye wall has developed. It hasn't wrapped all the way around, but it does have time yet because it's going to be moving so slowly. And the big change between yesterday and today is that the model guidance has been shifted a little farther to the east. So we've got perhaps less impact in New Orleans. That does not mean by any means no impact. There's still going to be very serious impact, and the biggest of it could be the storm storm surge there in the eastern part of Louisiana and St. Bernard and the eastern part of Plaquemines Parish, but maybe less impact in New Orleans, but more impact in places like Mobile, Alabama. And again, this thing is going to slow to a crawl, so a prolonged period of strong wind, exceptionally heavy rain. There you see the storm surge threat there from Louisiana and on eastward. That does not change in Louisiana, even if the track shifts farther east. And look at the rainfall here. You're talking about an insane amount of rainfall. And by the way, when we have a model blend like this, these numbers are tempered somewhat. So it's entirely possible that we could be looking at a couple of feet of rain by the time it's all said and done. We want to go now to Mike Seidel. He's live in Bay St. Louis, Mississippi. And, you know, Mike, this thing was such a prolific rain producer. As a low-end tropical storm, as a Cat 2, it's going to be even scarier.
Well, the big issue is not so much the intensity, because we can get 40 inches of rain out of a depression, but it's the fact that it's slowing down. And we're down to, 6 miles an hour forward motion, may slow down even more and make that turn. So when it makes the turn, it doesn't just come in and get out of your area. So we're looking at, as Carl said, we could see 2-foot rainfall totals. Freshwater flooding is the #1 killer in hurricanes. Meanwhile, go over to Gulfport, Mississippi, where they have a mandatory evacuation of the boats there. Also in Pass Christian, they want to get everybody's boat out of harm's way in the harbors there, the city marinas. So that kicked in yesterday. We've got a mandatory evacuation here for low-lying areas. If you live in a mobile home, any area that's flood-prone, rather, along a creek, a stream, or a bayou. And there are the hurricane flags flying in Gulfport. Up and down the Mississippi coast, hurricane warnings continue as we track Sally, now a Category 1, almost a Cat 2. That's certainly not out of the question. We'll have another update from the National Hurricane Center coming up at 5 p.m. as far as a new track and intensity forecast down the road. In the meantime, we go back to New Orleans. We've got Felicia Combs there. More coverage, too, along the Gulf Coast from Louisiana to Mississippi to Alabama over the next couple of days as we stay on for you, covering Sally around the clock right here on the Weather Channel.
Max. No. Max! Max! Max!
Dogs don't know what's good for them. Luckily, you do. Greenie's Dental Treats.
My turn.
It shows up at the end of the year.
Coffee Mate seasonal flavors.
It really makes the season.
Oh, peppermint mocha.
It's related to nature.
Pumpkin spice.
This is gonna be a while.
Yeah.
Try Coffee Mate seasonal flavors. Coffee's perfect holiday mate.
When it's especially important to keep skin clean, keep reaching for Cetaphil. Recommended by dermatologists. Awarded by Allure. And most of all, loved by skin. Cetaphil, the cleanser sensitive skin loves.
At Physicians Mutual, we know that planning for retirement can feel scary.
I see you're about to turn 65.
You know what that means. Medicare. It doesn't cover dental. What high bills you'll have.
Actually, we're getting a Physicians Mutual.
Oh, great. She'll be covered. Retire with confidence. We'll listen and find you the coverage you need.
Physicians Mutual, Physicians Mutual.
Did you know the source of odor in your home could be all your soft surfaces? Odors get trapped in your home's fabrics and resurface over time. Febreze Fabric Refresher eliminates odors. Its water-based formula safely penetrates fabrics where odors hide. Spray it on your rugs, your curtains, your furniture, all over your home to make it part of your tidying up routine. Febreze Fabric Refresher for an all-over freshness you'll love.
What kind of value are you looking for with your next new vehicle? With Subaru, you get Kelley Blue Book's 2020 Best Resale Value brand, 2020 Lowest 5-Year Cost to Own brand, and Most Trusted brand for 6 consecutive years. No wonder Kelley Blue Book also picked Subaru as their 2020 Best Overall brand. A trusted brand and a proven value. It's easy to love a Subaru.
Get 0% APR financing for 63 months on select Subaru models now through September 30th.
They don't care where you're from. They don't care who you marry. They don't care about your age, how you look, or if you go to therapy. Pets don't care about what makes us different. They just love. 1 in 5 pets find homes through PetSmart charities. Adopt today at PetSmart.com/adoptions.
Nicole, you look amazing.
Jenny Craig works. We've combined great tasting food with the science of intermittent fasting. So take control of your weight and start your transformation with our most popular plan, Rapid Results. You can lose up to 16 pounds in 4 weeks.
It works. I'm proof that it works.
Call now. Limited time offer and flexible delivery options for Jenny Craig's Rapid Results.
Clean is a feeling. It's the simple joy of washing your hands without ever touching a faucet. It's the little things that matter. That's why we create moments to feel Kohler clean every day.
We are continuing to be very concerned about the amount of potential rainfall. We mentioned yesterday that there was the potential of 15 to 20 inches of rain in a short period of time. At this point, it is anticipated that we could exceed 20 inches of rainfall on the coastline, particularly in Harrison and Jackson counties. But we could see as much as 15 inches of rain in a very short period of time in Hancock, Pearl River, Stone, most of Harrison, most of Jackson, and most of George County.
We go on through the afternoon. Good afternoon once again, back here in Bay St. Louis, Mississippi. I'm meteorologist Mike Seidel. Winds are slowly ramping up. We haven't had any squalls. There's nothing nearby. It's going to be mostly a dry afternoon by far. It's really going to be late tonight and tomorrow night where we get the significant rainfall and at least hurricane force wind gust. The key right now is where does it actually come in? Because if it comes in just to our west, we get into the eastern eye wall, we get more of the push. Right now, we're expecting a surge of 7 to 11 feet, and we get tremendous amounts of rainfall. Now, if the center goes in over to our east, say over towards Gulfport or Biloxi, that's not the forecast right now, then we have an offshore wind. That really helps in the surge department, and it does help a little bit in the rainfall department because the rainfall totals drop off dramatically as you go west of the center. And Carl Parker, as we've seen since last night and through the morning hours and now this afternoon, the rainfall totals have really backed off, at least the current forecast and thinking for New Orleans as far as getting double-digit rainfalls. That's a great positive thing about Sally, but there are so many negatives, how fast it's intensified and the long wait and what's ahead here on the Gulf Coast over the next 2 days.
Yeah, the fact that it's just going to go on and on and on. Mike, thank you. Let's give you the latest on the storm. Now a 90-mile-per-hour storm. That is a very strong Category 1 storm. Look at the incredible satellite presentation here over the last several hours. This thing now undergoing a period of rapid intensification. And when you look at the forecast track and intensities, it is forecast to become a Category 2 storm, slowly coming in, and that is going to prolong all of those impacts. You're talking about a very long period, 12, 18 hours of strong wind along the Gulf Coast there, an exceptional amount of rain, and then also we're looking at those storm surge impacts perhaps through multiple high tide cycles. All right, we've also had a crisis along the West Coast, and that has been the wildfire crisis. Here's Jackie with more on that.
Yeah, let's update you here now. We know that President Donald Trump is going to be visiting fire-ravaged California today, getting a briefing on the status of the crisis. 35 people have now been killed by the fires, 24 of them in California, 10 in Oregon, and a 1-year-old boy in Washington state. 29 major wildfires are burning in California. More than 16,000 firefighters are working to contain them. And 18 active wildfires in Oregon, most of them burning near cities like Portland, Eugene, and Medford. At least 14 major fires have been reported in Washington, most of them in western areas of the state. Well, all across the West, thousands of evacuees are seeking shelter, some with family and friends, others in hotels and Red Cross shelters. As the Weather Channel's Justin Michaels explains, many of them have stories to tell of terror and heartbreak.
The stories are harrowing.
We just blazed out of the driveway with the fire in the rearview mirror.
Almost hard to believe.
We had to leave. We had to run. And we got a few things, but that's it. It's just.
But described so simply.
It was like a nightmare.
The North Complex fire has consumed hundreds of thousands of acres and people's homes.
When you stood outside, you could hear this roar coming from everywhere.
And it's still growing.
I would have to describe it as like Armageddon coming at us. I mean, it was just, I never seen nothing like that.
Ray Roy Bartley finds himself homeless today, but finding joy where he can.
It's hard to think of all the things you lost. I had to leave my dogs, and not knowing, and I left 3 of my big dogs, and they made it. They made it. They lived through the fire.
And for many from Berry Creek, California, joy also comes from community. Community in an unlikely place.
The North Complex fire raged just miles from where we're standing right now, making countless people homeless. They're now using this place, the Lakeside Supermarket, as their new home base, a place for them to get donated goods and try to start life after the fires.
I can't imagine living anywhere else.
Karen Sisti and her husband have made a home here for decades. They are now part of the fabric of this community, and that legacy has never meant more.
We've been there since 1976, and we were on the fire department. I worked at the school. He was a bus driver. We knew everyone, and we keep getting texts from those kids that were kids back then that are adults now wanting to come and help us, and it's so nice to know that we made that much of a difference in all those kids' lives.
Life after tragedy is never easy, not for anyone. But for countless, now homeless because of the California wildfires, it still moves on, day by day. People finding solace in survival.
At Domino's, we're delivery experts. So when it comes to carry-out, our team members had a few thoughts on how to make it even safer and more convenient.
Deliver it. Deliver it.
Deliver it. Frisbee it.
So we went with what we do best. Delivery to your car. Introducing Domino's Carside Delivery.
Yep, truck's perfect.
We do the carrying out for you, contact-free, while you conveniently stay in your car.
Thank you.
Just pull up at the store, check in online, and we bring your food to you. Try Domino's Carside Delivery next time you carry out 3-topping pizzas for $7.99 each.
Cats will do anything for the irresistible taste of Temptations treats.
What are you doing?
Oh, hey, check this out.
Temptations. All it takes is a shake.
Introducing new Life Cuisine for your lifestyle. High protein, meatless, gluten-free, or low-carb lifestyle. Power up your day with new Life Cuisine. Delicious your way.
At Harry & David, we know that a gift is more than a box or a basket with a beautiful bow. A gift is the lifetime of love you share. It's friends who grow as close as family. It's moments and milestones, big and small. A gift brings joy, whether you're receiving it or giving it. That's why for 85 years, we've made it easier to share with those you love. Harry & David, life is a gift. Share more.
Here's to the doers. To all the people who realize they can do more with less asthma. Thanks to Dupixent, the add-on treatment for specific types of moderate to severe asthma. Dupixent isn't for sudden breathing problems. It can improve lung function for better breathing in as little as 2 weeks and help prevent severe asthma attacks. It's not a steroid, but can help reduce or eliminate oral steroids. Dupixent can cause serious allergic reactions, including anaphylaxis. Get help right away if you have rash, shortness of breath, chest pain, tingling, or numbness in your limbs. Tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection. And don't change or stop your asthma treatments, including steroids, without talking to your doctor. Are you ready to do more with less asthma? Talk to your asthma specialist about Dupixent. If your financial situation has changed, we may be able to help.
Ocean Drive is the newest luxury residences in New York City, the only luxury rentals in New York with a spectacular ocean view. The resort-style amenities our residents enjoy and just part of the Ocean Drive experience. You wake up in the morning and breathe that ocean air. I'll certify that you're going to live 10 years longer. When I became successful, I wanted to live on the ocean. If you have worked hard and are successful, you deserve an apartment on Ocean Drive too. Go to oceandrivenyc.com and reward yourself.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got a severe weather threat.
Winds have been gusting the full force of this thing.
The Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 76 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. Today, lots of sunshine, high 77. Winds north at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Tonight, mainly clear skies, low 56. Winds north at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Tuesday, mainly sunny, high 70. Winds northeast at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back into our continuing coverage of what is now Hurricane Sally, rapidly intensifying out over the Gulf. And meteorologist Felicia Combs coming to you from the New Orleans area on the south side of Lake Pontchartrain, and I can tell you that it is impressive today. Now look out here behind me. So we have a steady northeasterly wind coming in, so that's the way that the waves are rolling in. I kind of want you to look down through this area here. This is a very popular area. People come to run, they come to ride their bikes. This is just off Lakeshore Drive. But you see all those little steps that the water's just lapping up on? I've actually been here in a much calmer day, and people will, stand on those steps. They'll dangle their legs over because it's not typically like this. This is extreme, or maybe not extreme wave action yet, but this is heightened wave action here on Lake Pontchartrain, but it's only going to get worse. That's the problem. If you live on the south side of Lake Pontchartrain, really all around it, outside of the hurricane risk reduction system, we have that storm surge warning, but particularly here, we're talking about 4 to 6 feet. And we're not even to the tropical storm force winds yet. The tropical storm force winds are going to start to pick up here tonight. Already very breezy, but once we're in those tropical storm force winds tonight, we've got a steady kind of northerly flow coming in, pushing this water, and that also means we're going to have those winds gusting even higher, hurricane force winds possible, and then that's going to last all day Tuesday because this system is going to be moving so slowly. So if you're here in the New Orleans area, I realize that the cone is shifting a bit farther east, but you want to still have those preparations, prepare for power outages and for rainfall and of course for the storm surge if you're in a flood-prone place. Carl, I know we've been watching it. We knew it was going to intensify, but I think everyone was a little shocked when it intensified so quickly today.
Oh, yeah, it's definitely overperforming relative to what was in the forecast. And, it just took off this morning. You can really see that in the satellite imagery. When you see that huge area of dark color there, those are very cold cloud tops. And you notice also how the clouds are spreading out in almost all directions. That shows you that the upper level environment is favorable. There is some shear, but it's really not bothering it that much right now. And so this is doing what we feared it might. It is intensifying at the last minute while it's still over the open water, and it's going to slowly come in, most likely as a Category 2 storm. You can see the eye wall starting to develop right now. You can see that curvature and those very heavy thunderstorms are right about the center of circulation. And there is the forecast, and there's been a definitive trend farther east, so maybe a little bit less in the way of impact in New Orleans, though still a really serious surge in St. Bernard and Plaquemines Parish in particular, and along the Mississippi Gulf Coast. And then you see also the forecast taking it up to 105 miles per hour there there as it nears the coast. And this is some of the model track guidance here. That's the trend farther east. Some of these models actually taking it the center more towards Alabama. And remember, it is that sort of right-handed storm where a lot of the weather is on the east side of the circulation. So that could raise the stakes for areas like northwest Florida, while perhaps bringing down the threat in New Orleans. So there are the hurricane warnings in effect. Going to be interesting to see if there's going to be any addition farther to the east there, but it does go as far as Mobile right now. And when we look at the rainfall, this is going to be one of the huge impacts from this storm, because you're talking about such a slow-moving storm. And Jackie, of course, forward speed has a lot to do with heavy rainfall, but also intensity is related to rainfall rates. And so you combine those things, a strong, slow-moving storm, and we're going to get clobbered by rain, and flash flooding, I fear, is going to be a huge part of this storm.
Absolutely. Sally, of course, not the only thing out there. We've got a lot more going out here in the Atlantic. In fact, take a look at this. This is from Hamilton Harbor in Bermuda this morning as Hurricane Paulette was just beginning to pull away from the island. The storm included torrential rains and steady winds of 95 miles per hour and wind gusts well over 100. The storm knocked out power to almost all of the island. Paulette's eye was so big it encompassed the entire island at one point. In fact, that eye was 40 miles wide. Bermuda, about 20 miles wide. So just incredible. So we've got 5 named storms in the Atlantic alone. This is the first time that we're aware of that happening in recorded history. So really unprecedented to have so many named systems. And on top of that, we have a couple of different areas that we still have to watch. So it really gives you a sense of just when conditions are right, man, they are ripe for tropical development. Here's the latest on Hurricane Paulette. There's Bermuda right there. You can see the eye well to the north, and it's intensifying as it pulls away from the island. So still a Category 2 storm. We're feeling the impacts here on the U.S. East Atlantic coast, and we've got a high risk of rip currents in these areas as a result, and the waves continue to propagate towards us. So just know, not good beach conditions. Make sure that you stay at a lifeguarded beach if you're still trying to beach it. We also have to keep our eye on Teddy. Teddy is a tropical storm right now, 40 mile per hour maximum sustained winds here, but this is forecast to intensify into a major hurricane eventually. So something to watch down the line.
Visit your local Acura dealer for attractive offers on the MDX.
I recently took a road trip to Greensville to attend a chili cook-off. Rough roads all the way down. I drove there on these Cooper Discoverer and Duramax tires. Without them, we might never know the winning bean-to-meat ratio of a good chili. So go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Your carpets are filled with memories. Replacing your carpet is easy with the Home Depot. With more styles and colors to choose from than ever, and free installation by licensed local professionals, backed for life, guaranteed. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
I knew about the tremors, but when I started seeing things, I didn't know what was happening, so I kept it in.
He started believing things that weren't true. I knew something was wrong, but I didn't say a word.
During the course of their disease, around 50% of people with Parkinson's may experience hallucinations or delusions. But now, doctors are prescribing Nuplazid, the only FDA-approved medicine proven to significantly reduce hallucinations and delusions related to Parkinson's. Don't take Nuplazid if you are allergic to its ingredients. Nuplazid can increase the risk of death in elderly people with dementia-related psychosis and is not for treating symptoms unrelated to Parkinson's disease. Nuplazid can cause changes in heart rhythm and should not be taken if you have certain abnormal heart rhythms or take other drugs that are known to cause changes in heart rhythm. Tell your doctor about any changes in medicines you're taking. The most common side effects are swelling of the arms and legs and confusion.
We spoke up, and it made all the difference.
Ask your Parkinson's specialist about Nuplazid.
Now is the time for a new bath from Bathfitter. Every Bathfitter bath is installed quickly, safely, and beautifully with a lifetime warranty. Go from old to new, from worn to wow. The beautiful bath you've always wanted, done right, installed by one expert technician, all in one day. We've been creating moments like these for 35 years, and we're here to help you get started. Book your free virtual or in-home design consultation today.
Leaf Filter is rolling into neighborhoods all across America to end the dangerous task of climbing ladders and cleaning gutters.
On this side of the house, we see gutters clogged with leaves, debris, and shingle grit.
Now let's turn on the rain.
Watch what happens to the roof and foundation.
Look at that damage.
Okay, who wants to climb a ladder and clean the gutter?
No way, not me.
On this side, we installed Leaf Filter, the nation's #1 rated gutter protection system.
Now let's bring back the rain.
Leaf Filter filters out everything except for water.
Works perfectly.
We need that.
There's no damage because the gutters are clean, not clogged. And clean gutters mean
No ladders. And no damage.
call 833-LEAF-FILTER or go to getleaffilter.com for your free gutter inspection and estimate. Act now and save 15%.
I didn't order a pizza.
I know. But that Parker promo saved me so much on my insurance. Brought you a little something special.
Parker, State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
You're the man.
And you want the real deal? Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Sally is strengthening and doing so quite quickly. Water rises perhaps as much as 7 to 11 feet.
Now is the time to prepare. Be prepared for the worst case scenario.
And of course, we are in a record-setting hurricane season that just won't stop. Welcome back into our continuing coverage of Hurricane Sally, rapidly intensifying in the past couple hours, going from tropical storm very quickly to a Cat 1 hurricane. I'm meteorologist Felicia Combs coming to you from the New Orleans area on the south side of Lake Pontchartrain, which, if you did not know I was on a lake right now, you might think that you're looking out at an angry ocean, angry Atlantic or something like that, because you don't typically see waves like this on a lake. Now, Lake Pontchartrain is huge. It's 24 miles north to south. It's about 40 miles east to west. So this is a massive body of water. You do get waves occasionally, but when you're talking about these waves lapping up into this area where people run, where people ride their bikes, you're talking about impacts. Now, where I am, 4 to 6 feet of storm surge possible. We do have a storm surge warning, but that's not it for the New Orleans area. We also have a flash flood issue. We could see 3 to 7 inches around New Orleans, and then as you head farther east, you're going to see those totals increase significantly on the current track or the current forecast of Sally. And then, of course, we have the hurricane warning. We have that possibility of those tropical storm force winds picking up overnight tonight. So if you have anything you want to get done, if you want to prepare your home, I'd say secure your patio furniture, any loose limbs, you want to get that done today. Because while it's breezy right now, all that's going to happen is these winds are going to increase. And then once we're in it tonight, Tuesday is going to be basically an entire day of at least tropical storm force winds and rain. So, Carl, I'd say today is really the last time that we have to get everything ready that you would want to have ready when dealing with a tropical system.
No doubt. And, you know, what we're talking about here is a prolonged event and a storm that is likely to be a Category 2 hurricane. So this is going to be really, really bad in terms of wind and surge and rain because it is going to go on for such a long time. And we have seen a period of rapid intensification today. You see those very dark colors there indicating the cold cloud tops. It's just got a beastly look about it. But you notice also that the clouds are spreading out in a lot of directions, indicating a favorable environment aloft. So we expect to see continued strengthening with the storm. Already an eye wall is trying to develop, hasn't yet happened on the southwest side of the eye wall there. But you notice also that the weather is really concentrated on the east side of the circulation. And that's important with respect to the trends that we've seen in the modeling here in the last 24 hours. The trend has definitely been farther east. So even if the storm comes in just east of New Orleans, that means probably not as much weather in New Orleans, but certainly more weather along the Mississippi and Alabama Gulf Coast, and maybe even farther east. Significant wind impacts as a Category 2, and then also the huge rain impact and surge as well because of the nature of the coastline there. There you see some of the model guidance. So we can't completely rule out more serious impacts from Mobile and on eastward. Going to be interesting to see if hurricane warnings go up a little farther to the east into northwest Florida with the 5 o'clock advisory coming out today. Certainly very strong winds all along the Gulf Coast there, but the rainfall potential absolutely huge. We're talking about an enormous area where there's likely going to be flash flooding, a high-risk area for flash flooding, and we're looking at a foot of rain potentially, maybe as much as 20 or even a couple of feet of rain here, along the northern Gulf Coast. And so, Felicia, that is going to be just enormous as water is being piled up by the storm and coming in from the Gulf. It's not going to be able to run out down the rivers and into the bays because of all the rain that's been coming down there. So you've got it coming from two sides, essentially. I think there's going to be very serious flooding as a result of this storm.
Oh, yeah. And, Carl, I think the impacts of this, they're going to be far-reaching outside of that, really center area because it's such a long-duration storm that we're dealing with. So let's talk about what's going on here and in the New Orleans area on the south side of Lake Pontchartrain. I want you to look at the sheer just massiveness of these waves already, but let me break it down for you. So the wind that we're seeing currently, this northeasterly wind sustained around 15-ish miles per hour, that is what is creating these waves that we're already seeing, this wash up that we're already dealing with. That wind energy is what creates storm surge. Imagine this, though. As we head into tonight, these winds are going to continue to pick up. We're talking about tropical storm force winds 39 miles per hour to 73 miles per hour. And that is going to be working on Lake Pontchartrain for hours tonight and into pretty much the entire day Tuesday. So here's what's going on here. You see the lake. This is a popular area. People come to run, to ride their bike. This is Lakeshore Drive. Lakeshore Drive is closed because officials are expecting the lake to come out of the area that you were just seeing and cross Lakeshore Drive in some places, which of course could lead to some very dangerous situations for drivers on the road. Now, just beyond that, you see something that the New Orleans area has to protect from storm surge, and that is an earthen levee that you're seeing there. Now, maybe for perspective, you can't tell just how big it is, but that is a very big kind of mound that is meant to keep any type of storm surge out of the neighborhood just behind it, because those are homes that you're seeing kind of peeking up just behind that levee. So we have multiple elements going on here with Lake Pontchartrain. 4 to 6 feet of storm surge possible here, hence the storm surge warning. But we can't forget, as Carl was mentioning, this is going to be a long duration storm, so we have that risk for the rainfall adding up. Now, New Orleans proper, you might not see quite as much rain initially as you thought, but still, that rain is going to add up. So I do think we're going to have some flash flooding problems here, hence the flash flood watch as well. Not just here, though. We're watching other places in the Gulf area, so we want to get it over to Mike Seidel.
Here in Bay St. Louis, Mississippi, the winds have been ramping up all day long, now gusting upwards of 25 miles an hour, and already the water rising. We're at the marina in Bay St. Louis. You see boats out here. Well, a lot of these boats are owned by folks that don't live here, out of state. They're going to stay put and hope for the best. Some of them have mechanical issues and cannot sail on their own, so they're going to be tied down here waiting for that storm surge of 7 to 11 feet. They do have a nice break, nice concrete wall to break some of those waves. Meanwhile, speaking of water rise, that lower dock there, you can't see it. It's already submerged. We've seen a water rise of up over 2 feet. And then beyond that is the bay going under the Route 90 bridge, which, by the way, was taken out by Katrina 15 years ago, and you can see the chop out there. Let's go down to the back bay where they've been boarding up homes through the morning hours, getting ready for the wind and certainly the heavy rainfall. That's going to be another big issue inland here. We could see easily over a foot of rain, especially with a slow-moving tropical system, in this case, Hurricane Sally. Over in Gulfport, they're filling up sandbags. Same issues over there. A lot of rainfall, prolific totals because of the slow-moving storm. They're also under a hurricane warning there. Back here in Bay St. Louis, the worst of the weather comes in tomorrow and tomorrow night. And that means winds gusting over hurricane force, maybe even sustained winds of hurricane force. And depending on where the center comes in, whether we get into the eastern or western eye wall. But either way, a very dangerous situation as we go through Tuesday and Tuesday night here along the Gulf Coast of Mississippi.
All right, Mike, let's talk more about that rainfall that you just mentioned there. Sadly, is already producing some scenes like this in Florida. In Sanibel, streets are covered in water. Not surprising, as Sally dumped nearly a foot of rain over parts of the Florida Keys and continues to spread rain into Florida's Panhandle and Big Bend area as we speak. So looking at the radar, you can really see how Carl was talking about that eye wall trying to get itself developed here. And these large outer bands continue to hit the Big Bend area here towards Apalachicola, near Tallahassee, and now working their way towards Pensacola. On top of that, with the daytime heating, the sea breeze kicking in, we've got more storms firing up in the central parts of the peninsula too. So Sally is really starting to slow down already and will continue to do more so with time. And notice how long it's just going to be lingering offshore, about a 24-hour period from Tuesday morning to Wednesday morning. That's it, just a little over 100 miles. So that really gives it the opportunity to take all that moisture from the Gulf and bring it up over land and just dump incredible amounts of rainfall. And the potential is certainly there for more than a foot of rain in some spots, perhaps a foot and a half. Now, keep in mind, our computer models could waver a little bit, and it's really going to be right near where it makes landfall and to the right where the heaviest amounts are going to be. So this could still shift a little bit westward or a little bit eastward, but noticing right now that Mississippi and Alabama look like they could really be taking the brunt of this. Flash flood watches in effect from New Orleans on up through Hattiesburg, all the way far to the north into Birmingham, and those watches could get extended with time well inland, so keep that in mind. Tomorrow, the most likely areas to see this is going to be southern Mississippi as well as into Alabama. It's not very often that we see these likely outlook risks. Most of our damage from flooding happens on those high-risk days. Well, Sally is also forecast to bring life-threatening storm surge to communities along the Gulf Coast. Our Dr. Greg Postel shows us who could see nearly a foot of surge and what that looks like.
Hurricane Sally continues to close in on the northern Gulf Coast, and be prepared for life-threatening flash flooding from rainfall and also life-threatening flooding inundation from storm surge. Look at these maps from the Hurricane Center. We may see 1 to 3 feet of storm surge across the Florida Panhandle, but even worse than that, higher amounts, significantly higher than that across coastal Alabama, Mississippi, and even eastern Louisiana. We might indeed see storm surge values that exceed 10 feet. It is indeed possible. And let me show you what that looks like when we zoom in to parts of the region. Let's go to southwestern Mississippi in the Waveland, Bay St. Louis area, and in particular right around the Shoreline Park. Now, these areas in orange show you that the potential for storm surge up to 9 feet is indeed possible. And what would that do? That would leave many homes and neighborhoods entirely underwater, especially north of Highway 90 and south of I-10, but even areas north of that. Let's zoom in and let me show you what this looks like and tell you exactly why you need to leave when ordered to do just that. Look at this. Houses underwater, entire neighborhoods across the region, many square miles inundated by essentially non-survivable storm surge. Let me show you what that looks like. Well, when you bring the water up to 3 feet, it's too late to evacuate. You got to do it before then. This can carry you off your feet, certainly carry a car away, and big objects moving around could knock down things in their path. But we know there's going to be places that have water higher than this, maybe even up to 6 feet, perhaps even 9 feet of storm surge. This is not survivable, and it is exactly why you need to follow the advice of the local officials when they tell you to evacuate, because it just may save your life.
And with that slow-moving nature that we're expecting here with Sally, we may have to go through several high tide cycles that could really prolong that storm surge. Carl?
Yeah, Jackie, and that's also the worry as far as the wind, because it may well be that there could be trees or power lines or parts of roofs that could survive 6 hours of strong wind, but perhaps not 12 or 18 hours of very strong wind. That is what we are going to see in this case. Winds now up to 35 miles per hour, gusting to 35 in Mobile. That's just the beginning of this event. We've got tropical storm force winds extending out to the north and to the east, 125 miles from the center at maximum, and winds already gusting now to nearly 50 miles per hour or a little over that at some of the buoys that are just offshore. So here's a model forecast showing you how this may play out. Now, notice that we see this very strong flow driving into eastern parts of Louisiana. So even if the center is farther east, you've still got that easterly wind, and that is going to raise the water levels in St. Bernard and the eastern part of Plaquemines Parish. And so there's still going to be this terrific storm surge there, as well as along the Mississippi Gulf Coast. But obviously, if the storm is a little farther east, and the trend has been to bring it a little farther east, that raises the stakes in Mobile, and we could be talking about significant surge in Mobile Bay. Looking at Tuesday, this is going into the middle of the day on Tuesday, so you've got the very strong winds now starting to come into that I-10 corridor, but then it's going to go on for hours and hours and hours, just agonizingly slow as it pushes in through the rest of the day on Tuesday. Here we go into midnight Tuesday, getting into very early Wednesday morning. There's the eye wall of the storm. Now, it may not come in exactly right there. Could be a little farther to the east as well. Wherever it comes in, though, Jackie, again, it's going to be many, many hours of this strong wind, and I think that alone is going to increase the potential for power outages as well as structural damage and a lot of tree damage in this region.
Yeah, always scary, even a short period of time dealing with those types of conditions, Carl, but we could be talking about 48 hours in some spots of gusty winds and torrential downpours and storm surge. Gray skies right now over Pensacola, Florida. Rain threatening on and off all day, but expected to become regular and steady as we head into the evening hours. Flash flooding and severe storms also a real possibility into tomorrow morning. So that's in the Pensacola area. Let's take a look at the forecast and the main timing of these impacts. You know, now until the end of the day on Wednesday, that's the 48 hours that I was talking about, that you could see those wind gusts 25 miles per hour or greater. The strongest winds coming in tonight, lasting through your Wednesday morning, with rainfall amounts easily over a foot here. Storm surge 2 to 4 feet. So that's a lot of water. Water, the big concern here with inland flooding as well as the storm surge. Take a look at these rain bands that are coming in from the east and heading in a westerly direction. You can really see how it picks up in intensity overnight tonight and just lasts through the day for tomorrow, with potential landfall maybe off towards the west. We'll just have to see. But of course, the heaviest rainfall generally just to the right of that. Mobile this evening, continuing through Wednesday evening. That's when we'll see the 30+ mile per hour winds. And look at your forecast for rainfall here, Mobile, 8 to 12 inches. We've got the storm surge warning all the way up Mobile Bay. Well, Sally is already making itself felt. It has rapidly strengthened now into a Category 1 hurricane. Mississippi and Louisiana have ordered evacuations of coastal communities. Alabama's governor has issued a state of emergency, and coastal Alabama is under a hurricane warning. We want to make sure that you stay with the Weather Channel for in-depth coverage of Sally that you're not going to get anywhere else. We're going to be with you all day today. Keep it here for the latest developments.
Domino's knows a thing or two about delivery. So when we saw people were getting tacos and burgers delivered like these, we had to step in. Introducing our new chicken taco and cheeseburger pizzas.
What? Oh my.
Now the best way to get a taco or burger delivered is to get a Domino's pizza.
Take a piece of chocolate if you're the tallest. Take a piece of chocolate if you're better at eating your vegetables. Take a piece of chocolate if you love sharing.
Doug.
You know, Limu, after all these years, it's the ones that got away that haunt me the most. Because you're not like everybody else. That's why Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance. So you only pay for what you need. What? Oh, I said. Oh, this is my floor. No! Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
We are the Thrivers. Women with metastatic breast cancer, standing in the struggle, hustling through the hurt, asking for science, not sorries. Our time for more time has come. Living longer is possible and proven in women taking Kisqali plus fulvestrant or a non-steroidal aromatase inhibitor. Kisqali is the only treatment in its class with proven overall survival results in 2 clinical trials, helping women live longer with HR-positive, HER2-negative metastatic breast cancer. Kisqali was also significantly more effective at delaying disease progression versus a non-steroidal aromatase inhibitor or fulvestrant alone. Kisqali can cause lung problems or an abnormal heartbeat, which can lead to death. It can cause serious skin reactions, liver problems, and low white blood cell counts that may result in severe infections. Tell your doctor right away if you have new or worsening symptoms, including breathing problems, cough, chest pain, a change in your heartbeat, dizziness, yellowing of the skin or eyes, dark urine, tiredness, loss of appetite, abdomen pain, bleeding, bruising, fever, chills, or other symptoms of an infection, a severe or worsening rash, are or plan to become pregnant or breastfeeding. Avoid
avoid grapefruit during treatment. Kisqali is not approved for use with tamoxifen. It's our time to continue to shine because we are the thrivers. Ask your doctor about Kisqali, the only treatment in its class proven to help women live longer in 2 clinical trials.
Here?
Now.
Here. Nope. Here.
When the middle of nowhere is somewhere. The all-new Chevy Trailblazer.
You'll also get a vacation voucher and a tax deduction. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got a severe weather threat.
Winds have been gusting a full force of this thing.
The Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 75 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. This afternoon, sun and clouds mixed. High 77. Winds north at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Tonight, mostly clear. Low 57. Winds north at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Tuesday, a mainly sunny sky. High 69. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Hurricane season doesn't stop for a pandemic, and neither do we. Get the information you need to stay safe every day, right here on the Weather Channel.
And of course, we have continuing coverage of Hurricane Sally. Meteorologist Felicia Combs coming to you from the south side of Lake Pontchartrain, just outside of New Orleans. And it has been a breezy day. Now, we haven't had a drop of rain, but we've certainly had quite a bit of lake water make it onto us. So we're here on the south side of Lake Pontchartrain. You can see just how angry the waves are, but I want to show you something. For people that might not know, you can kind of see those flags down there in the distance. Those 2 flags flying, those actually indicate that there's a hurricane warning. That's the Southern Yacht Club that you're seeing there flying those hurricane warning flags. Interesting little tidbit about the Southern Yacht Club. Now, the previous building was only moderately damaged by wind and by water from Hurricane Katrina, but it actually burned down in the hours following that storm. So that is something that I just want to remind you of for the people. We remember the flooding issues, we think about the wind issues, but also keep in mind fires can be sparked. So just make sure you're thinking of all of those other things around the home, preparing for power outages, making sure you are not running a generator indoors. So Jackie, there are so many phases. There's the preparation for the storm, during the storm, and then after the storm as well.
Yeah, Felicia, running out of time to get all those preps done for sure, but good reminder about those generators. It can be so dangerous if you don't ventilate them properly. Well, officials in Alabama are concerned with heavy rain and potentially historic flooding that Sally could bring to the state. On the phone with us now is Brian Hastings, the director of Alabama Emergency Management. Thanks so much for being with us. Let's get right to it. We just heard that Governor Kay Ivey has ordered all beaches to close at 3 o'clock this afternoon and has also declared a state of emergency. What's the latest on closings and evacuations at the moment?
Well, right now, Governor Ivey and the staff is encouraging voluntary evacuations from low-lying areas, from flood-prone and surge-prone, vulnerable areas, and then also asking people that if they're in a home or a shelter that doesn't provide adequate protection, to seek that safe place now before it's too late.
All right. What are the biggest concerns here? Are you most concerned about surge near the coast? Are you worried about the inland flooding? Obviously, both are big problems potentially.
Oh, my God. It's a combination of a lot of things. I mean, ultimately, we don't know the final path and intensity of this. And you can see the surge increasing as Sally keeps on leaning a little bit east. So we're concerned about that. But what's really got our attention is not only the surge in water being pushed inland, is the amount of water over the next 3 days across the central swath and western parts of Alabama, from the far southwest corner of Alabama all the way up through almost the northeastern part of Alabama. It's really going to be a statewide torrential downpour, and it'll depend on where these bands line up and whether you're under the rain train or not. But we're really concerned to make sure people across all Alabama know, turn around, don't drown, get to a high place and get to your safer place, because some of these rain amounts we haven't seen in a very long time.
Yeah, I mean, we could see significant flooding in Montgomery as well as up towards the Birmingham area. Are you having to spread your resources out? How will that impact the planning and the preparation for that?
Well, right now, our primary focus is kind of in the southern coastal counties, and we'll be pre-positioning some of our guard high water rescue teams down there. And thankfully, Baldwin and Mobile counties are very capable USAR teams. They have great urban search and rescue teams and swiftwater teams. So we're just trying to identify gaps as they come to our attention, and then try to shift state resources and potentially federal resources, as we have a federal LNO here and an IMAT team en route to our SEOC.
And what about preparing for power outages? Winds have been really increasing in Sally.
Yeah, I mean, so there's a double whammy there, right? So even if you aren't on the coast and you don't think the winds are going to be that strong, with the saturation of the soil, then we're pretty wet right now in Alabama. Layer on top of that some more soil, and it weakens some of the soil and the root balls around the trees. So, the trees that maybe wouldn't have fallen over just in a normal thunderstorm may be vulnerable to falling over, landing on homes, cars, and, on power lines. And you're right, it is a concern. And so all our power companies they're fully engaged. The nice thing about Region 4 is that there's great partnerships and great sharing of resources across all the states of the southeast part of the United States.
All right. Sounds like you guys are aware of all the hazards and have your plans in place. Thanks so much, Brian Hastings, the director of Alabama Emergency Management. And Carl, one of those other hazards we haven't talked much about yet, too, is the threat of tropical tornadoes. And they could see that in Alabama.
Yeah, we certainly could. We're looking at the possibility of some tornadoes here the next couple of days, especially with these outer bands, because there is going to be a lot of shear along the coast. We're seeing that already. Not a lot of really strong thunderstorms right now, but we do see this turning of the winds in the lowest 5,000 feet of the atmosphere. So there is a threat for tornadoes today. We've got a 2 out of 10 on the Torcon. We're going to see that threat continuing into tomorrow as well. It'll actually be rising to a 3 out of 10, particularly in Florida and in Alabama. We'll have much more in Sally coming up.
Shake it, kiddo. Love, Dad.
I've got this. Kellogg's Rice Krispies Treats. A little love when it's needed.
Thank you for taking me home. It's so far.
Don't worry about it, Grandma. This will be fun.
2 chocolate milkshakes, please.
Make it 3.
3?
Did you get his number?
Oh, Grandma.
Grandma!
Excuse me.
Some relationships get better with time. That's why I got a Crosstrek.
97% of Subaru vehicles sold in the last 10 years are still on the road.
I'm so glad you got a Subaru. I wonder who gave me the idea. Oh.
Love. It's what makes Subaru, Subaru.
Attention Medicare recipients. Medicare has expanded benefits to help you during these uncertain times. Coverage may now include many benefits to help you while at home. To find out what new Medicare Advantage benefits you can get in your area code, call the Medicare Coverage Helpline now.
Hi, Joe Namath here. In Lakeview, I'm at home staying safe. There are new benefits to help you while at home. Telehealth, in-home aids, home-delivered meals, and so many more. But you don't get them automatically. You need to enroll. The easiest way to enroll is to call the Medicare Coverage Helpline now.
Get what you're entitled to. Coverage may now also include dental, home-delivered prescriptions, no deductibles, and no copays. Don't delay. Call to see if the new benefits are available in your area.
Call now. It's free.
Call 1-800-346-4800. That's 1-800-346-4800 now.
If something happened to you, what would happen to them? Their home, their education, their future. You need life insurance, and chances are SelectQuote can help you get it for less than $1 a day.
SelectQuote found Jacob 40, a $500,000 policy for only $19 a month. And SelectQuote found his wife Wendy a $500,000 policy for only $17 a month.
Our secret? At SelectQuote, we aggressively comparison shop highly rated companies to find you the company with the best rates.
We found Gary, 35, a $1 million policy for only $22 a month.
Why pay more? Give your family the security they need at a price you can afford.
Call 1-800-304-3321 or go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs.
At a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
Everyday work, exercise, and stress leaves your body in a painful, achy mess. What if you could combine soothing pressure, vibrating massage, and heat therapy? Introducing Calming Heat, the revolutionary massaging weighted heating pad. Calming Heat combines the soothing benefits of weighted pressure with the warming relief of an extra-large heating pad, plus massaging vibrations that can be turned on and off. The secret is therapeutic heat that's absorbed into the weighted clay beads, combined with massaging therapy, all stitched in a soft, luxurious fabric. Take your relaxation to the next level with Calming Heat by Calming Comfort for just $59.99. As a bonus, you'll get the Stay Clean and Store Bag absolutely free. Order today and find out how you can get a second Calming Heat for 50% off and free shipping. Here's how to order.
To order, call 1-800-851-8937 or go to calmingheat.com.
We went through Katrina 15 years ago and remember that. And the house was flooded, and we don't want the same thing to happen again.
Quite naturally, we get nervous. We had Katrina, and every time a storm comes, it's always nerve-wracking a little bit.
And I think tropical fatigue is a real thing here along the northern Gulf Coast. At this point, we dealt with Cristobal, we also dealt with Marcos, and then, of course, Lara. So this is another storm that now we're having to prepare for. Of course, meteorologist Felicia Combs coming to you from the south side of Lake Pontchartrain, where I can tell you this northeasterly wind that we have right now, only about 20 miles per hour, but that has invigorated the lake, and that is what is driving these large waves here. And the problem is the wind is just going to continue to pick up. We'll likely see those tropical storm force winds increasing overnight tonight, and then Tuesday we'll be in it pretty much all day. And what happens is that wind energy starts to add up, and you just get more and more water piling up along the shore, especially when you're talking about a day or more of winds coming from a northeasterly, a northerly direction, which is what it would be for this area on the current forecast track of Sally. So we do have a storm surge warning 4 to 6 feet for Lake Pontchartrain. We also have a flash flood watch. Now, for New Orleans itself, a couple inches of rain, 3 to 7, but as you head farther east, you really do start to see those totals pick up on the current track. So flash flooding is definitely going to be an issue in some places, and then also those hurricane force winds that are possible. We do have a hurricane warning in effect for the city of New Orleans and surrounding areas. So we've got multiple threats ongoing here. And as mentioned, the problem is it's just going to keep getting worse, but not just here, also along the northern Gulf Coast for places like Mississippi, where we find Mike Seidel.
All impacts are on the table here in Bay St. Louis, Mississippi. Wind, heavy rainfall, inland freshwater flooding, and storm surge. We're expecting a surge here of 7 to 11 feet, and that's going to be dependent on where the center exactly makes landfall, and that's likely on the coast of Mississippi sometime later on Tuesday. In the meantime, look at the wind. Old Glory in the flags here at the marina at Bay St. Louis. We've got sustained winds about 12 to 15 miles an hour. We've had gusts to 25. It is going to get a lot windier, certainly as we get into Tuesday and Tuesday night. But look at the water rise. That dock there in the foreground is just about submerged. You can see the ladder. It gives you an idea of how high the water is. It's running now over 2 feet above where it should be. And as I mentioned, 7 to 11 feet above normal dry ground is predicted. We've got boats in the marina. The reason why, some of these are owned by out-of-state owners, and some of these cannot sail on their own power. They've got some mechanical issues, so they're going to be tied down. They do have a nice break, a nice wall around the marina. Behind that is the railroad bridge, and that's going to break some of the wave action coming in from the Gulf of Mexico. So we've got a lot ahead of us here on coastal Mississippi's counties, including here in Hancock, where there is a mandatory evacuation of low-lying areas. That includes folks that live on bayous, creeks, streams, mobile homes, modular homes, and we're already seeing high water. If you go up 603 out of the Back Bay, water already over some of the roads. So the impacts are starting to be felt here, but by and large, the worst, the timing is tomorrow night into Wednesday morning.
Yeah, and that's what all of us are going to be dealing with together throughout the day on Tuesday. Now, Carl, we expected that rapid intensification, but it happened so quickly. And I think we can't stress enough that this is a forecast everyone needs to watch very closely, because just a slight shift is going to greatly affect rainfall amounts, wind amounts. It's something we got to keep an eye on.
Yeah, and we've been seeing this trend to the east here in the last 24 hours, and this is such a dangerous storm because it is getting stronger, it is rapidly intensifying, and it also is going to slow down to a crawl. So right now, a strong Category 1 storm moving west-northwest at only 7 miles per hour. That slow forward speed is critical because it's going to make the impacts last that much longer. We're starting to see an eye wall develop right now. It's a semicircle. It's not showing up on the south side of the storm, and you notice all the weather is off to the east of that center. So that's important too in terms of the final track. And the track has been shifted east. Maybe that means a little less impact there in New Orleans, but still very serious surge in eastern Louisiana and southern Mississippi, but also more impacts along the Mississippi Gulf Coast into Alabama and maybe into Florida as well. I would not rule out the possibility of there being some hurricane warnings coming up there in northwest Florida if we continue to see this eastward trend and perhaps some hurricane force winds getting into those areas as well. Some of the models taking that eye wall squarely into Mobile Bay. There you see the storm surge warning. That's not going to change much at all there in Louisiana because of the nature of the coastline, even if the storm is farther east. And of course, one of the huge impacts is going to be this terrific amount of rain. We are talking about maybe as much as 2 feet of rain and very serious flash flooding.
Daddy, what's that big moving house thing?
It's a motorhome, Junior. Modern invention.
Modern invention? We carried our homes with us since, like, forever.
Yeah, but humans have Geico to protect them. Something goes wrong, they're covered. What do we have?
What could go wrong? Ooh, a feather.
A feather? Duck, Junior!
That's no duck, Daddy. That's a vulture!
Geico for RVs. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
Here? Nah. Here. Nope. Here.
When the middle of nowhere is somewhere. The all-new Chevy Trailblazer.
Here's to the doers. To all the people who realize they can do more with less asthma. Thanks to Dupixent, the add-on treatment for specific types of moderate to severe asthma. Dupixent isn't for sudden breathing problems. It can improve lung function for better breathing in as little as 2 weeks and help prevent severe asthma attacks. It's not a steroid, but can help reduce or eliminate oral steroids. Dupixent can cause serious allergic reactions, including anaphylaxis. Get help right away if you have rash, shortness of breath, chest pain, tingling, or numbness in your limbs. Tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection. And don't change or stop your asthma treatments, including steroids, without talking to your doctor. Are you ready to do more with less asthma? Talk to your asthma specialist about Dupixent. If your financial situation has changed, we may be able to help.
Stay restless with the icon that does the same. The RX, crafted by Lexus.
Lease the 2020 RX 350 for $409 a month for 36 months.
Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
At Southern New Hampshire University, we're committed to making college more accessible by making it more affordable. That's why we're keeping our tuition the same through the year 2021.
I knew SNHU was the place for me when I saw how affordable it was. I ran to my husband with my computer and I said, look, we can do this.
Take advantage of some of the lowest online tuition rates in the nation. Find your degree at snhu.edu.
Phil Swift here for Flex Paste, the incredible rubberized paste. Right out of the tub, it clings to the surface and it instantly fills gaps and holes. Flex Paste dries to a strong, flexible rubber, perfect for sealing RVs and campers. Use it to help prevent flood damage, stop rodents from getting in your home, or even crafts and hobbies. Get Flex Paste and the Flex Seal family of products at flexsealproducts.com.
You can't fake the goodness of real strawberries, the crunch of real almonds, how chocolatey chunks taste in cold milk. We keep it real because you can't fake delicious. Kellogg's Special K.
Welcome back. We're going to return to our coverage of Hurricane Sally and our growing tropical threat in just a moment. First, the president is getting briefed on California's deadly and devastating wildfires.
Join us today.
Let's listen.
We're having a separate news conference a little bit later on some other subjects. And I just want to thank everybody. It's been pretty amazing. In August, I approved a major disaster declaration for California. I've approved, I think, Gavin, about 40 Stafford Act declarations. So very quickly, because we want to get this thing taken care of, including fire management assistance grants to help multiple states stop the fires. More than 28,000 firefighters and first responders are combating the fires in California, Oregon, and Washington. Over 230 soldiers are fighting the August complex fire. And that's the largest fire in California. Yep. That's the big one. That's the biggest. Yep. And we want to thank all of the brave fighters. We want to thank these incredible people, the first responders, service members who are racing to the extreme peril, really, of their lives and extreme danger. Soon after the event, I'll present the Distinguished Flying Cross to 7 military heroes who recently braved raging fire and suffocating smoke to save lives. So we have 7 people that were recommended very strongly by your representatives, and we're going to give them a very nice medal, very important medal, for a U.S. medal that's very powerful, very important. Yep. So I know you like that. Together we'll keep the people safe. I want to thank the governor for the job he's done. We've had great coordination, great relationship. I know we come from different sides of the planet, but we actually have a very good relationship. Good man. And Governor, would you like to say something, please?
No. Well, it's great to have you back here in the state, Mr. President. Thank you for being here in particular with 2 of the Coast Guard aircrafts that we're now bringing into the California family that are being retrofitted, these C-130s. Just an example, another example of the partnership between the federal government and the state of California. That partnership, of course, extended with the incredible collaborative spirit of FEMA. Pete has done an amazing job. He's known by first name as Pete out here in the state of California. Bob Fenton, his regional director. We're joined by Tom Porter, the chief of CAL FIRE, head of natural resources, Wade Crowfoot. Pleased to have the Fresno County mayor here, Mayor Mims, and of course, supervisor from up north in Siskiyou was kind enough to come all the way down. We've got fires from Siskiyou County, right up there at the border of Oregon, all the way down to the Mexican border. About a month ago, literally to the day, we began to have a series of 14,000 lightning strikes over a 3-day period. 1,100 fires have sparked in the last month. 2.8 million acres just in the last 30 days have burned. Unprecedented in California history. 3.2 million over the course of this calendar year. There's over 16,500 firefighters currently out in the lines. And I'm very pleased and I'm very grateful, Mr. President, that you're recognizing some of the other heroes, those National Guardmen and women that did an extraordinary job saving the lives of hundreds and hundreds of people stranded with some of these most intense fires. You mentioned the August complex, 789,000 acres, the largest in California history. We have a series of forest fires, but also brush fires and grass fires that we're tackling. We've made great progress in the last few weeks. Though tragically we've lost 24 lives so far to these battles. 4,200 plus structures have been lost and 44,000 people have evacuated. I want to thank you and acknowledge the work that you've done to be immediate in terms of your response to our FMAG request 14. We were just talking, Mark Gilladucci is the head of the Office of Emergency Services. This may be a record that the states received in the FMAG support, as well as the major disaster declaration, which you referenced on August 22nd, which was profoundly significant, not only to help us support our mutual aid system, but also individuals that are in desperate need of support. We can agree to disagree, and I appreciate your frame on the politics of this, but let me just acknowledge two things briefly, and I'll turn it back to you. There's no question when you look past this decade and looking past almost 1,000 plus years that we have not done justice on our forest management. I don't think anyone disputes that. I want to acknowledge we have our U.S. Forest Representative here. The state of California, your administration just entered into a first-type commitment over the next 20 years to double our vegetation management and forest management. I want to thank you for supporting that effort, funding that effort. We acknowledge our role and responsibility to do more in that space. But one thing is fundamental. 57% of the land in this state is federal forest land. 3% is California. So we really do need that support. We need that emphasis of engagement. And we are fully committed to working with you to advance that cause. And final point, I'd be negligent, and this is not, and we've known each other too long, and as you suggest, the working relationship I value. We obviously feel very strongly that the hots are getting hotter, the dries are getting drier. When we're having heat domes, the likes of which we've never seen in our history, the hottest August ever in the history of the state, the ferocity of these fires, the drought 5+ years, losing 163 million trees to that drought. Something's happened to the plumbing of the world. And we come from a perspective, humbly, where we... All
right, you have been listening as the President of the United States receives a briefing on the wildfires that have been raging in California. That's a governor there, giving him the update on the statistics on their record-breaking fire season. We'll have more on that story coming up. Of course, we're going to get back to our tropical coverage as well. We'll have the latest on Hurricane Sally right after this.
At Cracker Barrel, there's comfort in every bite. With new favorites like our fresh-baked chicken pot pie, filled with chicken and vegetables. Come on home to Cracker Barrel. Dine in, curbside, or delivery.
Your carpets are filled with memories. And sometimes other things, too. Replacing your carpet is easy with the Home Depot, because you've got even more styles and colors to choose from. And right now, installing it is even easier. With free installation by licensed local professionals, backed for life. Replace your carpet with ease. Free installation. Done right. Guaranteed. The Home Depot. How doers get more done.
When we started Carvana, they told us that selling cars 100% online wouldn't work. But we went to work, building an experience that lets you shop over 17,000 cars from home, creating a coast-to-coast network to deliver your car as soon as tomorrow, recruiting an army of customer advocates to make your experience incredible, and putting you in control of the whole thing with powerful technology. That's why we've become the nation's fastest growing retailer, because our customers love it. See for yourself at Carvana.com.
Do you have a life insurance policy you no longer need? Now you can sell your policy, even a term policy, for an immediate cash payment. Call Coventry Direct to learn more.
We thought we had planned carefully for our retirement.
But we quickly realized we needed a way to supplement our income.
Our friends sold their policy to help pay their medical bills. And that got me thinking. Maybe selling our policy could help with our retirement.
I was skeptical, so I did some research and called Coventry Direct. They explained life insurance is a valuable asset that can be sold.
We learned we could sell all of our policy or keep part of it with no future payments. Who knew? We sold our policy. Now we can relax and enjoy our retirement as we had planned.
If you have $100,000 or more of life insurance, you may qualify to sell your policy. Don't cancel or let your policy lapse without finding out what it's worth. Visit CoventryDirect.com to find out if your policy qualifies or call 1-800-482-7100. Coventry Direct, redefining insurance.
From kitchens broken in by new chefs to bathrooms sinking battleships, Terminix is committed to keeping pests out, always backed by the Terminix promise to protect your home for all the love it holds.
Real people are realizing there's a better way to mobile.
My carrier probably has a lot of fees I don't even know are there. Basic phone line access, federal universal service charge, I don't even know what that is. Why am I paying these fees?
At Spectrum Mobile, there are no added taxes and fees. What you see is what you pay. $45 a line with our unlimited data plan or $14 a gig with our Buy the Gig plan.
The calculator said that we would save $600 a year. We've actually saved $612 in half a year.
With Spectrum Mobile, I'm saving over $350 a year.
$650 a year. It's true. Most customers who use our calculator find they could save hundreds every year. Don't wait. Find your savings at SpectrumMobile.com or call 844-258-8115 and get it all with free nationwide talk and text and no contracts.
I'm ready to switch.
Get more for less with our unlimited data plan for $45 a line or our Buy the Gig plan for $14 a gig. Plus, get the flexibility to mix and match plans. Visit a Spectrum store. Go to SpectrumMobile.com or call 844-258-8115.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got severe weather threat. Winds have been gusting the full force of this thing.
The Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 75 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. This afternoon, sun and clouds mixed. High 77. Winds north at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Tonight, mostly clear. Low 57. Winds north at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Tuesday, a mainly sunny sky. High 69. Here's our 7-day outlook.
And of course, we are continuing our coverage of Hurricane Sally as it turns closer and closer toward the Gulf Coast. I am meteorologist Felicia Combs coming to you from the south edge of Lake Pontchartrain, just outside of downtown New Orleans. Downtown New Orleans, about 7 miles from where we are right now. You can see that the lake is looking very angry at this point, and we are still hours away from high tide. So we're going to continue to see this rise coming in. And the problem is with a steady northeasterly, northerly wind, the wave energy is going to continue filtering into these same areas. And that is going to bring us the risk of storm surge. Now, we do have a storm surge warning in effect for this area and for most of southeastern Louisiana. That is for the areas that aren't inside the hurricane damage risk reduction system. So for where we are right here on the south side of Lake Pontchartrain, the forecast is 4 to 6 feet of storm surge possible. Hence that storm surge warning. You'll also notice it's very windy, hair blowing around. You can probably hear it. We're going to continue to see these winds picking up. We've got winds at about 20 miles per hour right now. Overnight tonight, we're going to start to see some of those tropical storm force winds become a possibility. And then all day Tuesday, guys, all day, we're in those gusty winds. We're in possibly some rounds and rounds of rain. And that is going to be the reason you want to get everything done today. You know, Carl, other than the windy conditions and the really high waves, it's a really nice day out here on the lakefront. I'd say take advantage of it because tomorrow is going to look different.
Yeah, it certainly is. And, this actually could go into Wednesday if we are to believe some of the new model guidance that is coming in. I'll show you that here in just a moment. So you're talking about a very dangerous storm right now. It's a strong Category 1 at 90 miles per hour. You see that tremendous bursting of thunderstorms and also the high-level clouds spreading out, indicating the upper-level environment is favorable. Now, here is the forecast track and intensities from the Hurricane Center. And you see it's getting up to a Category 2 there, very slowly moving to the north about 5 miles per hour, and then slowly coming up through Mississippi and Alabama and into central Alabama. I want you to notice, though, the Wednesday evening forecast point, which is up here between Mobile and Montgomery. It's going to be interesting to see if there's any change in thinking from the Hurricane Center, because we've gotten some model data indicating that the storm could come in even more slowly. This is the brand new run of the European model, and what it's showing here is the storm being very close to the mouth of the Mississippi River tomorrow in the middle of the day, and then we go into tomorrow evening. 12 hours later, it has barely moved in that 12-hour period. And, that's also important because that would allow it more time over water in a favorable environment, which means potentially could get even stronger than what is forecast. Then we go into the middle of the day on Wednesday, and it's starting to edge in here. Well, of course, we're going to see impacts well ahead of that core. We're just talking about the core, but we'll be looking at rain and wind well ahead of that core. So that would be happening all day tomorrow in this scenario. And then the storm actually making landfall by late Wednesday. So you're talking about just an unbelievable pounding of rain going on for perhaps 2 full days in this scenario. And then, of course, the winds are very slowly getting stronger through the day on Wednesday as opposed to tomorrow. So we still have a lot to sort out. And, Jackie, it's just a lot harder when you've got a storm that slows down to a crawl like this. That's one of the most difficult things for the computer models to resolve.
Yeah, not good news on that. And that's not the only storm we have to deal with either, Carl. We've got some new video into the Weather Channel showing Hurricane Paulette blasting across Bermuda this morning. Wow, listen to the sounds too, right? This video shot in Devonshire Parish in the center of the island. Torrential rains, steady winds of 95 miles per hour helped to knock out power to most residents. Paulette's eye was so big, it was 40 miles across. That encompassed the entire island at one point. That was about 3 o'clock in the morning. Bermuda is only about 21 miles wide, so imagine the eye twice that big. Just incredible. This is the busiest the Atlanta has been in at least 50 years. We've got 5 different named tropical systems. We've still got areas to watch on top of that, and we want to start out with giving you the latest on Paulette. That is now pulling north of Bermuda at this time and remains a powerful Category 2 hurricane with maximum winds 105 miles per hour. So it's been intensifying. And look at that. We've seen some blow up on the northern side of that. Over time, by Wednesday, it will eventually weaken, but it's a large storm and it's really churning up the waters in the Atlantic right now. And that's bringing a high threat of rip currents across the Atlantic coastal area, especially over towards the Outer Banks. So not good beach conditions here, not to mention a lot of the rough surf associated with that. That's going to stick around for a couple of days. We've got Tropical Storm Teddy out there. Winds right now 40 miles per hour. It's out in the middle of nowhere at this time, but it will make an approach close towards the Lesser Antilles right now, showing a curvature up towards the north, but we can't bank on that. Teddy's certainly something to watch as it's moving into an environment where it's going to be favorable to intensify into a major hurricane. Vicky, not nearly as worried about 40 miles per hour, expected to go to a tropical depression tomorrow.
Age is just a number, and mine's unlisted.
Try Boost High Protein with 20 grams of protein for muscle health versus only 16 grams in Ensure High Protein. And now enjoy Boost High Protein in new Cafe Mocha flavor.
Wish you were here to see how bright the human spirit can shine. To see that no matter what nature does, people will do more. With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm will always be among the first to arrive and the last to leave. To help show that human nature is greater than nature. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
The Lexus ES. Every curve, every innovation, every feeling. A product of mastery.
Lease the 2020 ES350 for $359 a month for 36 months.
Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Last chance to win that big check from Publishers Clearinghouse. Next month, you could win $1,000 a day for life.
I thought, one day it'll be me.
But time's running out, so enter at PCH.com. $1,000 a day for life.
I didn't realize how special it would be for me to discover all of these things that I found through Ancestry. I discovered my great Aunt Ruth signed up as a nursing cadet for World War II. You see this scanned-in, handwritten document. The most striking detail is her age. She was only 17. Knowing that she saw this thing happening and was brave enough to get involved and do something, that was eye-opening.
Find and honor your ancestors who served in World War II. Their stories live on at Ancestry.
Not gonna happen.
That's it. I'm calling Kohler about their walk-in bath.
My name is Ken. How may I help you?
Hi, I'm calling about Kohler's walk-in bath.
Excellent. Happy to help.
Huh?
Hold one moment, please. The Kohler walk-in bath features an extra wide opening and a low step-in at 3 inches, which is 25 to 60% lower than some leading competitors. The bath fills and drains quickly, while the heated seat soothes your back, neck, and shoulders. Kohler is an expert in bathing, so you can count on a deep soaking experience.
Are you seeing this?
The Kohler walk-in bath comes with fully adjustable hydrotherapy jets and our exclusive bubble massage. Everything is installed in as little as a day by a Kohler certified installer. And it's made by Kohler, America's leading plumbing brand.
We need this bath.
Yes. Yes, you do. A Kohler walk-in bath provides independence with peace of mind. Call 1-800-574-1372 for $1,000 off your walk-in bath, plus a free Kohler bidet seat with purchase.
Keeping your oysters growing while keeping your business growing has you swamped. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. The moment you sponsor a job on Indeed, you get a short list of quality candidates from our resume database, so you can start hiring right away. Claim your $75 credit when you post your first job at Indeed.com/promo.
Is it too early to start celebrating Halloween? Well, if you're celebrating by eating Reese's, then no. You're actually late. Not sorry, Reese's.
Now is the time to prepare. Continue to monitor the weather, but be prepared for the worst case scenario, because with this storm slowing from 12 to 8 miles an hour, it could get worse before it gets better. We'll just have to see.
And you know, 2020 keeps living up to its reputation in what has already been a record-breaking hurricane season. We're now talking about another named storm, Hurricane Sally. I'm meteorologist Felicia Combs coming to you from the south shore of Lake Pontchartrain in the New Orleans area. And this is an angry lake. Just looking at this, you might not even know that you're looking at a lake. You can't even see the other side. You can't see the North Shore at all. This is about 24 miles north to south, the Lake Pontchartrain Causeway, actually the longest continuous bridge over water. So that gives you a little bit of an idea of the breadth of this lake. Now here's the problem. You'll notice that we already have the waves making their way up into this area where people come to run, people come to ride their bikes. This is only going to get worse. We're not to high tide yet. High tide is a few hours away still at this point, and we're going to see the winds picking up, and that is going to continue to bring us more of this wave energy that we're already seeing. We're going to talk more about this and what the area of New Orleans can expect. I want to get over to Carl now, though, with details on what's going on with the latest on Sally. Carl?
Well, Felicia, some very troubling trends in the modeling here, as it may take even longer for this storm to come in over the next couple of days. And look at what we have seen on the satellite imagery this morning, just this incredible blow up of thunderstorms there. And you'll also notice how the high cloud is fanning out in all directions. The upper level environment is very, very favorable right now. That's why the storm is a strong Category 1 on its way to becoming a Category 2 storm before it makes landfall. And it's possible, if it spends more time out over the open water, that it could get even stronger. There you see the center of circulation and an eye wall that is trying to develop it has been a very asymmetrical storm thus far. We'll see if that holds. And one trend that we've seen in the last 24 hours is the tracks edging farther to the east. So that implicates New Orleans a little bit less, perhaps not as much impact in New Orleans, but more impact into places like Mobile, Alabama, even northwest Florida potentially, and certainly the Mississippi Gulf Coast. Now, I want you to notice this forecast point right there. That is Wednesday evening between Mobile and Montgomery, and I want to show you the trend that we have seen in the modeling. This is the brand new run of the European model, generally a very reliable model, and I'll tell you, in general, models have a hard time with storms that slow to a crawl, and this, by the way, is a trend that we have seen. We've seen a slowing of the forward speed of tropical cyclones by about 15% since 1950 as the jet stream has been gradually retreating to the north. So here in this European model run, we see the storm getting very close to the mouth of the Mississippi by the middle of the day tomorrow. Then watch what happens over the next 12 hours. It doesn't move. It doesn't move in all of that time. So if it were to happen like this, we'd be looking at strong wind and very heavy rain along the I-10 corridor there, but the core of the storm would still be offshore, which would mean that it would have more time to become more organized. And then finally, it does begin to make its move into the middle of the day on Wednesday and then makes landfall in this depiction by 11 p.m. on Wednesday night. So you're talking about this incredibly long period of heavy rain there in southern Mississippi and Alabama, and then the winds agonizingly slowly coming onshore and a prolonged period of very strong wind. And of course, the surge. And, Felicia, this could be very bad, even if the worst of the storm is just to the east of New Orleans, you're still going to be driving that surge into eastern Louisiana and into Lake Pontchartrain. And, if that happens over the course of a couple of days, well, that is only going to worsen the impacts there in Louisiana.
Oh, yeah, Carl, and that's the thing. When you're talking about the buildup of more than 24 hours of these strong winds, especially across Lake Pontchartrain, where you're getting that steady northeasterly, northerly wind coming in, we're talking about for a very long time. Well, that wind energy has to do something, and what it does is it takes a hold of this water in Lake Pontchartrain and it pushes it. It pushes it all downwind. So in this case, downwind is the South Shore. That is why we're keeping such a close eye on this. You can see how angry the lake is already. We've got the double hurricane flags flying. That indicates a hurricane warning here from the Southern Yacht Club. And you can see just how angry the lake is as well. So for good reason. Storm surge 4 to 6 feet is the forecast, but I can't stress enough. If you live on the south side of Lake Pontchartrain, please keep an eye on this. We're not even to high tide yet today. We're not even experiencing the full impact of the winds that we're going to see from this system, and we're already seeing these waves come up out of the embankment here. Now, I want to show you something. I don't want to exaggerate this at all, but I want to kind of show you how we see the waves beginning to run up. So the waves come here, and then eventually they end up down here. You can see the water starting to flow. If it were a little bit closer, if we were a bit closer to Lakeshore Drive, this would be running across the road. And that's why Lakeshore Drive is closed right now. We've got it shut down there. We talked to some of the officials earlier, and they were saying, it's probably going to be closed through the day tomorrow as well, because they just don't want to have to worry about people hydroplaning, it getting very dangerous. So Lakeshore Drive is just behind us. And I will tell you, while it's far away from where we are right here, there are places where Lakeshore Drive is much closer to the actual lake. So we've got the storm surge warning, we've got the hurricane warning, as we are going to see those winds beginning to pick up, and then we also have that flash flood watch for the New Orleans area, and especially places east of New Orleans. Not just here, though, we also have our own Mike Seidel. He's in Bay St. Louis, Mississippi.
Here in Bay St. Louis, Mississippi, the winds have been ramping up all day long, now gusting upwards of 25 miles an hour, and already the water rising. We're at the marina in Bay St. Louis. You see boats out here. Well, a lot of these boats are owned by folks that don't live here, out of state. They're going to stay put and hope for the best. Some of them have mechanical issues and cannot sail on their own, so they're going to be tied down here waiting for that storm surge of 7 to 11 feet. They do have a nice break, nice concrete wall to break some of those waves. Meanwhile, speaking of water rise, that lower dock there, you can't see it. It's already submerged. We've seen a water rise of up over 2 feet. And then beyond that is the bay going under the Route 90 bridge, which, by the way, was taken out by Katrina 15 years ago, and you can see the chop out there. Let's go down to the back bay where they've been boarding up homes through the morning hours, getting ready for the wind and certainly the heavy rainfall. That's going to be another big issue inland here. We could see easily over a foot of rain, especially with a slow-moving tropical system, in this case, Hurricane Sally. Over in Gulfport, they're filling up sandbags. Same issues over there. A lot of rainfall, prolific totals because of the slow-moving storm. They're also under a hurricane warning there. Back here in Bay St. Louis, the worst of the weather comes in tomorrow and tomorrow night. And that means winds gusting over hurricane force, maybe even sustained winds of hurricane force. And depending on where the center comes in, whether we get into the eastern or western eye wall. But either way, a very dangerous situation as we go through Tuesday and Tuesday night here along the Gulf Coast of Mississippi.
Thanks so much, Mike. And of course, we're keeping a very close eye on this. You can stick with the Weather Channel because we're going to be with you through the duration of this with continuous coverage because, of course, we know we've all had a little bit of a rough year already, and we are going to stick with you. So, Jackie, you know, the latest thing that everyone wants to know is what is the forecast saying? What are the models picking up on this? We want to keep everyone updated on the latest with Sally.
Yeah, we want to focus in on some of the rainfall and talk a little bit more about the surge, too. We've got some new video just into the Weather Channel, Felicia, showing us some of the higher water that we're already seeing along parts of the Gulf Coast. This is on Dauphin Island, Alabama, where roads are already taking on some of that water, and conditions are only going to be getting worse before they get better. Let's show you the rainfall now and talk a little bit more about that because we've already had a ton of rain into parts of Florida. We've had double-digit rainfall in some areas previously. There you can see the center and that eye wall trying to develop a little bit. A lot of lightning, too, by the way, and some of those intense bands. We also have some banding taking place across the peninsula, and then our storms are tracking from east towards the west throughout parts of the Panhandle. Now, Sally, a really slow mover, and it's expected to continue to slow down as it approaches land. So we're talking about a 24-hour period of time where it's just going to be hovering in here off the Louisiana and Mississippi coastline, unfortunately, with the speed at 5 miles per hour or less. That gives it the opportunity to just be a prolific rainmaker, and the rainfall totals that we're forecasting are really just staggering. In fact, we could be talking about a foot to a foot and a half of rainfall in some areas, most likely very near the center where it makes landfall and off towards the right of that. So just keep in mind that, you know, these models are going to continue to adjust a little bit when it moves so slow. It's really tough to tell exactly where it's going to make landfall. So the other thing we really want to point out is how far inland this goes. We've got flash flood watches that stretch from New Orleans all the way up to Birmingham already, and those will likely need to get extended even up towards the Atlanta metro area potentially. But if we focus in just on tomorrow and your Wednesday morning, the flooding will be most likely in southern parts of Mississippi as well as into Alabama. Well, Sally also forecast to bring some life-threatening storm surge to communities along the Gulf Coast. Our Dr. Greg Postel shows us who could see nearly a foot of surge and what that looks like.
Hurricane Sally continues to close in on the northern Gulf Coast, and be prepared for life-threatening flash flooding from rainfall and also life-threatening flooding inundation from storm surge. Look at these maps from the Hurricane Center. We may see 1 to 3 feet of storm surge across the Florida Panhandle, but even worse than that, higher amounts, significantly higher than that across coastal Alabama, Mississippi, and even eastern Louisiana. We might indeed see storm surge values that exceed 10 feet. It is indeed possible. And let me show you what that looks like when we zoom in to parts of the region. Let's go to southwestern Mississippi in the Waveland, Bay St. Louis area, and in particular right around the Shoreline Park. Now, these areas in orange show you that the potential for storm surge up to 9 feet is indeed possible. And what would that do? That would leave many homes and neighborhoods entirely underwater, especially north of Highway 90 and south of I-10, but even areas north of that. Let's zoom in and let me show you what this looks like and tell you exactly why you need to leave when ordered to do just that. Look at this. Houses underwater, entire neighborhoods across the region, many square miles inundated by essentially non-survivable storm surge. Let me show you what that looks like. Well, when you bring the water up to 3 feet, it's too late to evacuate. You got to do it before then. This can carry you off your feet, certainly carry a car away, and big objects moving around could knock down things in their path. But we know there's going to be places that have water higher than this, maybe even up to 6 feet, perhaps even 9 feet of storm surge. This is not survivable, and it is exactly why you need to follow the advice of the local officials when they tell you to evacuate, because it just may save your life.
So important to get out when they say get out. We're really going to have it all here with Sally. Storm surge, inland flooding, but also those winds have been increasing, Carl.
Yeah, that's right. And, big worry is that it's going to be a long duration wind event, and also that it may take a very, very long time to move in. I want to show you the current winds right now, gusting to 36 miles per hour in Mobile, now gusting to 29 in Gulfport. So the area of strong winds, the tropical storm force winds extending out 125 miles from the center, mostly on the north and east side of the circulation. There are some buoys now that are getting winds up to and just a little bit over 50 miles per hour. And we're certainly going to see a lot more of that. Now, I want to show you one of our high resolution models. This is an IBM model. May not happen exactly like this, but we've seen now a couple of models showing this trend where not only does it come in a little farther east, but it takes some time to move in. So this is going into tomorrow night, just after midnight tomorrow night. Very well developed storm there. That is the eye wall, what we call the radius of maximum wind. And then we'll take that from tomorrow night, just after midnight, into the middle of the day. And you see it hasn't moved very much. And again, there's some other model support for this idea. So it may be that we're in a period of very strong gusty wind along the I-10 corridor, but the worst of the storm, the core of the storm, doesn't actually make its move northward on Tuesday. Rather, it may wait until Wednesday to do that. This model actually showing a trend that is more towards Mobile Bay. So that would obviously increase the stakes there in northwestern Florida. That is a possibility. That would lessen the wind impacts in New Orleans, but all during this period where it's sitting offshore. And again, we talked about this very long period where it's sitting offshore. You've got flow that is coming into the eastern part of Louisiana. And so, Jackie, I fear in a case like that, that it would be very bad indeed for surge in St. Bernard and the east bank of Plaquemines Parish.
Yeah, so let's talk about some of the city timing with all of this and the impacts that we can expect. We'll start with a place like Pensacola, where you already have the gray skies across the region and rain threatening. We've had some of the rain bands start to work their way in, and they'll likely become heavier and steadier as we head into tonight. And of course, flash flooding is going to be a real concern. You mentioned Pensacola. They're really going to get it all. They'll have some gusty winds. They're going to get some storm surge with this, and then also the rainfall. And rain may end up being the biggest deal here for Pensacola. The rainfall totals could be as much as a foot to 1.5 feet of rainfall. And this is a very flat, low-lying area, so this could really be extensive. The winds already picking up, and they'll continue into Wednesday night. So this is really that long-duration event that Carl was talking about. Tuesday morning to Wednesday morning is when the strongest winds will likely be peaking through the region. This is our future radar. Most of the bands today have been relatively light, but they'll pick up in intensity tonight. That's going to continue through the day tomorrow, not to mention the threat of a couple of tornadoes. That's going to be a possibility here for you into Pensacola as well. And then as the storm slowly lingers across the area, expect more torrential downpours even into your Wednesday as well. What about Mobile? Watch for 40+ mile-per-hour wind gusts with time. Your rainfall forecast 8 to 12 inches. Sally has rapidly strengthened into a strong Category 1 hurricane. Now, Mississippi and Louisiana have ordered evacuations of coastal communities. Alabama's governor has issued a state of emergency, and now she has also ordered that all beaches remain closed along Alabama's coast. We want you to stay with the Weather Channel for in-depth coverage of Sally that you won't get anywhere else. Keep it right here.
Ta-da! Did you know Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need?
Given my unique lifestyle, that'd be perfect. Let me grab a pen and some paper. Know what? I'm gonna switch now. Just need my desk, my chair, and my phone. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
The first ingredient in this Cliff Bar is brown rice syrup, which is another name for sugar. In this Kind Bar, it's heart-healthy almonds with the taste of dark chocolate and 75% less sugar than the leading Cliff Bar. Be kind to yourself.
Introducing new Life Cuisine.
for your lifestyle. High protein, meatless, gluten-free, or low-carb lifestyle. Power up your day with New Life Cuisine. Delicious your way.
When it's especially important to keep skin clean, keep reaching for Cetaphil. Recommended by dermatologists. Awarded by Allure. And most of all, loved by skin. Cetaphil, the cleanser sensitive skin loves.
Have you wanted to speak a new language, but thought it would be too difficult? Then try Babbel. Babbel starts by teaching you words and phrases that gradually get more complex. Soon, you're practicing short conversations. So in 15 minutes a day, you'll be speaking a new language in a few weeks. Babbel works because it's built around real life. It teaches you everyday practical conversations that you will actually use. Babbel, language for life. Try it free at babbel.com.
If you want to do a little fishing, you don't buy a yacht. And if you want to take a bath, you just fill up the tub, not a swimming pool. So if you don't use your cell phone that much, why pay for more than you need? For as low as $20 a month, you can get talk, text, and data from Consumer Cellular with no contract and connections on the nation's largest wireless networks. It's easy to switch. Activation is free. And if you like, you can even keep your phone and number. You'll also receive award-winning customer support. Consumer Cellular has received the J.D. Power Award for highest customer service 9 times in a row. And you get a simple, easy-to-understand bill with no surprises. Plus, they've been an approved AARP provider for over 10 years, so members get exclusive discounts. Start saving with Consumer Cellular. You can get talk, text, and data for as low as $20 a month. Switch today and get your first month of service free. Call 1-800-918-4712. Go online or find us at Target.
Incomparable design makes it beautiful. State-of-the-art technology makes it brilliant. The visionary Lexus NX.
Lease the 2020 NX 300 for $339 a month for 36 months.
Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
We all want to go back to normal. But what if forward was better? What if forward means healthier communities, neighbors helping neighbors? What if forward means better access to healthcare? More coverage. At Emblem Health, we believe in forward. We live it every day with new ideas, new ways to be together, and affordable health coverage that works for all of us. Emblem Health, healthcare for all of us.
I had never felt a piece of handsome. I have never heard compliments throughout my childhood. I caught every joke in the dark-skinned community ever. I was black, burnt tarp. I was blurple, black and purple. I just never felt attractive, ever.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got a severe weather threat.
Winds have been gusting the full force of this thing.
The Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 76 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. Tonight, partly cloudy skies, low 57. Winds north at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Tuesday, a mainly sunny sky. High 70. North-northeast winds shifting to east-southeast at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Tuesday night, clear. Low 59. Winds south-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Hurricane season doesn't stop for a pandemic, and neither do we. Get the information you need to stay safe every day, right here on the Weather Channel.
And welcome back into our continuing coverage of what is now Hurricane Sally, what has been Hurricane Sally for a while now. Meteorologist Felicia Combs coming to you from the south shore of Lake Pontchartrain, just outside of downtown New Orleans by about 7-8 miles. I will tell you, in the past 30 minutes or so, I've continued to see this wave action picking up. Yesterday we were here, there were a few white caps, but you can see just how angry Lake Pontchartrain is. And here's the thing, we're not even to high tide today yet. High tide coming in a few hours, and so we're going to continue to see these water levels rising. And there is a storm surge warning for the possibility of storm surge 4 to 6 feet around Lake Pontchartrain. And then we also have the hurricane warning and the flash flood watch. I want to tell you guys something just to give you a little perspective so you can kind of see where I'm standing. And you might think, oh, well, that's just like a little bit of wave action coming up here or there. But I actually have had my boots filled with water at this point. I've been standing here for about 2 minutes, and I take my boot off, but I'm not good at standing on one foot. But my boots are completely filled with water. Those are the types of things that we're going to see in this area initially, and then it's just going to continue getting worse. So, Jackie, the best way to know what's going on with the storm, especially as we head through tonight and tomorrow, stay inside and let the Weather Channel tell you what's going on.
Very good advice. Hopefully you brought a second pair of boots for dry ones for tomorrow. Thanks so much, Felicia. We want to bring in now the director of the National Hurricane Center in Miami, Ken Graham, who's been a very, very busy gentleman as of late. And, you know, Ken, everybody's talking about this intensification that's just been taking place. How significant is this, and how much farther do you think this is going to go?
Yeah, Jackie, once that convection wrapped around the center, you know, we were watching that this morning with those thunderstorms starting to build on that north side. And once that happened and they wrapped around the center, the intensification happened quickly. So it's interesting. If you really look at the forecast track, you know, this latest track, you know, taking it to the north, but there's more time to have it over the water. So the slow system over warm water and not a lot of shear, it still has a chance to develop to be a little bit stronger. But either way, you're still going to have the impacts of that storm surge and all that rainfall.
Is it possible we could be talking about a major hurricane?
You know, it looks like, you know, we got a chance to where we have it now. I mean, it looks like it's pretty consistent with the pressure. So there's always that chance to plan for one up. I mean, you start looking at a category 1, we always tell people to plan one up. But I tell you, you know, you get those fluctuations in the wind. But either way, you know, you start really looking at this rainfall, the slow part of this. I mean, the slow nature of this type of rainfall, the storm surge that we see, even if you get some intensification, the slow part is what we still have to talk about, because that's not a lot of movement from now all the way to 7 a.m. Wednesday. Think of this. I mean, that is just not a lot of movement. That's more time to pile up that water on the storm surge and more time to drop all that rainfall.
Yeah, very, very concerning. Multiple high tide cycles that we're going to have to be dealing with that storm surge. Of course, the inland flooding going to be a big threat. What concerns you most about a slow-moving storm?
Yeah, the slow-moving storm. I mean, Jackie, just all these years of watching these storms, I mean, the slow ones produce so much rainfall. I mean, you know, 15 to 20 inches of rain, not just on the coast. I mean, you follow this through Alabama, even into the northern portion of Georgia, and you're talking 6 to 10 inches of rainfall. So, you know, that's what's so alarming, just the slow nature of this, so much rainfall. And being so slow, you have so much time to pile up the storm surge. I mean, 7 to 11 southeast Louisiana, but look around, you know, Alabama, Mobile Bay, 5 to 8 foot of storm surge, and along the Mississippi coast, 6 to 9 foot, Ocean Springs over to Dauphin Island. That's a lot of water. So that's a dangerous part of these storms that we got to really keep talking about and listening to those local officials in these low-lying areas. If they tell you to get out, you got to get out.
Absolutely. How long could folks have to be sheltering in place to ride this thing out?
You know, you really need to talk about the slow nature of this. So if you think about how high the water can get, so you push the storm surge in. Let's really look at the timing here. So we talked about through, you know, even Wednesday. If you think about the flow around this system, so even on Wednesday you can still have a southerly component. That doesn't mean the water's still rising, but what it can do is prevent it from draining. So you could see some areas that have some water sustained for a while. So that's the thing. You can't get back to these areas unless it's safe. So that's why it's so important to really listen to local officials, not just before, but even after the storm.
Absolutely. All right. Thanks so much, Ken Graham, the director of the National Hurricane Center in Miami. So we want to bring in now our storm specialist, Carl Parker. And, you know, Carl, slow-moving storm, very concerning for sure. We also have a tornado threat to go along with this, and we'll we'll see that often happen with landfalling tropical systems. Mississippi, Alabama, even Georgia can be notorious for that.
Yeah, I mean, that is always a concern because you've got so much shear in the atmosphere, which we are seeing already. And let's take a look at one of the high-resolution models here. And, you know, what we're really paying attention to is the banding that is coming in long before the core of the storm comes in, because it's in that banding where you're going to find some thunderstorms in an area of high low-level shear. And that could continue right on up into parts of Alabama and Georgia, as you mentioned. There's the current radar picture. We're seeing a little bit of this activity coming onshore. It's not very robust right now, but we are seeing a lot of turning of the winds from the surface up to 5,000 feet, and that is what always happens with a tropical cyclone. So there is a threat for tornadoes today, and that threat is going to be amplified tomorrow and may continue through Wednesday and Thursday as well. We'll have much more coming up.
You like off-roading in nature, but you don't like getting stuck in nature. That's a conundrum. Psych! These tires have mud scooping and rock crawling technology. Go with the Coopers. Cooper! I haven't said psych in a while.
Clean is a feeling. It's the simple joy of washing your hands without ever touching a faucet. It's the little things that matter. That's why we create moments to feel Kohler clean every day.
I suffered with psoriasis for so long.
I felt gross. People were afraid I was contagious.
I was covered from head to toe. I was afraid to show my skin.
After I started Cosentix, I wasn't covered anymore.
4 years clear.
5 years now.
I just look and feel better.
See me.
Real people with psoriasis look and feel better with Cosentix. Don't use if you're allergic to Cosentix. Before starting, get checked for tuberculosis. An increased risk of infections and lowered ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor about an infection or symptoms. If your inflammatory bowel disease symptoms develop or worsen, or if you've had a vaccine or plan to, serious allergic reactions may occur.
5 years is just crazy.
See me.
Learn more at Cosentix.com.
When you have diabetes, managing your blood sugar is crucial. Try Boost Glucose Control. The patented blend is clinically shown to help manage blood sugar levels. It provides 60% more protein than the leading diabetes nutrition shake. Try Boost Glucose Control.
My turn.
It shows up at the end of the year.
Coffee Mate seasonal flavors.
It really makes the season.
Oh, peppermint mocha.
It's related to nature.
Pumpkin spice.
This is gonna be a while.
Yeah.
Try Coffee Mate seasonal flavors. Coffee's perfect holiday mate.
What's going on? Let me help lift and push and push. There, it's up there. Hey, Josh.
Wrinkles send the wrong message. Help prevent them before they start with Downy Wrinkle Guard.
Can you believe all the Ings we fit under one roof? We're here to help your small business any way we can. Every ink for small business, all in one place.
The UPS store.
They don't care where you're from. They don't care who you marry. They don't care about your age, how you look, or if you go to therapy. Pets don't care about what makes us different. They just love. 1 in 5 pets find homes through PetSmart charities. Adopt today at PetSmart.com/adoptions.
Nicole, you look amazing.
Jenny Craig works.
With our most popular plan, Rapid Results, you can lose up to 16 pounds in 4 weeks. Call now. Limited time offer and flexible delivery options for Jenny Craig's Rapid Results.
As a real estate agent, I've learned it's excess moisture that causes musty odors. Pro tip, use Damp Rid.
Damp Rid drop-in tabs attract and trap excess moisture out of the air, eliminating musty odors.
Works every time.
Get rid of dampness.
Damp Rid.
With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm will always be among the first to arrive and the last to leave, to help show that human nature is greater than nature. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
It was about 2.5 feet and rising. I'm probably one of the last that's going to get in and out of there with a truck, unless you've got really high tires.
Are you planning to stay here? What's your thoughts?
No, I'm evacuating.
Yeah, residents in Mississippi taking absolutely no chances, evacuating while they can, as some roads are already covered with water. And that's going to be the story for this portion of the Gulf Coast that Sally is taking aim at. Meteorologist Felicia Combs here, coming to you from New Orleans on the south shore of Lake Pontchartrain. And I just can't tell you, I was here for a little bit yesterday, and then I've been here for a few hours so far today. And I can't tell you how I've seen the waves just get higher and higher. I've seen them just come up farther and farther as we've had this persistent onshore breeze, these northerly winds at about 20 miles an hour. And the thing about it is that energy, it adds up. When the winds are continuously blowing from one direction, downwind of that with bodies of water, you start to get that really buildup of more water, and that's what helps create that storm surge. Particularly for Lake Pontchartrain, we've got a storm surge warning 4 to 6 feet is possible. You can't see it here. Here's the lake, but just off to my right-hand side is Lakeshore Drive. It's actually closed. Closed today. It will probably remain closed, I'd say at least until Wednesday, as Tuesday will actually be the worst day here. So in New Orleans, I would say today conditions are still okay, but by tonight you're going to have those tropical storm force winds picking up, and then that's going to continue pretty much all day Tuesday. We also have coverage coming to you from Bay St. Louis, Mississippi. That's where we find our own Mike Seidel.
All impacts are on the table here in Bay St. Louis, Mississippi. Wind, heavy rainfall, inland freshwater flooding, and storm surge. We're expecting a surge here of 7 to 11 feet, and that's going to be dependent on where the center exactly makes landfall, and that's likely on the coast of Mississippi sometime later on Tuesday. In the meantime, look at the wind. Old Glory in the flags here at the marina at Bay St. Louis. We've got sustained winds about 12 to 15 miles an hour. We've had gusts to 25. It is going to get a lot windier, certainly as we get into Tuesday and Tuesday night. But look at the water rise. That dock there in the foreground is just about submerged. You can see the ladder. It gives you an idea of how high the water is. It's running now over 2 feet above where it should be. And as I mentioned, 7 to 11 feet above normal dry ground is predicted. We've got boats in the marina. The reason why, some of these are owned by out-of-state owners, and some of these cannot sail on their own power. They've got some mechanical issues, so they're going to be tied down. They do have a nice break, a nice wall around the marina. Behind that is the railroad bridge, and that's going to break some of the wave action coming in from the Gulf of Mexico. So we've got a lot ahead of us here on coastal Mississippi's counties, including here in Hancock, where there is a mandatory evacuation of low-lying areas. That includes folks that live on bayous, creeks, streams, mobile homes, modular homes, and we're already seeing high water. If you go up 603 out of the Back Bay, water already over some of the roads. So the impacts are starting to be felt here, but by and large, the worst, the timing is tomorrow night into Wednesday morning.
All right, Mike, thank you very much. And a very dangerous storm here because it is a strong Category 1 on its way to becoming a Category 2, and it is going to crawl as it moves towards the coast, and that is going to amplify everything. It's going to make it last that much longer. Right now, 90-mile-per-hour winds. You see that slow forward speed west-northwest at 7 miles per hour. You also notice the huge bursting of those deep colors there. Those are the thunderstorms developing about the center and the upper-level environment. Very favorable right now, and so it's got more time to continue to organize. And an eye wall is trying to develop there around the core, but it's having a little bit of a hard time doing that. Maybe a little bit of dry air sneaking in on the underside of the system. One trend that we have seen in the last 24 hours is for more of the tracks to be farther east, and that could mean potentially less impact in New Orleans particularly, but we're still going to see very serious surge impacts in eastern Louisiana on the east bank of the Plaquemines Parish and also St. Bernard Parish, and then into southern Mississippi, coastal Mississippi, and into Mobile Bay. And all of those areas, life-threatening storm surge on the way with this storm, and we're going to be looking at it over several high tide cycles. Now, I'll tell you, models really struggle when a storm is getting into an environment where the winds are not strong, where there's not much to push it along. Here's one of our high-resolution models showing the storm sitting out there and then finally beginning to move in overnight on Wednesday, very early on Wednesday morning, and then beyond that continuing up and into Alabama and Georgia. But I want to show you the brand new run of the European model, which is even slower than that. And what it shows is the storm sitting out near the mouth of the Mississippi. This is late tomorrow, 10 p.m. tomorrow, and then finally begins to make its move, but doesn't come up to the coast until we get to a full 24 hours later, late Wednesday. So it may be that it takes even longer to come on shore, and that's going to mean even more rainfall there along that I-10 corridor. We'll have much more coming up.
I recently took a road trip to Greensville to attend a chili cook-off. Rough roads all the way down. I drove there on these Cooper Discoverer and Duramax tires. Without them, we might never know the winning bean-to-meat ratio of a good chili. So go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Nicole, you look amazing.
Jenny Craig works. Take control of your health with our convenient, great-tasting, chef-crafted meals delivered right to your doorstep, starting at $12.99 per day for a limited time only. Call now or visit jennycraig.com.
They don't care where you're from. They don't care who you marry. They don't care about your age, how you look, or if you go to therapy. Pets don't care about what makes us different. They just love. 1 in 5 pets find homes through PetSmart charities. Adopt today at PetSmart.com/adoptions.
Hi. My name is Sam Davis, and I'm going to tell you about exciting plans available to anyone with Medicare. Many plans provide broad coverage and still may save you money on monthly premiums and prescription drugs. With Original Medicare, you're covered for hospital stays and doctor office visits, but you have to meet a deductible for each, and then you're still responsible for 20% of the cost. Next, let's look at a Medicare supplement plan. As you can see, they cover the same things as Original Medicare, and they also cover your Medicare deductibles and coinsurance, but they often have higher monthly premiums and no prescription drug coverage. Now, let's take a look at Humana's Medicare Advantage plans. With a Humana Medicare plan, hospital stays, doctor office visits, and Medicare deductibles are covered. And of course, most Humana Medicare Advantage plans include prescription drug coverage. In fact, in 2018, Humana Medicare Advantage prescription drug plan members saved an estimated $7,400 on average on their prescription costs. Most Humana Medicare Advantage plans help you maintain your fitness and health by including a Silver Sneakers fitness program at no extra cost. And you may be able to save on dental and vision expenses because coverage is now included with most Humana Medicare Advantage plans. You get all this coverage for as low as a $0 monthly plan premium in many areas. And your doctor and hospital may already be a part of Humana's large network. If you want the facts, call right now for the free decision guide from Humana. There is no obligation, so call the number on your screen right now to see if your doctor is in our network, to find out if you could save on your prescriptions, and to get our free decision guide. Licensed Humana sales agents are standing by, so call now.
Motorcycle riders love the open road, and Geico loves helping riders get to where they're going. So to help even more, Geico is giving new and current customers a 15% credit on their motorcycle policies with the Geico Give Back. And because we're committed for the long haul, the credit lasts your whole policy term. The Geico Give Back, helping riders focus on the road ahead.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to Bay St. Louis, Mississippi. I'm meteorologist Mike Seidel. Continuous around-the-clock coverage of Hurricane Sally, rapidly intensified late this morning. Already seeing water rises here at the marina in Bay St. Louis. Look at the dock there. It's already disappeared. At least a 2-foot rise right now. The forecast surge for this part of the Mississippi Gulf Coast right now is 7 to 11 feet. Now that will be dictated by the eventual track and where the center goes on shore. If it goes into east over towards, say, Gulfport, we'll have more of an offshore wind that will cut down on the surge. That remains to be seen. In the meantime, another big issue, prolific rainfall totals over a foot, and freshwater flooding is very likely. We've already seen high water on some of the roads, not from rainfall, but from the push of water from the Gulf of Mexico. So major impacts here along the Mississippi Gulf Coast. The hurricane warnings continue along with a storm surge warning. We'll keep you updated. The worst of the weather here timing out Tuesday and Tuesday night.
All right, Mike, thank you so much. And the big story this morning has been a period of rapid intensification with this storm. We saw winds of 65 miles per hour early this morning. They are now up to 90 miles per hour. The storm on its way to becoming a Category 2 storm and moving very slowly west-northwest at 7 miles per hour. You notice how the high clouds have been fanning out in every direction there. So you've got a very favorable environment aloft, but perhaps a little bit of dry air intrusion now on the south side. You can notice how there's all this deep color in the cloud, and that's beginning to go away in the last few frames. So we're seeing a little bit of a waxing and waning occurring here, and that's pretty typical with tropical cyclones. They have periods where they get stronger, and then maybe they level off for a time, and then they can get stronger again. But at least right now, there appears to be some dry air intrusion. The trend that we have seen here in the last 24 hours is an eastward trend in the track, so maybe less impact in New Orleans, but more impact in places like Mobile and perhaps, Jackie, into northwest Florida. And also, we're seeing some indication that it could take even longer to come on board, a very long duration event.
Too long for sure.
Yep.
Also, what's been way too long is what's been happening out west with all the wildfires. Here's what we know right now. 35 people have been killed by the fires, 24 in California, 10 in Oregon, and a 1-year-old boy in Washington state. 29 major wildfires are burning in California alone, 18 in Oregon. Most of them are burning near cities like Portland, Eugene, and Medford. And at least 14 major fires have been reported in Washington, most of them in the western areas of the state. Well, all across the West, thousands of evacuees are seeking shelter, some with family and friends, others in hotels and Red Cross shelters. As the Weather Channel's Justin Michaels explains, many of them have stories to tell of terror and heartbreak.
The stories are harrowing.
We just blazed out of the driveway with the fire in the rearview mirror.
Almost hard to believe.
We had to leave. We had to run. And we got a few things, but that's it. It's just.
But described so simply.
It was like a nightmare.
The North Complex fire has consumed hundreds of thousands of acres and people's homes.
When you stood outside, you could hear this roar coming from everywhere.
And it's still growing.
I would have to describe it as like Armageddon coming at us. I mean, it was just, I never seen nothing like that.
Ray Roy Bartley finds himself homeless today, but finding joy where he can.
It's hard to think of all the things you lost. I had to leave my dogs, and not knowing, and I left 3 of my big dogs, and they made it. They made it. They lived through the fire.
And for many from Berry Creek, California, joy also comes from community. Community in an unlikely place. The North Complex fire raged just miles from where we're standing right now, making countless people homeless. They're now using this place, the Lakeside Supermarket, as their new home base, a place for them to get donated goods and try to start life after the fires.
I can't imagine living anywhere else.
Karen Sisti and her husband have made a home here for decades. They are now part of the fabric of this community, and that legacy has never meant more.
We've been there since 1976, and we were on the fire department. I worked at the school. He was a bus driver. We knew everyone, and we keep getting texts from those kids that were kids back then that are adults now wanting to come and help us, and it's so nice to know that we made that much of a difference in all those kids' lives.
Life after tragedy is never easy, not for anyone. But for countless now homeless because of the California wildfires, it still moves on, day by day. People finding solace in survival. In Oroville, California, Justin Michaels, The Weather Channel.
Just truly, truly heartbreaking. And fire conditions are elevated again today across parts of the West. Got some gusty winds that have been moving in, and that's brought red flag warnings to parts of California, into Oregon, and into the Intermountain West. Just a couple of small areas of critical fire conditions today, but improvements are expected for tomorrow. We've got a frontal system off the coast here that's going to bring in some moisture eventually, but the smoke is still spreading all across the West. Terrible air quality, and so so many areas. In fact, this is all getting wrapped up and even heading off into parts of the east, believe it or not. Air quality alerts, all of Washington, Oregon, through much of Idaho, as well as into Montana. More in the tropics after this.
At Physicians Mutual, we know that planning for retirement can feel scary.
Heard you're retiring soon. My husband just retired. Figuring out how to stay covered was a real doozy.
Hey, look, Leonard's premiums are showing.
He doesn't even have a Medigap.
What can I say to him all?
Anyways, we found Physicians Mutual. They made it really easy. I'll give him a call.
Retire with confidence. We'll listen and find you the coverage you need.
Physicians Mutual, Physicians Mutual.
From roof to foundation, the damage to your home can be devastating from clogged gutters, leaking roofs, rotting wood and fascia, and flooded basements. Protect your entire home with Leaf Filter, the nation's #1 rated gutter protection system. Once our ladders go up, you can put yours down forever.
One of the things that I like the most is that I don't have to get back on the ladder anymore.
Leaf Filter starts by cleaning, sealing, and realigning your gutters. We then install our micro mesh screen over your existing gutters, which is guaranteed to filter out everything except for water.
Trying other products is what made us finally go to Leaf Filter.
And Leaf Filter's lifetime transferable warranty makes it an extraordinary value.
Leaf Filter's going to make my home more valuable, especially when I go to sell it.
Call 833-LEAF-FILTER or go to getleaffilter.com for your free gutter inspection and estimate. Call or log on today and save 15%.
Thank you for taking me home. It's so far.
Don't worry about it, Grandma. This will be fun. 2 chocolate milkshakes, please.
Make it 3.
3?
Did you get his number?
No, Grandma. Grandma!
Excuse me.
Some relationships get better with time. That's why I got a Crosstrek.
97% of Subaru vehicles sold in the last 10 years are still on the road.
I'm so glad you got a Subaru.
I wonder who gave me the idea.
Oh. Love. It's what makes Subaru, Subaru.
We believe in good we can all afford.
Sing it.
From coffee that opens more eyes to black business to 100 shades of beautiful.
Whether holding down the fort or bouncing back to school, childhood is always in session. So keep feeding us right with Sun-Made snacks. Just like when you were a kid. Delicious, made with whole fruit. Sun.
Spectrum Mobile is the fastest growing provider out there. They're growing faster than AT&T, Verizon, and T-Mobile.
Must be using Magic Grow Mix.
What?
Makes things grow faster.
No, they're the fastest growing because thousands of people are switching every day. Because they have the fastest overall speeds and it's the most reliable.
It's probably Magic Grow Mix.
It's not. You can save up to 40% on your monthly bill. Magic Grow Mix isn't even a thing.
It is, I have it, and you might want to stand back.
Join Spectrum Mobile today. Find out why they're the fastest growing provider out there.
I can taste the pineapples already.
Introducing Plaza Automole's pickup and drop off for servicing your vehicle. Whether you're just needing an oil change, alignment, new tires, or a brake job, schedule with us online or on the phone, and we will pick up your car and drop it off when it's done. We are here for all of your service needs. Hey, did you know you can get a 2-year lease at Plaza Automole? That's right, 24 months with no public transit. Sounds right on time to me. Payments as low as $199 a month. Many options available with no money down.
You one-stop block when you auto shop.
Everything weather.
Wow! Boy, do we have a lot to talk about.
Weather Today from the Weather Channel. New episodes every day, only on Quibi.
Currently in our area, 76 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. Tonight, partly cloudy skies, low 57. Winds north at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Tuesday, a mainly sunny sky. High 70. North-northeast winds shifting to east-southeast at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Tuesday night, clear. Low 59. Winds south-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back. We are following a storm that has become a lot more dangerous in the last 12 hours. It's 65 miles per hour this morning, now up to 90 miles per hour. So a strong Category 1 on its way to becoming a Category 2 storm. You see the big burst of thunderstorms that occurred earlier today. And notice also how the high cloud is fanning out in a lot of directions. That indicates that the upper level environment is favorable. And we do expect that that is going to continue to be the case. Now, interesting trends here in the satellite in just the last few hours. You saw this big bursting occurring this morning, and now suddenly the cloud tops are getting a little bit warmer, and there also appears to be a little bit of dry air intrusion on the south side. So, you know, this is not unusual to see it sort of waxing and waning occurring in terms of intensity. You can see a big burst, the storm gets a lot stronger, then maybe levels out for a time, and that's probably happening right now, but we do expect that it will continue to strengthen as it's generally in a favorable environment. So here is the forecast from the National Hurricane Center. And by the way, I've got a new forecast package coming out at 5 p.m., 4 p.m. Central. And you'll notice here that they take it up to Category 2. Then it slows down dramatically with a forward speed of maybe 5 miles per hour. Though I will tell you there's a new model that indicates that it could flat out stall for a long time. I'll show you that in just a sec. And then it slowly comes on shore, which is going to maximize all of the impacts. It's going to be a prolonged period of very strong wind, a prolonged period of very heavy rain, and we got a terrific amount of rain in the Keys when this thing was just a tropical storm. And here you're talking about a Category 2 hurricane, and rainfall rates do increase with intensity. And of course, you add the slow forward speed to that, and that's going to maximize that rainfall. And then also surge is going to be a big issue over several high tide cycles. But the trend here in the last 24 hours has been to move a little farther east, which more implicates places like Mobile and maybe takes the pressure off in places like New Orleans. We certainly hope that that is going to be the case. Here you see some of the modeling here that is even farther east now, some of the most recent track modeling even farther east, and that raises the stakes in northwest Florida as well. So as it stands right now, there are hurricane warnings through Alabama. Those may extend into northwest Florida as well. But I want to show you this latest run of the European model so you can see what I'm talking about. We'll take this forward into late tonight, 11 p.m. There's the center of circulation very close to the mouth of the Mississippi, Plaquemines Parish. Then we'll go forward 12 hours. And the thing has not moved at all in 12 hours. And the models have a very hard time with these really light steering environments when the winds are very, very light. Then in this model depiction, it finally starts to make its move during the middle of the day on Wednesday, and then begins to really move in, the core of the storm really moving in, going into late Wednesday. But that would mean, Jackie, just a couple of days of very strong wind and heavy rain there along I-10, and then conditions getting much worse going into Wednesday. This is going to be a really long event, most likely.
Yeah, hard to imagine. Carl, we're also tracking other tropical systems too. And we've got more new video into us out of Bermuda. Check out the winds rocking the island as Paulette struck. The entire island of Bermuda was in the eye of Paulette for a time earlier today, as this was a really large eye, about 40 miles across, and a lot of folks on the island. In fact, most of them lost power. Now, Paulette has moved to the north of Bermuda, and it's intensified since it's done that, believe it or not. And Paulette's just one more storm that we're talking about. We've got 5 named storms. This ties the most ever in history. We haven't seen this many in the Atlantic in more than 50 years, so really puts it in perspective how unusual it is to see this much activity. But it really tells you too, when things are ripe for activity, they are ripe. So let's get the latest here on Paulette. It is a Category 2 hurricane. It's well to the north of Bermuda right now, moving at 13 miles per hour. Not expected to weaken until about the middle of the week. It's a pretty large storm too. And one of the other things that it's doing is, because of its size and because of its intensity, it's really churning up the ocean here into the Atlantic. And so we're feeling those impacts here on the eastern seaboard. So folks here have a rough surf. You also have a very high risk of rip currents, so bad beach weather, right? You don't want to get in the water even if the sun is shining. Keep that in mind. We also have Tropical Storm Teddy. This is a next one we really need to pay attention to. It's out in the middle of nowhere right now. Maximum winds around 40 miles per hour, but this one expected to intensify, likely into another major hurricane with time later in the week. Latest forecast does bring it north of the Lesser Antilles, but sometimes it moves outside of that cone. So it's really something we have to watch later in the week, especially because it's expected to become so intense. And then we've got Vicky. Did you know we've got another one out there? Yeah, Vicky, a tropical storm, a weak one. Maximum winds only 40 miles per hour. Best thing that we can tell you about Vicky is that it's weak. It's in the middle of nowhere, and the latest forecasts have it weakening further with time back down to a tropical depression as we head towards the end of the week.
Domino's knows delivery, so when we asked our team members how to make carry-out more convenient, they had thoughts.
Frisbee it.
That's a thought.
Deliver it.
Even better. Introducing Domino's Carside Delivery. Just pull up, check in online, and we bring your food to you. It's carry-out delivered.
The first ingredient in this Cliff Bar is brown rice syrup, which is another name for sugar. In this Kind Bar, it's heart-healthy almonds with the taste of dark chocolate and 75% less sugar than the leading Cliff Bar. Be kind to yourself.
Jake from State Farm. I would like to formally extend my gratitude for the Russell rate on my insurance.
Do you mean surprisingly great rates from State Farm?
I don't believe in accepting help, but I'll make an exception.
Here's the deal, Russell. There's no special rate. These prices are for everyone.
With the oak and the eagle as witness, consider us square. I made that from memory. I know your face that well.
You want the real deal? Like a good neighbor? State Farm is there.
What will you do when the power goes out? Power outages can be unpredictable, inconvenient, and disruptive to your life. But with a Generac home standby generator, your life goes on, uninterrupted, because you'll have power when you need it the most.
24 days we were without power. I had water, I had ice, I had coffee, I had air conditioner. I was able to stay here because of the Generac.
Get the safety, security, and peace of mind your family deserves with a home standby generator from Generac. 8 out of 10 home generators are Generac, with thousands of satisfied customers.
Very good product. Very, very good reviews from everybody.
Prices start at just $19.99, and special financing is available with surprisingly affordable monthly payments. Call now to schedule your free in-home assessment, and you'll receive a 7-year extended warranty absolutely free. That's a $695 value. Call or go online today. Power your life with Generac.
We are the Thrivers. Women with metastatic breast cancer. Standing in the struggle. Hustling through the hurt. Asking for science, not sorries. Our time for more time has come. Living longer is possible and proven in women taking Kisqali plus fulvestrant or a non-steroidal aromatase inhibitor. Kisqali is the only treatment in its class with proven overall survival results in 2 clinical trials, helping women live longer with HR-positive, HER2-negative metastatic breast cancer. Kisqali was also significantly more effective at delaying disease progression versus a non-steroidal aromatase inhibitor or fulvestrant alone. Kisqali can cause lung problems or an abnormal heartbeat, which can lead to death. It can cause serious skin reactions, liver problems, and low white blood cell counts that may result in severe infections. Tell your doctor right away if you have new or worsening symptoms, including breathing problems, cough, chest pain, a change in your heartbeat, dizziness, yellowing of the skin or eyes, dark urine, tiredness, loss of appetite, abdomen pain, bleeding, bruising, fever, chills, or other symptoms of an infection, a severe or worsening rash, are or plan to become pregnant or breastfeeding. Avoid grapefruit during treatment. Kisqali is not approved for use with tamoxifen. It's our time to continue to shine because we are the Thrivers. Ask your doctor about Kisqali, the only treatment in its class proven to help women live longer in 2 clinical trials.
Sally is strengthening and doing so quite quickly.
Louisiana Highway 1 is not elevated. Probably will see that area go underwater just as we did for Hurricane Laura a couple of weeks ago.
Water rises perhaps as much as 7 to 11 feet.
Now is not the time to let your guard down. Now is the time to prepare.
You know, complacency is our enemy with these, but I see our residents doing what they need to do to prepare.
And we are continuing our coverage of Hurricane Sally as it churns
in the Gulf. I'm meteorologist Felicia Combs coming to you from Lake Pontchartrain in New Orleans, and this is one of the places that is under a storm surge warning and a hurricane warning as we brace for the impacts of Sally. Of course, as we've been talking about, the models are showing a trend to the east, but still New Orleans having to keep an eye on the threats like storm surge from Lake Pontchartrain. You can see just how angry the lake is behind me. Now, this is not normal, this water running up here over this concrete area. People normally are out walking, riding their bikes and things, and that is not something that they would want to be doing today, as it is very windy. It's just going to keep getting windier. Now, I will say, if you're in New Orleans and you're trying to make your plans, maybe planning for some power outages possibly, because we will have those tropical storm force winds, possibly up to hurricane force winds, I'd say get it done today, get it done as early as you can, because we're going to see those conditions continuing to deteriorate as we head through the overnight tonight. And here's the thing, guys, we're talking about all day Tuesday. We're talking about very strong winds all day Tuesday, the possibility for some rain. Now, while the heaviest amounts of rain are going to be to the east, we are still expecting the possibility of some flash flooding around New Orleans, Metairie, and the general area. And as you head farther east, you're going to see those totals just increasing. So we do have multiple things that we're going to have to keep in mind as we head through the next couple days. And I will say, just know that tomorrow is really going to be the day that we have to keep a close eye on everything, Carl. And the model's trying to get a handle on what this system's doing, but it's just been really a little bit of a difficult one to pin down in the past, say, 4 hours or so.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. And, what's so difficult about it is that the wind fields are going to get really, really light. There's not much that's going to steer this thing along for a day or two. And when that happens, the models do struggle with what to do with it. So this is a really dangerous storm by virtue of the fact that it's going to be moving so slowly. A Category 1 hurricane right now, strong Category 1 on its way to becoming a Category 2. You notice there was a big burst of thunderstorms this morning, very healthy upper level environment. We're starting to see that contract a little bit, and that's pretty typical to see sort of an up and down in terms of this bursting of thunderstorms. But certainly, even if it levels out for a time, it continues to be a very dangerous storm. Center of circulation now trying to develop an eye wall that is basically just south of Pensacola, and all the weather is located on the east side of the circulation relative to that core. So the trend that we have seen, Felicia talked about this, in the last 24 hours has been to shift the track a little farther to the east, and so perhaps less impact there in New Orleans, but more impact in places like Mobile and maybe even northwest Florida as well. You notice the forecast taking it to a Category 2 hurricane, 105 miles per hour as it slowly moves onshore. And of course, that very slow motion really maximizes everything. That means a much longer period of strong winds, a much longer period of heavy rain, and there is a relationship between intensity and the rainfall rates. When you've got a stronger system, you get even heavier rainfall rates. And then, of course, the slow forward speed means we're going to be talking about maybe a couple of feet of rain. And I want to show you the most recent model track guidance here. And you look at this, and it's on the east side of this cone. And so we continue to see this shift a little bit farther to the east. And, so Felicia, that could mean some better news as regards New Orleans. It would be worse as regards northwest Florida. But one thing that we do want to tell folks is that there is still going to be this really significant water level rise, Felicia, coming into the eastern part of Louisiana, into Plaquemines, into St. Bernard, and into the lake as well there, because this storm is going to be moving so slowly and just driving water in over several high tide cycles.
Yeah, that's right, Carl. And that's one thing I would say that you really have to keep in the forefront of your mind if you live in this area on the south side of Lake Pontchartrain. You can see it behind me here. You can see it's lapping up over here in this area just off of Lakeshore Drive. And this has increased over the past several hours. It has become more steady in making its way out of this little embankment here. And Lakeshore Drive is closed. So you can see that here. They've closed Lakeshore Drive today. My assumption is it will remain closed throughout the day tomorrow. However, I actually just had an escort to the restroom. A police officer escorted me down Lakeshore Drive to find a restroom, and what I saw while we were doing that was in some places the water is already crossing the road. Not flowing across the road, not a steady flowing, but it is crossing the road in some places, and that's why this road will remain closed. And as Carl was mentioning, we're going to continue with this very slow-moving storm, just building all of this water up. Now, that's going to create surge problems, but I want to show you something. Look over here. Now, the lake is not flowing across the road. This water that you're seeing over here, that's a parking lot, or would typically be a parking lot. Now, this is not caused from the direct storm surge or anything like that, but if I had to guess, and this is me strictly guessing, it could be coming from maybe some of the storm drains or something like that backing up, because we're having this steady push of water that would typically be able to flow out into Lake Pontchartrain. Well, it's not able to do that. It's kind of backing up, and that's one of the things that we see that's a problem when you're talking about storm surge. And also another issue, these winds are only going to get stronger. So right now we've had winds sustained out of the northeast around 20 miles an hour, but by tonight we could start to see some tropical storm force winds, especially throughout the day on Tuesday, and this area in a hurricane warning, because hurricane force winds cannot be ruled out for this area either. And then, of course, the rainfall. So multiple things coming together that are going to create issues. And it's not just here in Louisiana, not just here in New Orleans, but also in a place like Bay St. Louis, Mississippi, where we find Mike Seidel.
Here in Bay St. Louis, Mississippi, the winds have been ramping up all day long, now gusting upwards of 25 miles an hour, and already the water rising. We're at the marina in Bay St. Louis. You see boats out here. Well, a lot of these boats are owned by folks that don't live here, out of state. They're going to stay put and hope for the best. Some of them have mechanical issues and cannot sail on their own, so they're going to be tied down here waiting for that storm surge of 7 to 11 feet. They do have a nice break, nice concrete wall to break some of those waves. Meanwhile, speaking of water rise, that lower dock there, you can't see it. It's already submerged. We've seen a water rise of up over 2 feet. And then beyond that is the bay going under the Route 90 bridge, which, by the way, was taken out by Katrina 15 years ago, and you can see the chop out there. Let's go down to the back bay, where they've been boarding up homes through the morning hours, getting ready for the wind and certainly the heavy rainfall. That's going to be another big issue inland here. We could see easily over a foot of rain, especially with a slow-moving tropical system, in this case, Hurricane Sally. Over in Gulfport, they're filling up sandbags. Same issues over there. A lot of rainfall, prolific totals because of the slow-moving storm. They're also under a hurricane warning there. Back here in Bay St. Louis, the worst of the weather comes in tomorrow and tomorrow night. And that means winds gusting over hurricane force, maybe even sustained winds of hurricane force, and depending on where the center comes in, whether we get into the eastern or western eye wall. But either way, a very dangerous situation as we go through Tuesday and Tuesday night here along the Gulf Coast of Mississippi.
Yeah, that's right. A dangerous situation for a lot of people right now. Everyone keeping an eye on Sally and what exactly is going to happen. Of course, the Weather Channel will be with you for the entirety of the storm, and we're going to be keeping an eye on all of that, Carl. Or Jackie. Sorry about that, Jackie.
That's okay. No trouble. We've got some new video, actually, Felicia, that we want to share with folks of some of the flooding that you're already seeing in Pensacola Beach. Sally sending bands of rain, but also storm surge already. We've got that onshore flow in this area that's bringing some water level rises across the area. And really, you know, water is going to be one of the huge concerns with Sally, whether that be from surge or from the slow-moving nature of the storm dumping torrential downpour. Now, I did check the latest odds out of Pensacola, and the rainfall today has been relatively light, really only a couple hundredths of an inch. But we've been getting some heavier bandings into the Big Bend area as well as into the Florida Peninsula. Look at all the lightning associated with these far outer bands here from Sally. So we're really just getting started. It's moving pretty slow right now, but will continue to stay slow, if not, you know, come to a crawl, if that, with time. So this is a long period of time, 24 hours, that it's going to be taking perhaps from the closest approach to the coast of Louisiana as it makes its way up towards parts of Mississippi. So that gives it the opportunity to just sit there, take all that moisture from the Gulf and pour it up over parts of the land. So rainfall totals could reach somewhere between a foot to 1.5 feet in some of the highest areas. Now, exactly where that falls, it's difficult to predict, but the opportunity is certainly there. And this is going to be widespread and inland. We've got flash flood watches that stretch from New Orleans all the way up towards Birmingham, and those will likely have to get expanded with time as this moves across parts of the southeast. Well, Sally is also forecast to bring life-threatening storm surge to communities along the Gulf Coast. Our Dr. Greg Postel shows us who could see storm surge that exceeds 10 feet and what that actually looks like.
Hurricane Sally continues to close in on the northern Gulf Coast, and be prepared for life-threatening flash flooding from rainfall and also life-threatening flooding inundation from storm surge. Look at these maps from the Hurricane Center. We may see 1 to 3 feet of storm surge across the Florida Panhandle, but even worse than that, higher amounts, significantly higher than that across coastal Alabama, Mississippi, and even eastern Louisiana. We might indeed see storm surge values that exceed 10 feet. It is indeed possible. And let me show you what that looks like when we zoom in to parts of the region. Let's go to southwestern Mississippi in the Waveland, Bay St. Louis area, and in particular right around the Shoreline Park. Now, these areas in orange show you that the potential for storm surge up to 9 feet is indeed possible. And what would that do? That would leave many homes and neighborhoods entirely underwater, especially north of Highway 90 and south of I-10, but even areas north of that. Let's zoom in and let me show you what this looks like and tell you exactly why you need to leave when ordered to do just that. Look at this. Houses underwater, entire neighborhoods across the region, many square miles inundated by essentially non-survivable storm surge. Let me show you what that looks like. Well, when you bring the water up to 3 feet, it's too late to evacuate. You got to do it before then. This can carry you off your feet, certainly carry a car away, and big objects moving around could knock down things in their path. But we know there's going to be places that have water higher than this, maybe even up to 6 feet, perhaps even 9 feet of storm surge. This is not survivable, and it is exactly why you need to follow the advice of the local officials when they tell you to evacuate, because it just may save your life.
Scary to think about water that high, so much damage and destruction from the storm surge from Laura earlier in the year. We hate to see more of that. We want to bring in our storm specialist, Carl Parker. Carl, we've talked about surge, we talked about rain, but we really have to watch the winds too. The latest model runs are coming in and they're showing Sally could be even stronger than what the official forecast is showing now.
Yeah, that's right. And part of that could be that it could have a little more time out over the open water. And then the other trend that we are seeing here is for the tracks to be a little farther to the east. So that's been the trend between yesterday and today, to see a trend farther east. And even with this most recent round of track guidance, it's still farther east. There you see the forecast taking the storm up to 105 miles per hour there. That is a Category 2 hurricane. I want to show you the most recent track guidance here, and you see that it is centered on Mississippi and Alabama and even over into northwest Florida as well, not so much towards Louisiana. That does not mean that you are out of the woods there in Louisiana. It just means that there's probably less of a chance of the most serious impacts in areas, particularly west of New Orleans. We think there's maybe a little less of a chance of a prolonged period of exceptionally strong wind, and maybe more of a chance farther eastward. So it would not be surprising to see those hurricane warnings extended farther east with the new forecast package that's going to be coming out at 5 p.m. from the Hurricane Center. Here you see the current maximum wind potential here too. I think it is possible that that is extended a little farther east based on this most recent track guidance. And right now we're seeing winds gusting to about 22 miles per hour in Pensacola. Very large area of tropical storm force winds extending out to the north and to the east. And here is the European model, which, by the way, just stalls this thing near the mouth of the Mississippi for a very long time, going into the middle of the day tomorrow. And then finally, by late tomorrow and into Wednesday morning, it starts to make its move, Jackie, in this model's estimation. So models really struggling with what to do with this very weak steering environment.
I know, very unfortunate, and some really major impacts that are going to be long-lasting as a result of that. One of the places that's already feeling impacts and will have prolonged impacts as well is Pensacola, Florida. Rain has already been threatening you here today, and we've also seen some water level rises already. Flash flooding will be a significant concern as the stronger storms become a reality later tonight and into tomorrow. So Pensacola, you could be talking about a foot of rain potentially out of all this. Some other cities communities that will be seeing some major impacts include you in Gulfport, Mississippi. And look at what a long period of time you're going to be dealing with this for. Monday p.m. Through Wednesday morning, 75 plus mile per hour wind gusts, certainly a possibility with a rainfall forecast of 8 to 12 inches. And with storm surge at 7 to 11 inches, that's going to be making it very difficult for all that rain to begin to drain out with such a long period of the onshore flow. So Gulfport, there you can see later tonight, the rain begins to move in and really begins to pick up in intensity through the day on your Tuesday. Well, Sally has rapidly strengthened now into a strong Category 1 hurricane. Mississippi and Louisiana have now ordered evacuations of coastal communities. Alabama's governor has issued a state of emergency, and she has ordered that beaches close along Alabama's coast. We want to make sure that you stay with the Weather Channel for continued in-depth coverage of Sally that you can't get anywhere else. We'll have it all day and all night long.
Visit your local Acura dealer for attractive offers on the MDX.
Daddy, what's that big moving house thing?
It's a motorhome, Junior. Modern invention.
Modern invention? We carried our homes with us since, like, forever.
Yeah, but humans have Geico to protect them. Something goes wrong, they're covered. What do we have?
What could go wrong? Ooh, a feather.
A feather? Duck, Junior!
That's no duck, Daddy. That's a vulture!
Geico for RVs. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
They say carnivorous devourus inhabits these waters. If he's here, this devour white cheddar mac and cheese with bacon will lure him out.
Eat like an animal. Devour.
The first ingredient in this Cliff Bar is brown rice syrup, which is another name for sugar. In this Kind Bar, it's heart-healthy almonds with the taste of dark chocolate and 75% less sugar than the leading Cliff Bar. Be kind to yourself.
Leaf Filter is rolling into neighborhoods all across America to end the dangerous task of climbing ladders and cleaning gutters.
On this side of the house, we see gutters clogged with leaves, debris, and shingle grit.
Now let's turn on the rain.
Watch what happens to the roof and foundation.
Look at that damage.
Okay, who wants to climb a ladder and clean the gutter?
No way, not me.
On this side, we installed Leaf Filter, the nation's #1 rated gutter protection system.
Now let's bring back the rain.
Leaf Filter filters out everything except for water.
Works perfectly.
We need that.
There's no damage because the gutters are clean, not clogged. And clean gutters mean
no ladders. And no damage.
Call 833-LEAF-FILTER or go to getleaffilter.com for your free gutter inspection and estimate. Act now and save 15%.
I'm Norm.
I'm Saz.
And we live in Columbia, Missouri. We do consulting, but we also write.
We take care of ourselves constantly. It's important. We walk 3 to 5 times a week, a couple miles at a time.
We've both been taking Prevagen for a little more than 11 years now. After about 30 days of taking it, we noticed clarity that we didn't notice before.
It's still helping me. I still notice a difference.
Prevagen, healthier brain, better life.
What's going on? Let me help. Lift and push and push.
There, it's up there.
Hey, Josh.
Wrinkles send the wrong message. Help prevent them before they start with Downy Wrinkle Guard.
Attention! Do you have Medicare? Did you know that you may qualify to get up to $144 added back to your Social Security check every month? It's easy to see if you're eligible. Just call the Go Medicare Benefits Help Center at 800-807-5730. In addition to receiving $144 every month, you might also qualify for a $0 Medicare Advantage plan that includes the following benefits: dental, including fillings, exams, and dentures; vision, including exams, frames, lenses, and even contacts; hearing, including hearing aids and batteries; and prescription drug coverage, all at no additional cost. The Go Medicare Benefits Help Center is open now at 800-807-5730. Both the call and the consultation are 100% free with absolutely no obligation to enroll. Call the Go Medicare Benefits Help Center now at 800-807-5730. That's 800-807-5730.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got a severe weather threat. Winds have been gusting the full force of this thing.
The Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 76 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. Tonight, partly cloudy skies, low 57. Winds north at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Tuesday, mainly sunny, high 70. North-northeast winds shifting to east-southeast at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Tuesday night, clear skies, low 59. Winds south-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Hurricane season doesn't stop for a pandemic, and neither do we. Get the information you need to stay safe every day, right here on the Weather Channel.
And of course, we are keeping a close eye on Hurricane Sally. Meteorologist Felicia Combs coming to you from the south shore of Lake Pontchartrain in New Orleans, where the waves are already cresting over this embankment. You can see them sloshing up. And this is kind of just the beginning. Now, I will say the winds have been sustained at about 20 miles per hour. That's not crazy windy. You could get that on a typical breezy day. And you could even get wave action like this on a breezy day. But here's the difference that we're going to be experiencing. The winds are just going to continue to pick up. In fact, by tonight, we're talking about tropical storm force winds, and those are going to last for more than 24 hours, and it's going to be in a very consistent direction. So if we continue with the forecast of the track that we're currently on with Sally, that will keep a continuous northerly or some sort of northerly, northeasterly, northerly, eventually northwesterly type flow on Lake Pontchartrain for more than a day. What that does is continue to build up the wave energy, and that is how we get that storm surge issue. So there is a 4 to 6 foot storm surge forecast that is possible for the Lake Pontchartrain area. And I would say, especially if you live on the south side of the lake, just keep a really close eye on this forecast, because it is going to be those winds coming in out of the north that is going to be pushing that water. We also have a hurricane warning. So while tropical storm force winds are likely in this area, we could also see some hurricane force winds, especially as we see the approach of that system. And here's the other issue. It's going to be moving so slowly. So currently in New Orleans, I don't want you to completely think you're out of the woods just yet, because the higher totals have moved farther off to the east. We're still talking about several inches of rain possible. And you know, the thing is, with these tropical systems, you never know exactly where one of those outer bands is going to set up, Jackie. And sometimes that really gets us in trouble, because if you're stuck underneath an outer band for hours, you can really see those rainfall totals skyrocket really quickly.
Yeah, and slow-moving systems, too, can be so tricky, right? When there's not a lot of steering, sometimes you can get caught off guard. And remember, sometimes they make landfall outside of where that cone is. So for the latest efforts on how to prepare for Sally in Louisiana, we want to bring in Casey Tingle, his director with Louisiana Governor's Office of Homeland Security Emergency Preparedness in Baton Rouge. Thanks so much for joining us. I don't know if you heard that conversation, Casey, that, you know, we're seeing some shifting off towards the east, but certainly southeastern Louisiana still has a lot of risk. How are you preparing?
Thank you. We agree. We are, taking the opportunity over the weekend to pre-position search and rescue assets and pumps and other items in southeast Louisiana, preparing all of our surge barriers and locks associated with the risk reduction system to protect against storm surge, and putting the word out to the public to not take their eyes off of this and don't relax until, the threat is over.
So what are your immediate priorities?
Well, being positioned for search and rescue should that be necessary. We did help some parishes with sheltering operations this morning, and there have been some evacuations that have been called for in unprotected areas. So pushing that messaging, supporting those activities, and making sure that we've got assets ready to go for search and rescue.
Is it difficult to have those assets in place right now? What kind of resources do you have? Are they limited at all? Because we still have huge concerns and issues in western parts of your state. From Laura.
So that's a great point. We have been very focused on the recovery efforts related to Hurricane Laura over the past couple of weeks, but we are positioned for Hurricane Sally. So we've done what we could over the weekend to get ready. All of our partners are so great in all of this, and we've got partners from other states that have come to help us out, and all of our state partners, and just great local partnerships as well. So it's certainly not a one-man operation. We depend upon a lot of partners to support us. And
do you feel like you learned from what happened with Laura, anything that might be able to help you for Sally coming?
Well, there are different threats, different storms, but we learn something with every activation, with every incident we go through, and so we're always open to learning the lessons that we need to learn. But the big message here is that we don't do it alone. We rely upon those partnerships, and we really appreciate the messaging over the weekend and the National Weather Service getting us the information that we needed, timely, so that we could take those activities. Yeah, it really does take a team. We wish you all the best there in Louisiana. Thanks so much. Casey Tingle, the Director of Louisiana Governor's Office of Homeland Security and Emergency Preparedness, for joining us today from Baton Rouge. We want to bring in our storm specialist, Carl Parker. A lot of focus on the rain, a lot of focus on the surge and wind as well. One other concern we certainly have to mention that happens often with landfalling tropical systems is tornadoes.
Yeah, and we're watching these banding features that are moving along the I-10 corridor right now. None of them are particularly robust right now. What we do know is that there is a lot of wind shear, a change in the wind direction from the surface to 5,000 feet. So there is a threat for tornadoes today. It's not real high, but it's going to be growing. We expect it to come up and be over a larger area during the day tomorrow. So that will be one of many threats from this hurricane.
Tuck, you want to walk?
Come on, Tucker, let's go.
Tuck, want to walk, boy?
Tucker, you want to go out?
When the whole family needs an excuse to get out, Nutro's Clean Recipe will help your dog keep up.
Start your day with Secret. Secret stops sweat 3 times more than ordinary antiperspirants. With Secret, you're unstoppable. No sweat. Try it and love it or get your money back. Secret.
No sweat.
Have you wanted to speak a new language, but thought it would be too difficult? Then try Babbel. Babbel starts by teaching you words and phrases that gradually get more complex. Soon, you're practicing short conversations. So in 15 minutes a day, you'll be speaking a new language in a few weeks. Babbel works because it's built around real life. It teaches you everyday practical conversations that you will actually use. Babbel, language for life. Try it free at Babbel.com.
Keeping your oysters growing while keeping your business growing has you swamped. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. The moment you sponsor a job on Indeed, you get a short list of quality candidates from our resume database, so you can start hiring right away. Claim your $75 credit when you post your first job at Indeed.com/promo.
Hi, Joe Namath here, and like you, I'm at home staying safe. But I wanted to get this message out. To make these uncertain times a bit easier and safer while at home, Medicare Advantage plans have added new benefits, including telephone appointments with your doctors, in-home aids, home-delivered meals, home-delivered prescriptions, and so much more. But you don't get all the benefits automatically. You need to enroll. The easiest way to enroll is to call the Medicare Coverage Helpline. It's now more important than ever to make sure your Medicare coverage is up to date. We all have a few minutes to make a phone call to focus on our health. Get what you're entitled to. Call now. It's free.
Call 1-800-346-4800. That's 1-800-346-4800 now.
At U-Haul, we know a move can be exciting.
I got it.
Perhaps you landed that big promotion. Maybe it's time to live closer to family.
You guys can come over whenever you want.
Or you got that bigger place.
Are you excited to have your own room?
Yeah!
But finding help with your move, that's not so much fun.
Hey guys, can you all help us move?
I'm busy that weekend. Sorry, man.
I didn't tell you what weekend.
That's why we created MovingHelp.com.
Look at this.
MovingHelp.com is an online marketplace for booking reliable and affordable muscle for your move. With dozens of pros to choose from, it's easy to find the help you need to get the job done.
Thank you.
Whether you're moving across town, headed across the country, or just need a little muscle, you can be confident in our upfront guaranteed pricing. Safe, convenient, reliable.
We made it.
Moving Help, powered by U-Haul. Your move made easier.
Introducing new Life Cuisine for your lifestyle. High protein, meatless, gluten-free, or low-carb lifestyle. Power up your day with new Life Cuisine. Delicious your way.
It was about 2.5 feet and rising. I'm probably one of the last that's going to get in and out of there with a truck, unless you've got really high tires.
Are you planning to stay here? What's your thoughts?
No, I'm evacuating.
Yeah, residents in Mississippi absolutely taking no chances. They are getting out while they can, as some roads are already getting covered with water there just from the energy and the swells being created by Sally in the Gulf of Mexico. And I say that is the right idea. Guys, I know we are all tropical system weary at this point. We've dealt with multiple systems already this season, a record-breaking hurricane season during a pandemic. It's just kind of hard to wrap your brain around, but a lot of us are going through it together. And I'd say always better safe than sorry. When you're told to evacuate, evacuate, and just make sure you're getting prepared. Now, I'm on the south shore of Lake Pontchartrain here in the New Orleans area. You can see just how angry the lake is. I want to show you something. You can see the double red flags flying down here at the Southern Yacht Club. That is indicative of a hurricane warning. So they fly those in the areas under a hurricane warning. Now, the Southern Yacht Club itself actually was moderately damaged by water and winds from Hurricane Katrina, but I say only moderately damaged because then it was actually destroyed by a fire in the hours after the storm, because of course, as we know, sometimes you get that electrical damage. Fires can be sparked. So that is actually one of a new building there, but it was definitely ruined during Katrina. Now here, of course, absolutely nothing compared to Katrina in terms of this forecast, but storm surge is still an issue. The forecast here, 4 to 6 feet for Lake Pontchartrain, and that wave energy is really going to continue to add up. Of course, New Orleans and Katrina, those two names to go together, but another place that was just absolutely obliterated was Waveland, Mississippi, and that's where we find Robert Ray.
Heavy rain and strong winds are coming. Hurricane Sally is slow but ambitious, and many people in the Magnolia State are stocking up on food, waiting in long lines to get fuel and evacuate off the coastline.
When you got to replace your home, your roofs, and your property and stuff like that, you lose everything. That hurts.
In Waveland, Mississippi, a town devastated by Hurricane Katrina, David Hubbard owns a hardware store. He's keeping it open as long as he can to help the community board up their homes.
Well, I guess it's like earthquakes in California and things like that. It's life. You know, you just live with it, you prepare for it, and you do the best you can.
A mandatory evacuation here in Waveland, Mississippi. I just pulled into this parking lot about 2.5 miles from the Gulf of Mexico, and I want to show you this. Check this out. There are boats and RVs here in this retail shopping center that people have parked at. They're concerned that obviously the storm surge will cause incredible flooding and that they'll lose their properties. But take a look above at the pictures and look at how many people are staging here. They've put all of their equipment and their big trucks and their shrimping boats like the one behind me to try and be safe. And many people have left town already. Others still trying to make their way as Sally is getting closer. 50 miles to the west is New Orleans. Sandbags are in place with the hope that if the streets flood, the stores will not be inundated. Cafe Beignet is in the French Quarter and was serving customers this morning, but closed at 1 p.m.
It did shift a little bit, so we're not exactly sure what we will be getting today. And then we will be shut down for the next 2 days as well.
Though the track of Hurricane Sally is leaning more east now, the uncertainty of strength and rainfall totals is not being taken lightly in the Big Easy. These friends from Philadelphia, here on a quick getaway, are not taking chances.
Yeah, we came in to celebrate her birthday, and yeah, we were looking to stay till tomorrow, but everybody said we should evacuate.
From Louisiana to the Florida Panhandle and spinning northeast as the week progresses, Hurricane Sally is set to bring a barrage of life-threatening rain and wind. Robert Ray, The Weather Channel.
And that's why it's so important to stay tuned into the Weather Channel with this evolving forecast and the intricacies and details of Sally. Carl, it's going to be, a matter of miles where you're talking about maybe feet of rain versus inches of rain.
Yeah, that's right. And the trend that we continue to see is for the track to move a little farther to the east. And so it's going to be really interesting to see the update from the Hurricane Center coming out within the half hour. 5 o'clock update will be on the way here. 90-mile-per-hour storm right now, Category 1 hurricane. There is the forecast and intensities as of the 11 a.m. advisory. Here is the new model guidance, which is on the east side of that forecast cone there. And so it would not be at all surprising to see some new hurricane warnings come up in northwestern Florida with this new forecast package, and we'll talk more about that coming up.
Your carpets are filled with memories. Replacing your carpet is easy with the Home Depot. With more styles and colors to choose from than ever, and free installation by licensed local professionals backed for life guaranteed. The Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Sometimes the smallest gestures can be the most refreshing. Give extra, get extra.
That feeling when, they've eaten everything. Keep them full with Hot Pockets. Premium pepperoni, real cheese, and that buttery garlic crust. Literally built to satisfy.
Hot Pockets.
Ready or not. Gillette ProGlide and ProGlide Gel. 5 blades and a pivoting flex ball designed to get virtually every hair on the first stroke while washing away dirt and oil. So you're ready for the day with a clean shave and a clean face.
From kitchens broken in by new chefs to bathrooms sinking battleships, Terminix is committed to keeping pests out, always backed by the Terminix promise to protect your home for all the love it holds.
I knew about the tremors, but when I started seeing things, I didn't know what was happening, so I kept it in.
He started believing things that weren't true. I knew something was wrong, but I didn't say a word.
During the course of their disease, around 50% of people with Parkinson's may experience hallucinations or delusions. But now, doctors are prescribing Nuplazid, the only FDA-approved medicine proven to significantly reduce hallucinations and delusions related to Parkinson's. Don't take Nuplazid if you are allergic to its ingredients. Nuplazid can increase the risk of death in elderly people with dementia-related psychosis and is not for treating symptoms unrelated to Parkinson's disease. Nuplazid can cause changes in heart rhythm and should not be taken if you have certain abnormal heart rhythms or take other drugs that are known to cause changes in heart rhythm. Tell your doctor about any changes in medicines you're taking. The most common side effects are swelling of the arms and legs and confusion.
We spoke up, and it made all the difference.
Ask your Parkinson's specialist about Nuplazid.
We asked our customers, what do you like most about Consumer Cellular? Definitely, it's a great value. The great customer service.
There are no contracts.
The price, the plans. You can get talk, text, and data for just $20 a month from Consumer Cellular. You can have more data, you can have less data, you can have more minutes, you can have less minutes.
It's flexible, and it fits my lifestyle.
I can change my plan whenever I want to. Our flexible plans save you money. The average customer pays less than $25 a month for everything they need.
By moving to Consumer Cellular, my cost is 50% less than it was.
Consumer Cellular provides the same reliable nationwide coverage as bigger carriers for less. And AARP members get exclusive discounts.
Customer service is just excellent.
Consumer Cellular has received the J.D. Power Award for highest customer service again.
Consumer Cellular fits me perfectly.
Switch today, and for a limited time, get your first month of service free. Call 1-800-485-8390. Go online or find us at Target.
That's a buffalo flatbread bullseye for my mouth to aim at. Oh, hiding, huh? The new grilled buffalo chicken papadilla. Tangy buffalo sauce, grilled chicken, and melty cheese for just $6. Papa John's.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to Bay St. Louis, Mississippi. I'm meteorologist Mike Seidel. Continuous around-the-clock coverage of Hurricane Sally, rapidly intensified late this morning. Already seeing water rises here at the marina in Bay St. Louis. Look at the dock there. It's already disappeared. At least a 2-foot rise right now. The forecast surge for this part of the Mississippi Gulf Coast right now is 7 to 11 feet. Now that will be dictated by the eventual track and where the center goes on shore. If it goes into an east over towards, say, Gulfport, we'll have more of an offshore wind that will cut down on the surge. That remains to be seen. In the meantime, another big issue, prolific rainfall totals over a foot, and freshwater flooding is very likely. We've already seen high water on some of the roads, not from rainfall, but from the push of water from the Gulf of Mexico. So major impacts here along the Mississippi Gulf Coast. The hurricane warnings continue along with a storm surge warning. We'll keep you updated. The worst of the weather here timing out Tuesday and Tuesday night.
All right, Mike, thank you so much. And here is the latest on the storm. We saw a huge burst of thunderstorms in this storm earlier today. That has since waned a good bit, but it did make it a much stronger storm. Category 1 hurricane at 90 miles per hour. That's a strong Category 1 on the verge of becoming Category 2. It is forecast to become a Category 2. And in fact, some of the intensity guidance showing that it could be a strong Category 2, maybe even on the verge of becoming a Category 3. And of course, that's going to have a lot to do with how much time it spends out over the open water. So here is the forecast track and intensities from the Hurricane Center, and this is as of 11 a.m. this morning. And so you see the storm getting up to Category 2 there, and then very, very slowly moving along and to the north. And I want to show you, we know it's going to slow down. You know, the only question is it going to slow down but keep moving, or is it actually going to stall out? And the most recent model guidance from the European model, as you know, a very good model, is indicated that it might just stall out near the mouth of the Mississippi and Plaquemines Parish. So here is tomorrow evening. We're comparing the two models here. We're looking at the European model on the left, and we're looking at the American model on the right. Tomorrow evening, 7 p.m., European model showing the storm near the mouth of the Mississippi there, and the GFS showing the storm beginning to move in to those barrier islands in southern Mississippi, coming up into the I-10 corridor there in Mississippi and also moving into Alabama. Now, let's compare the Euro and the GFS going forward to Wednesday at 1 p.m. Wednesday, 1 p.m., and you see finally the Euro showing the storm starting to make its move, but not quite in yet, which would imply a landfall very late on Wednesday, whereas the GFS model has got the storm well inland, moving north of Mobile, going up 65 on its way towards Montgomery, Alabama. So these are really radical timing differences that we have yet to resolve. And then also the other issue is that when you look at the latest track guidance, a lot of these track models are now on the east side of this forecast cone. And so this trend to the east is implying that we will see a little less impact in New Orleans. Doesn't mean no impact, just less impact. Certainly the surge would continue to be a huge issue in Louisiana and also Mississippi, and then perhaps more impact in Northwest Florida. So Jackie, I would not be surprised if in this 5 o'clock forecast package we do end up seeing some hurricane warnings put up there in the panhandle of Florida based on all of this trend in the forecast guidance.
Yeah, certainly would make sense. Thanks, Carl. We want to turn our attention out west right now, where President Donald Trump is in California at this hour, meeting with federal and state officials about the wildfire crisis affecting the West Coast.
This is one of the biggest burns we've ever seen, and we have to do a lot about forest management. Obviously, forest management in California is very important. and now it extends to Washington and extends also to Oregon. There has to be good, strong forest management, which I've been talking about for 3 years.
Meanwhile, across the continent in Delaware, Democratic presidential candidate Joe Biden also addressed the wildfire crisis, talking about the impact of climate change on West Coast residents.
We stand with our families who have lost everything, the firefighters, the first responders, risking everything to save others, and the millions of Americans caught between relocating during a pandemic or staying put as ashes and smoke pollute the air they breathe.
And here's an update on what we know right now. 35 people, unfortunately, have lost their lives in the fires, 24 in California, 10 in Oregon, and a 1-year-old boy in Washington state. 29 major wildfires are burning in California, 18 active wildfires in Oregon, most of them burning near cities like Portland, Eugene, and Medford. And at least 14 major fires have been reported in Washington, most of them in the western areas of the state. So if we take a look at the West as a whole, we've got 91 large wildfires. The winds are going to be strong and gusty again this afternoon with low humidity. So red flag warnings are in effect across the region. I guess we have breaking news. Carl?
All right, we have the new advisory from the National Hurricane Center, and the storm has been increased to a Category 2 hurricane, 100-mile-per-hour winds. We continue to see a slight slowing of the forward speed, west-northwest now at 6 miles per hour. But Hurricane Sally is now a Category 2, a very dangerous storm, and a storm that is going to be moving exceptionally slowly as it moves towards the Gulf Coast over the next couple of days. We'll have much more on this new forecast advisory coming up.
Shake it, kiddo. Love, comma, Dad.
I've got this. Kellogg's Rice Krispies treats. A little love when it's needed.
Tuck, you want to walk?
Come on, Tucker, let's go.
Tuck, Tuck. Want to walk, boy?
Tucker, you want to go out?
When the whole family needs an excuse to get out, Nutro's Clean Recipe will help your dog keep up.
At Physicians Mutual, we know that planning for retirement can feel scary.
I see you're about to turn 65.
You know what that means. Medicare. It doesn't cover dental or high bills you'll have.
Actually, we're getting a Physicians Mutual.
Oh, great. She'll be covered.
Retire with confidence. We'll listen and find you the coverage you need.
Physicians Mutual, Physicians Mutual.
Whether holding down the fort or bouncing back to school, childhood is always in session. So keep feeding us right with Sun-Made snacks. Just like when you were a kid. Delicious, made with whole fruit. Sun-Made.
Be right back.
More fun in summer with WeatherTech. From laser measured floor liners, seat protectors, cargo liner, and more. Order your American made products at WeatherTech.com.
Last chance to win that big check from Publishers Clearinghouse. Next month, you can win $1,000 a day for life.
I thought one day it'll be me.
But time's running out, so enter at PCH.com. $1,000 a day for life.
I'm a performer. Always have been and always will be. Never letting anything get in my way. Not the doubts, distractions, or voice in my head. And certainly not arthritis. New Voltaren provides powerful arthritis pain relief to help me keep moving. And it can help you too. Feel the joy of movement with Voltaren.
Today I'm talking to small business owners about their internet and phone provider. So Ruben, how's it going?
I'm fed up. I need internet that can keep up with my caseload. The speeds I'm getting now are pathetic.
With Spectrum Business, you get fast internet at a great low price. 200 megabits per second for $49.99 a month and a business phone for $19.99 a month.
That's half what I pay now.
That's what I'm saying. Call 888-388-0203 and get 1 month free. Andrea,
I'm trying to stream my classes, but it's impossible when my internet keeps dropping.
Okay, breathe. Spectrum Business has over 99.9% network reliability.
I need to keep expenses low, but my phone and internet bill is packed with fees I wasn't expecting.
Spectrum Business doesn't have extra fees or contracts, so what you see is what you pay.
I can work with that.
Call Spectrum Business to get 200 megs and business phone for $69.98 a month. Plus, get 1 month free when you call 888-388-0203 today.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got a severe weather threat.
Winds have been gusting the full force of this thing.
The Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 76 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. Tonight, partly cloudy skies, low 57. Winds north at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Tuesday, mainly sunny, high 70. North-northeast winds shifting to east-southeast at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Tuesday night, clear skies, low 59. Winds south-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
All right, welcome back to our new coverage, our new advisory now from the National Hurricane Center, our continuing coverage of Hurricane Sally. This storm is now a Category 2 with winds of 100 miles per hour. We've been seeing this strengthening today, a rapid, not quite officially rapid intensification, but actually I think we are at that point right now. We've actually made it at this point right now that we're at 100 miles per hour. So a rapidly intensifying storm over the last 24 hours, and we are looking at a storm that is slowing down as well. That is a really big part of the story. Not only is the storm getting stronger and forecast to become a strong Category 2 and very nearly a Category 3, it is going to slow to a crawl. It's already moving very slowly west-northwest at 6 miles per hour, and some of the modeling indicating that it's actually going to stall out for a time and then slowly move northward towards the Gulf Coast. So that is going to amplify everything. It's going to make it last that much longer. Now, here is the latest forecast track and intensities from the Hurricane Center, looking for, again, as I mentioned, a strong Category 2 storm, and that would be by tomorrow afternoon near the mouth of the Mississippi there and slowly moving northward and then coming up towards the coast early on Wednesday at 105 miles per hour, somewhere near Mississippi and Alabama, that state line, somewhere in that area, so that we continue to see this slight shift to the east as the track guidance has also been shifting eastward, which means probably less impact in New Orleans, but more impact in places like Mobile and also into northwest Florida. You can see the track guidance here, the most recent track guidance, and the cone has shifted to the east to the point where it's not now near New Orleans. So again, that is better news in New Orleans. Also want to mention that these two counties, Escambia, Santa Rosa counties, are now in the hurricane warning. We'll have that for you graphically as soon as it becomes available. But what that means is hurricane force winds possible in the Florida Panhandle. And of course, we're looking for this terrific amount of rain, a tremendous amount of very heavy rain because of the slow forward speed of the storm. And that could be one of the biggest impacts that we end up seeing, Felicia, from this storm. So in terms of the broad strokes, it's basically the same, Felicia. You've got a very slow moving, very powerful storm, but it is trending east, and that is a little bit better hour by hour for the New Orleans metro area.
Yeah, of course, Carl, we will take what we can get here for New Orleans. That, of course, you never want to see it sliding toward anyone else either, but definitely looking a little bit better forecast-wise in New Orleans, at least in terms of maybe some of those higher wind speeds, some of that rainfall. But I will say I still think we have to watch the potential of some storm surge for Lake Pontchartrain. Look how angry this lake is, and this is just with northeasterly winds around 20 miles per hour. We're talking about this concrete embankment here along Lake Shore, along the South Shore center of the lake, just getting absolutely soaked. And as we head through tonight, the winds are going to continue to pick up regardless of how far that cone shifts, because of course as the system gets closer, we'll see those winds picking up. So I do think storm surge could still be an issue on the south shore of Lake Pontchartrain, Jackie. So still a forecast we have to watch really closely.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, and things are changing minute by minute, Felicia. So folks really need to keep it here for the latest on the Weather Channel. I want to update you right now on all the rest of the storms that we have out here in the Atlantic Basin. We started the day with 5 of them, which ties the record for most named systems. But now, Renee, we can X that one out. Renee is history and all but a remnant area of low pressure at this time. But we still have Vicky out there. We still have an area to watch. We still have Teddy out there. And Teddy will be a little bit more of a stronger storm that we really have to watch. Now, Paulette made landfall on Bermuda. That happened in the middle of the night. It was a very strong storm and knocked out power to much of the island. Huge eye on this thing, by the way, which covered all of Bermuda and then some. It's now moving northward away. It's intensified a little bit with winds around 105 miles per hour. This is a large storm, and so it's really churning up the Atlantic, meaning we're feeling impacts here on the Atlantic coast of the United States. So rough surf along with rip currents, not good beach conditions here, and that's going to last over the next couple of days. So if you're still trying to hold on to summer and still trying to do the beach thing, probably don't want to get into the water. Now, Teddy's gotten a little bit stronger. Teddy's winds up to 50 miles per hour. This is out over the open waters right now, but this is forecast to become a hurricane by tomorrow and then become a major hurricane. So here's the Lesser Antilles. There's Puerto Rico right there. Forecast has it skirting on up towards the north, but something we really have to watch, because sometimes we'll see these little changes and they can even go outside of the cone. And then we've got Vicky, last but certainly not least. Vicky's winds have also gone up a little bit now, maximum at 50 miles per hour. The forecast for Vicky is showing you that this is expected to weaken slowly but surely with time and eventually become a tropical depression by the end of the week. We're going to continue with our team coverage. Weather Underground is coming up next. Tracking Sally.
A smile has the power to get you feeling all right. At Aspen Dental, we're making every day a little brighter with our Smile Wide, Smile Safe promise. We've got you covered in every way, giving deep cleaning a whole new meaning. And if you don't have insurance, we'll give you an extra safety net too, with a free new patient exam and x-rays. At Aspen Dental, we're making it all right to feel safe and get smiling. We promise. Call 1-800-ASPEN-DENTAL.
As a real estate agent, I've learned it's excess moisture that causes musty odors. Pro tip, use Damp Rid.
Damp Rid drop-in tabs attract and trap excess moisture out of the air, eliminating musty odors.
Works every time.
Get rid of dampness.
Damp Rid.
3 weeks and still no sign of our elusive subject. Courteous, carnivorous devourers. He only comes out for devour.
Look how he rips in that buffalo chicken mac and cheese.
Eat like an animal. Devour.
That feeling when, yep, they've eaten everything. Keep them full with Hot Pockets. Premium pepperoni, real cheese, and that buttery garlic crust. Literally built to satisfy.
Hot Pockets. Age is just a number, and mine's unlisted.
Try Boost High Protein with 20 grams of protein for muscle health versus only 16 grams in Ensure High Protein. And now enjoy Boost High Protein in new Cafe Mocha flavor.
We know to wash our hands. Here's a reminder from Cetaphil to wash your face, too. Dermatologist recommended Cetaphil washes away germs in 20 seconds and leaves skin moisturized and healthy. Show your sensitive skin some love with Cetaphil.
Ugh, is there a natural litter that actually works?
At Tidy Cats, Litterventions come naturally. Naturally strong unscented with activated charcoal or new scented clean lemongrass with plant extracts. 100% natural, 100% powerful. There's a Tidy Cats for that.
We are the Thrivers. Women with metastatic breast cancer. Standing in the struggle. Hustling through the hurt. Asking for science, not sorries. Our time for more time has come. Living longer is possible and proven in women taking Kisqali plus fulvestrant or a non-steroidal aromatase inhibitor. Kisqali is the only treatment in its class with proven overall survival results in 2 clinical trials, helping women live longer with HR-positive, HER2-negative metastatic breast cancer. Kisqali was also significantly more effective at delaying disease progression versus a non-steroidal aromatase inhibitor or fulvestrant alone. Kisqali can cause lung problems or an abnormal heartbeat, which can lead to death. It can cause serious skin reactions, liver problems, and low white blood cell counts that may result in severe infections. Tell your doctor right away if you have new or worsening symptoms, including breathing problems, cough, chest pain, a change in your heartbeat, dizziness, yellowing of the skin or eyes, dark urine, tiredness, loss of appetite, abdomen pain, bleeding, bruising, fever, chills, or other symptoms of an infection, a severe or worsening rash, are or plan to become pregnant or breastfeeding. Avoid grapefruit during treatment. Kisqali is not approved for use with tamoxifen. It's our time to continue to shine because we are the Thrivers. Ask your doctor about Kisqali, the only treatment in its class proven to help women live longer in 2 clinical trials.
Well, next on Weather Underground, Sally, now a Category 2 hurricane, threatening the Gulf Coast with extremely dangerous storm surge, flooding rainfall, and damaging winds.
We have live coverage for the areas in the path of this intensifying storm. We're going to go in depth on why Sally will bring prolonged effects, not just to the coast, but well inland across the southeast. Welcome in, everyone. You are watching Weather Underground, a very important night of weather. I'm Mike Bettis.
I'm Alex Wilson. We're with you until 9 o'clock tonight with everything you need to know to get ready for Hurricane Sally. And, of course, our Weather Channel coverage, Mike, continues well after that as well.
We're going to stay with you 24/7 until the effects of this are gone. And we do have the new advisory that's coming from the National Hurricane Center. And the intensity of Sally has ticked up even more yet now. So we're at a Category 2 now. 100-mile-per-hour winds, officially meeting the rapid intensification criteria here. We were at 60 miles per hour at this time last night. And here we are now 40 miles per hour stronger. The criteria is 35 miles per hour in 24 hours. If you're wondering, 987 millibars on the pressure. It's actually ticked up a little bit. So the pressure usually goes down when the winds go up, but this is actually gone up. Winds are 100, but the movement is slow here. West-northwest at 6 miles per hour and 105 miles outside of the mouth of the Mississippi River. We're very concerned that we can have some significant issues, especially now a little bit farther east than maybe we had originally thought, especially through Mississippi and through Alabama, and now I'd say increasing concern in the panhandle of Florida as well, including in Pensacola Beach, over toward Destin. Hurricane warnings in purple, tropical storm warnings in red. I would not at all be surprised if they do extend those hurricane warnings farther off to the east. That would come in subsequent advisories. You take a look at the visible imagery, plenty of high tops here, and those will be indicated by the lightning. And so those are the tall thunderstorms now starting to encircle the center. We don't see a visible eye right now, but if we get further intensification, I think an eye could become noticeable. One thing you'll see is that we had a big blow up of convection. You see all the white there? Those are the highest cloud tops. That has shrunk a little bit here. And one thing I'll point out to you on the water vapor, we might be getting just a little bit of dry air starting to pull in right there. You see the lighter green colors there, maybe a little bit of dry air starting to pull in on the south or southeast side of this. But you can see we've got some pretty intense thunderstorms right now. Winds are already gusty for us in Mobile, up to 31 miles per hour. The winds are increasing the entire time here, and the rainfall is going to pick up as well. It's very breezy for us in New Orleans, by the way. Winds are gusting at about 30 miles an hour. The weather does not improve over the course of the next 2 days. It only gets worse for just about everyone because this is such a slow-moving system, and it's not an in and an out. This is in and it stays, and it's going to pound us here. Gulf Shores, gust to 28 right now. We showed you Mobile, Gulfport at 22, Panama City and Apalachicola getting breezy right now and only going to get worse. You can see where the heavy rain bands are setting up for us right now, and flooding rain is highly likely for us here from Apalachicola. And really, you can see some storms here up around Tallahassee as well, but really the flooding rain, Apalachicola, Panama City, everyone along I-10 to the west then. And so even some storms that you can contribute with the outer transverse bands here across Florida as well. So down through the peninsula, still getting the effects. There's a look at the cone. If you take a look at that, it has shifted farther east over the last couple of advisories here and does now include portions of the Florida Panhandle here, forecasting to become borderline Category 3 here, Alex. So an intensifying storm now and could continue to strengthen.
Yeah, and I want to get you caught up on what we know about Hurricane Sally. 19 million people are within the cone of Tropical Storm Sally's forecast. In Alabama, ahead of the storm, Governor Kay Ivey issued the closure of all state beaches. And states of emergency have been issued in Mississippi, Alabama, and Louisiana. Now, our own Tevin Wooten is in Pascagoula, Mississippi for us tonight. A community, of course, that is no stranger to systems, whether they be tropical storms or hurricanes, and yet another one to watch here in 2020 headed towards the Gulf Coast.
Yeah, Alex, good afternoon to you. I want to bring in Earl Etheridge. He is the Director of Emergency Services here in Jackson County, Mississippi, the county that hugs the Gulf Coast here. Earl, thanks for joining us today. Can you take me through where you are in preparations right now for Sally?
Well, basically, this past Saturday, we declared a state of local emergency for Jackson County, which enabled us to put out sand and sandbag to the residents. We've been doing preparatory work for the storm. Since then, we've got our high water vehicles and our rapid response teams stationed throughout the county, our shallow water boats. We've been working with our state and other partners, federal partners throughout this. Right now, we're just in a wait and see stage. The Emergency Operations Center of the county, we're on 24-hour operation here, and we're just monitoring the storm. That's all we can do at this point.
Absolutely, a slow-moving storm, 7 miles an hour right now. I mean, if it slows down anymore at this point, we might be in for 10 or 20 inches of rainfall. Can you talk to us about what you guys see? I know we were talking earlier about Isaac back in 2012. What was that like in your response?
Well, in 2012, we had Hurricane Isaac came through the area, and we had a very narrow band of thunderstorms that trained up out of the Gulf and came over the east side of the county, and we got an estimated 25 inches at that time. If you go back to 1998, we had Hurricane George come through the area. We got an estimated 30 inches of rain on the east side of the county. So it's something we're familiar with. The problem was during Isaac, it really wasn't forecast very early on that we were going to get that much rain, because obviously you can't predict training effects. We did over 400 rescues, water rescues, in several hours during that time period. So this is the same thing we prepared for this one.
We've already issued the voluntary evacuations. Who are those for?
Well, we did voluntary evacuations. If you live in Jackson County in an area that normally floods during a significant rain event or even coastal flooding, we recommended that you leave, go to a higher ground, go to somebody else's house, because obviously nobody wants to be in the shelter because they're not very comfortable. But we do have 2 shelters open if needed at this time period.
Where are those 2 shelters located?
The first one's in the on Highway 613 in the Hurley area of Jackson County, which is the northeast part of the county, which is prone to flooding from heavy rain events. And then we have one in the St. Martin area on Walker Road, which is also close to an area that's prone to heavy flooding from heavy rain events.
There's been a lot of deviation in the forecast. I mean, if you were to go back 3 days ago, I don't think Jackson County was on the radar. Heck, if you were to go back 24 hours ago, Jackson County didn't really stand out. But now, as this track has sort of shifted a bit more towards the east, we hope for your sake and for the county's sake it goes even further towards the east. But what are you all prepared for?
Well, we're prepared for the worst. Whenever we do storm preparation, you always prepare one a category higher. For this storm, they had initially said it would be a category 1, so we had prepared for a category 2. And now they're saying it's going to a 2 possibly. So we're prepared for a 3. I really wouldn't want to prepare for much higher than that. We're just thankful that at this point in time we were supposed to be having heavy rains at this time, and we have not seen that yet. As a matter of fact, we've very few light showers, so it's given even more time for the citizens to prepare.
Category 2 at the current moment, perhaps, but that category only talks to the wind speed, not the storm surge threat. What are some of the areas that are susceptible to storm surge flooding and inundation?
Well, obviously, in this county, anything along the coastlines is susceptible. The bayous and the rivers, we have 2 different rivers that feed. One of them feeds into the other, and they both go into the Gulf here. So any storm surge is going to have an impact there. Our biggest fear is having an onshore flow of wind, a high storm surge that doesn't go off for several days, and then 20 or 25 inches of rain. Yeah. That rain's just going to sit there. We're just going to have one big lake in the county.
Yeah. Director Etheridge, thank you so much for joining us today. We certainly appreciate it. We'll check back in with you at every opportunity. We certainly wish you the best of luck with Sally and any storm to come. We certainly have a lot on our plate right now when we talk about Sally. Up to 2 feet of rain in some spots along the northern Gulf Coast. Still that damaging wind threat. And Alex, also with tropical systems and entities, you also get the severe weather threat on the dirty side of the storm too. So we're not removed from any significant impact, at least the potential for that here in Jackson County. Alex.
Yeah, you got it. We're going to be watching for rain, thunderstorms, as you mentioned, places like Tallahassee. You've already seen the clouds rolling in. Gloomy afternoon. And what? A raindrop about the size of me showing up on that tower cam. Tallahassee, one of the spots that is going to be picking up some really heavy rainfall and that possibility of some severe weather as well. So when we look at the flash flooding potential into tomorrow morning, you can see there's a lot of Florida we have to watch for. There's portions of southern Alabama, or the extreme western part of the Florida Panhandle that we'll be watching for the likelihood of flash flooding. So there are plenty of communities that need to be on alert for the rising water. Flood alerts are posted. We've got flash flood watches all across parts of the Florida Panhandle, all the way over into eastern Louisiana, and as far north as near Huntsville, Alabama. So we've got that threat extending well inland as well. And rainfall totals could be exceeding a foot in some spots down here right along the Gulf Coast. You can see those 12 to 18-inch totals as we look towards places Biloxi over to the Florida-Alabama state line. Even I think a little bit of Florida could be in on some of those huge totals. 8 to 12 inches, that footprint extends well inland. So southern sections of Alabama, parts of Mississippi getting in on some extremely heavy rainfall. When we talk about rainfall like that, almost a guarantee you're going to have flash flooding. And when we look at the slow movement of the storm, that's what's going to really allow this rainfall to pile up. As we start the day tomorrow, you can see some of that heaviest rain beginning to extend a little bit closer to the Gulf Coast. But by later in the day and early Wednesday, some of the heaviest rain between Biloxi and Mobile, and it's hanging out for several hours, even into the afternoon hours. Then we get you into Thursday morning. We've got that heavy rain shifting a little farther to the north, but southern sections of Alabama, I think, at least according to this model, going to get soaked. So the European model forecasting some of the heaviest rainfall potential there across portions of Alabama. Very likely then that we would be seeing flash flooding for Mobile, for Pensacola, and for Biloxi, Mississippi tomorrow and into early Wednesday. Mike?
We know that heavy rain in the Bay St. Louis area has caused quite a bit of flooding there. Look at the roads that are already taking on the water here. And here's the thing, folks, a place like Bay St. Louis, we've got mandatory evacuations all in Hancock County. It does include Bay St. Louis. That's today. People are taking those orders very seriously, too.
It was about 2.5 feet and rising. I'm probably one of the last that's going to get in and out of there with a truck unless you've got really high tires.
Are you planning to stay here? What's your thoughts?
No, I'm evacuating.
As they should be, right? The evacuation for all residents living in low-lying areas as well as those who live along rivers, bayous, river inlets. Pets will not be allowed in general population shelters. To make plans now if you are going to evacuate with your animals. Again, what we're going to do is get away from the storm surge threat and the flood threat, which could be very significant for us here. Let's talk about the surge that Sally could produce and a couple different caveats. This is all going to depend on the exact track. It's going to depend on how large Sally gets and how long Sally sticks around. That'll mean how long do you have to endure the surge. All right, so the storm surge warnings in effect here does include portions of southeastern Louisiana, there in the East Bank and around Lake Pontchartrain, all of coastal Mississippi, all of coastal Alabama, and now extending over into the panhandle of Florida as well. Pensacola and Destin, we are included in that as well. There's a look at the forecast track. Again, variations within this cone will make a difference. If it goes farther to the west, then you're going to have more effects west. If it goes farther to the east, then you're going to have surge that could go well beyond the cone here as it sits right now, that could go all the way over, to Apalachicola and beyond even. So there's a look at the storm surge potential, all right? In the pink areas, 7 to 11 feet for us here, but now 6 to 9 feet. That could include Pascagoula, could include Mobile Bay here, and then 4 to 7 feet around, say, Dauphin Island, Alabama, and somewhere between, say, 2 and 7 feet, I think, very close to Pensacola Beach here. And then you can see how there's 1 to 3 foot water rise beyond the Big Bend of Florida. There's a look at the current wind setup, and you can see where most of the winds are offshore at this point. But if you saw our pictures out of New Orleans today, you saw that the waves are really cranking there on the south shore because that's the direction of the wind on Pontchartrain. And so there you go. Metairie and New Orleans, you'll have issues with that wind pushing in from the north and the northeast and bringing some high water to the south side. You take a look at the track on Sally here, and you'll see, again, depending on the track here, you're going to get a push of water that goes east to west initially. That's going to mean the East Bank in New Orleans. And look how slow this thing is to move. And so we're in it for a very long time. The wave height forecast could go 20 to 30 feet here, Alex. So you'll have wave action on top of the water rise. It's a very vulnerable coastline. It is all the time. So Mississippi, Alabama, and Florida in particular, I'm worried about you tonight.
Absolutely. Make sure if you're in these areas, if you're told to go, you're going. And then we've got the severe threat that we talked about, heavy rain, severe weather, particularly on that northern or that front right quadrant. That's the area that we watch. Into tonight, Torcon values of 2. So we'll be watching coastal sections along the Gulf, water spouts, tornadoes, all a possibility. Now, tomorrow, as the system gets a little closer, we'll amplify that chance a little bit. Not looking at huge opportunities, but a 30% chance of a tornado from Mobile to Pensacola, Panama City over to Apalachicola. So plenty of communities watching for those water spouts and or tornadoes. Tomorrow, there's our wind shear. At the surface, we've got those winds in a place like Panama City coming out of the east, but at 5,000 feet, more of a southeasterly. So we do have that shear component, or winds changing direction with height. That oftentimes allows for those spins to develop within storms, those little areas of circulation. And again, water spouts very common with these landfalling tropical systems, and of course, tornadoes as they move inland. On Wednesday, you can see that threat begins to extend up into places like Montgomery, Alabama. So now we watch the threat shift northward. By Wednesday, there again, our wind shear. So surface winds basically out of the east for places like Mobile, for places like Montgomery. But then when we put on the 5,000-foot wind fleas, as we call them, out of the southeast. So again, that change in wind direction with height will allow for the possibility of some tornadoes. Future radar showing embedded in there those heavy rain showers, those thunderstorms, and again, some of those could kick up or produce tornadoes, Mike.
Alex, thanks for that. And coming up here on the show tonight, we continue to track Hurricane Sally, including more live coverage from the Gulf Coast as this system, it is dangerous and it closes in on landfall. Again, we've got a Category 2, could go potentially as high as a Category 3. The forecast is right on the cusp. A slowing storm right now posing serious danger.
All right, I brought in Ensure Max Protein to give you the protein you need with less of the sugar you don't. I'll take that.
30 grams of protein and 1 gram of sugar. Ensure Max Protein with nutrients to support immune health.
Owners of select competitive vehicles can get $500 toward a new Acura ILX.
At Cracker Barrel, there's comfort in every bite. With new favorites like our fresh-baked chicken pot pie, filled with chicken and vegetables. Come on home to Cracker Barrel. Dine in, curbside, or delivery.
As a real estate agent, I've learned it's excess moisture that causes musty odors. Pro tip, use Damp Rid.
Damp Rid drop-in tabs attract and trap excess moisture out of the air, eliminating musty odors.
Works every time.
Get rid of dampness.
Damp Rid.
We love our new home. There's so much space.
We have a guest room now.
But we have ants.
You're slouching again, Ted. Expired. Expired. Expired.
Thanks, Aunt Bonnie.
It's a lot of house. I hope you can keep it clean.
At least Geico makes bundling our home and car insurance easy.
Which helps us save a lot of money.
Oh, Teddy, did you get my friend request?
I'll have to check.
Aunt Joni's here.
For bundling made easy, go to geico.com.
Never run dry of killer attitude, good moves, or hydration. Neutrogena Hydro Boost, the #1 hyaluronic acid moisturizer, instantly delivers 2 times the hydration and keeps hydrating all day long. Running dry of supple, bouncy skin? Never. Hydro Boost. Pair with Hydro Boost wipes to cleanse and hydrate. Neutrogena.
They say carnivorous devourus inhabits these waters.
If he's here, this Devour white cheddar mac and cheese with bacon will lure him out.
Eat like an animal. Devour.
Finding inner flex with Duluth Double Flex Denim. Look deep. Deeper. 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 Too deep.
Find your inner flex with Duluth Double Flex Ballroom Denim. Only at Duluth Trading.
ProPlan Live Clear, a breakthrough. 10 years in the making that reduces allergens in cat hair and dander. Outstanding nutrition with the power to change lives. This is Purina ProPlan Live Clear.
Ocean Drive is the newest luxury residences in New York City. The only luxury rentals in New York with a spectacular ocean view. The resort-style amenities our residents enjoy and just part of the Ocean Drive experience. You wake up in the morning and breathe that ocean air. I'll certify that you're going to live 10 years longer. When I became successful, I wanted to live on the ocean. If you have worked hard and are successful, you deserve an apartment on Ocean Drive too. Go to oceandrivenyc.com and reward yourself.
As you get older, staying sharp is more important than ever.
Where's my tab?
Oh, you have to remember the names of your grandkids, pets, your son-in-law.
Favorite son-in-law.
And the eternal question, where did you put your glasses? Yeah. Sure, you can spend the day looking for things that you misplaced, or you can take Natrol Cognium. Cognium improves memory and recall in healthy adults. It's safe and is shown to be effective in multiple human clinical trials.
6-letter word for head?
Noggin. Stay sharp. Stay you with Natrol Cognium.
And my password?
Everything weather.
Wow! Boy, do we have a lot to talk about.
Weather Today from the Weather Channel. New episodes every day, only on Quibi.
Currently in our area, 76 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. Tonight, partly cloudy skies, low 57, winds north at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Tuesday, sunny skies, high 70, winds northeast at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Tuesday night, clear skies, low 59, winds south-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Hurricane season doesn't stop for a pandemic, and neither do we.
From this point forward, conditions will continue to deteriorate.
Don't let COVID-19 take your eye off the tropics. This year's threat is more complex and dangerous than ever before.
Remain vigilant, pay close attention to the Weather Channel.
No one can cover this historic hurricane season better than the Weather Channel. Get the information you need to stay safe every day. Storm safety in a pandemic, all season long, right here on the Weather Channel.
This is an extremely active hurricane season that you have to prepare for. So far, today we're dealing with Sally. Earlier today started as a tropical storm, but now we've progressed all the way to a Category 2 storm that is about 145 miles away from where I'm standing right now. We are in Pascagoula, Mississippi, right along Highway 90 and Beach Boulevard, the Gulf of Mexico right here. Seems a bit calm, but don't let that fool you because a monster of a storm does rage on, perhaps making impact and making landfall close to a Category 3 storm. I don't want folks to get caught up, though, in the category because there's still significant impacts. And as you can see here, as we go throughout the overnight hours tonight and into our Tuesday, we start to see that increase in wind, that increase in rain, and then eventually that increase, too, in the storm surge threat. I was just speaking with the director of emergency services here in Jackson County. He sort of went back to 2012 with Isaac, where they had 400 water rescues from Isaac. We are hoping, we are praying that is not the case. I do think people are heeding the warnings here in Jackson County, and it's not just the homeowners, but also the boat owners as well. Check out some of this video here for the folks that were tying up their boats earlier today because they don't want those to necessarily get damaged. So we were speaking to people tying those up. We'll let you know how they're responding to Sally as well. But Alex, overall here in Jackson County, just driving through, some businesses boarding up, others are not. But it was very remarkable to see, even all the way inland to places like Biloxi, Mississippi, and along the coast as well, several businesses, they have their boards done, but just to show you the routine of how you live along the Gulf Coast, they have numbers on them. So board number 1 would be in the upper left-hand corner, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, and then they will work their way down on the bottom sets of windows and doors as well. So they certainly have this down to a science, if you will,
really
in terms
do.
of preparing.
They've had a little bit of experience. Tevin, thank you so much. We're going to get back to Tevin in just a moment. I want to take you to the Big Easy right now, where we've got a hurricane warning in effect. We also have a storm surge warning in effect. Now, this does not include the areas inside New Orleans within that levee complex. We've got some clouds. I know Felicia, our meteorologist, she's been out there in Metairie earlier today. The waves on Lake Pontchartrain have been kicking as those winds have really been picking up around the area today. Right now, we're gusting to 25 miles an hour in Pascagoula, where Tevin is. We've got those gusts approaching 30 miles an hour in Biloxi and Bay St. Louis. And in Mobile, we're actually exceeding 30-mile-an-hour gusts, 31 miles an hour right now. Pensacola gusting in that mid-20-mile-per-hour range. Again, winds right now in Destin, 23-mile-per-hour gusts. Mariana gusting 22 miles an hour, and Apalachicola gusting over 20 miles an hour there. And those winds will begin to ramp up. They'll just do so slowly because, remember, this thing's just going to creep northward as it approaches the coast tomorrow and into Wednesday. Maximum wind potential. So where do we think the greatest winds will be? More likely than not, eastern Louisiana, southern parts of Mississippi, southern Alabama. That's where we think those hurricane-force winds will most likely be. Winds of 60-plus miles per hour, though, they could make it into middle parts of Alabama. Very possible that we could even be looking at 40-plus mile-per-hour gusts approaching the Birmingham area. So power outages are going to be a real concern here moving forward with this storm. And as I mentioned, Mike, the slow motion of this is just going to keep areas seeing gusts. So keep in mind, it's not an hour or two of gusts. This is going to be a long-duration wind event, which means eventually some of those trees that may have withstood an hour or two may just not be able to take anymore.
Yeah, and if you've got a foot or 2 feet of rain that falls, then it's just the ground is so saturated, these trees go over pretty easily, unfortunately, from wind and surge. All right, so let's talk a little bit more specifics about a place like Gulfport, Mississippi. 45-mile-per-hour gusts begin for us tonight, and they're going to last for days. And then the hurricane force gusts are likely to come in by later tomorrow, probably tomorrow afternoon/evening. Rainfall forecast is upwards of a foot with storm surge that could go as high as 11 feet. That could put numerous portions of a coastal Mississippi underwater, unfortunately. All right, so there's a look at the high-res future radar. It's going to be nonstop with the rain. So we're beginning to see the rain today here in the Panhandle, Florida, and it will continue, likely for at least 2 more days, if not maybe even a little bit longer than that. Again, not a whole lot changes through tomorrow night, and then going into Wednesday, there's still heavy rain that's around for us. So Panama City, here's a look at our rain and wind timing for you. Winds are going to be at the top of your screen here. And again, it's all going to be dependent on exactly where the center goes. If it goes farther east, we're going to need to see higher winds, all right? But you take a look at where the rain comes in. There's heavy rain tonight. Heavy rain comes in Tuesday overnight, and then more heavy rain comes in Tuesday through Wednesday. Now look at this, Tuesday midday, so tomorrow midday in particular, look at this. Heavy rain is likely to plague us here, and that could go on, again, Alex, until at least Wednesday.
Yeah, it's going to be a long haul for a lot of people. And still to come on the show, our live coverage of Hurricane Sally continues late into the evening. And of course, we've got our crews in the field. Expertise you can only get here on the Weather Channel, too.
Visit your local Acura dealer for attractive offers on the MDX.
So Dish lets you share your TV with your family on multiple devices. Why?
Sweetie, forgot something.
Thank you. Because we know one thing's for sure. It's a little less scary leaving home when you can take a little bit of it with you.
Share your TV on 5 devices, no extra charge. Dish, tuned in to you.
What does Domino's know about tacos and burgers? As delivery experts, we know they shouldn't be delivered like this.
Thanks for the soggy tacos spread across the bottom of my delivery bag.
The burger was wilted.
We hate to see anything delivered poorly.
We wanted to give you a burger that is designed to be delivered.
A taco that was made to deliver right.
Taco from Domino's? What?
Oh my.
The new Domino's cheeseburger pizza.
This is our new chicken taco pizza.
Now the best way to get a taco or burger delivered is to get a Domino's pizza.
That is not a soggy taco.
3 weeks and still no sign of our elusive subject. Courteous, carnivorous devourers. He only comes out for devour.
Look how he rips in that buffalo chicken mac and cheese.
Eat like an animal. Devour.
Ta-da! Did you know Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need?
I should get a quote.
Do it.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Here's to the doers. To all the people who realize they can do more with less asthma. Thanks to Dupixent, the add-on treatment for specific types of moderate to severe asthma. Dupixent isn't for sudden breathing problems. It can improve lung function for better breathing in as little as 2 weeks and help prevent severe asthma attacks. It's not a steroid, but can help reduce or eliminate oral steroids. Dupixent can cause serious allergic reactions, including anaphylaxis. Get help right away if you have rash, shortness of breath, chest pain, tingling, or numbness in your limbs. Tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection. And don't change or stop your asthma treatments, including steroids, without talking to your doctor. Are you ready to do more with less asthma? Talk to your asthma specialist about Dupixent. If your financial situation has changed, we may be able to help.
Every time you touch a surface, bacteria is left behind. Now consider how many times your family touches the surfaces in your home in 24 hours. Try Microban 24. Spray on hard surfaces to kill 99.9% of viruses and bacteria initially. Once dry, it forms a bacteria shield that keeps killing bacteria for 24 hours, even after multiple touches. Try Microban 24. Available in multi-purpose sanitizing and bathroom sprays. This has been Medifax for Microban 24.
How is Tidy Cat's Breeze changing the litter game? By providing outstanding odor control with simple cleanup. Number 1 goes to the bottom, and number 2 stays on top for easy scooping. Switch the Breeze pads weekly, the pellets monthly, and you're good to go. Discover the ease of Breeze today.
The first ingredient in this Cliff Bar is brown rice syrup, which is another name for sugar. In this Kind Bar, it's heart-healthy almonds with the taste of dark chocolate and 75% less sugar than the leading Cliff Bar. Be kind to yourself.
Sally is strengthening and doing so quite quickly.
Louisiana Highway 1 is not elevated. Probably will see that area go underwater just as we did for Hurricane Laura a couple of weeks ago.
Water rises perhaps as much as 7 to 11 feet.
Now is not the time to let your guard down. Now is the time to prepare.
You know, complacency is our enemy with these, but I see our residents doing what they need to do to prepare.
Welcome back to this extended edition of Weather Underground on this Monday. I want to get you caught up on the very latest on Hurricane Sally. Things have really intensified here with this storm over the last 24 hours. If you were watching us yesterday, we had a tropical storm around 60 miles an hour. Now a 100 mile per hour Category 2 hurricane. This is moving very, very slowly. That's going to be the key with this storm, Mike. So we're going to be looking at significant effects over a long period of time.
Indeed, we are, Alex. We think that it's going to be a rough go for us in numerous spots here, from Louisiana to Mississippi, Alabama to Florida. And then eventually we'll talk about where it goes from there, because even, you know, like a Tennessee or Georgia, the Carolinas could be affected. Again, Category 2 with rapid intensification happening for us today. The hurricane hunters have been out there. They've found gusts that have actually been below the 100 that we're dealing with right now. In fact, below hurricane strength. However, they have a device on the hurricane hunter planes that actually shoots down to the surface of the water. It's called a stepped frequency microwave radiometer. And what it does is it measures, believe it or not, the frothiness of the ocean, and it can determine a wind speed off of that. It's remarkable technology, and that's what we're talking about when it comes to the wind speed they've predicted now. And you can see that we had a big blow up, the big white on this, the big tall towering thunderstorm tops. That's waned a bit, but the wind speed has caught up to it, and you can see the heavy rain that's now associated with it, especially on the north and the eastern side of this will be lashed here along the panhandle of Florida for days, unfortunately, and then it's going to get into Alabama, and I think that's going to spiral back into Mississippi as well. Our Tevin Wooten is live for us tonight. He is in Pascagoula, Mississippi this evening. Tevin, when we look at this forecast, and Mississippi could be on the receiving end of this in a very big way, unfortunately.
Yeah, Mike, here's the thing. We're on pretty much along the Mississippi and Alabama state line. So for the folks that live, in the Mobile Bay, don't turn your head away from this just yet. If you live in Pascagoula, you certainly want to pay attention to this too, because I think there will be a sharp cutoff on the heaviest precip, but that's well on the western side of the storm. On the east side, on the dirty side where we are, I do think there is a very real possibility of about 10 to 20 inches of rain. The forecast guidance did hint at that as early as last week. It's just a matter of where. Not everybody's going to see that 10 to 20 inches of rainfall, but for those that do, you will see a deluge, a downpour. That's going to add to the storm surge threat, especially as this heaviest rainfall is right along the Gulf Coast. So the water won't really be able to drain out into some of the bays and the rivers and eventually into the Gulf of Mexico. But I do want to talk about the water, though, because where we are right now along Pascagoula Beach and Beach Boulevard, during high tide, water comes up and covers all of this. And guess what? Guess where the water is right now? Still a ways back. So if you combine that with high tide, if you think about how that push of water starts to come on up, it can cover some of the roadways. We haven't seen that so far, but that is a possibility here. You can almost look down on the ground here and see some of the ripples as the water has sort of tried to drain back out into the Gulf of Mexico from the tide starting to retreat back to low tide. The next high tide, that is tomorrow morning, right around 9:04 a.m. So think about this. When the rain starts to pick up, when the winds start to pick up, and that push of wind energy and water, that will add to that tidal surge and that flooding that we are anticipating. Now, I do think we are a ways away from the storm by about 130 miles or so. In fact, some of the outer rainfall bands, so let's go to the sky. Look at that. You can see them moving in. That's about 30 to 35 miles away. So we're not far from the storm at all, at least on the outer fringes. Now, the heaviest part, the strongest part of the storm, and the most intense part of the storm, we still have some time for that. And speaking of time, I think one of the scariest parts of this forecast is how long it potentially sits, maybe into Wednesday night or Thursday, again along the Gulf Coast. That includes Mississippi, Alabama, and now, as we've seen some of the latest updates from the National Hurricane Center, potentially the northwestern Florida Panhandle. Really quickly, let's show you when the rain and the wind start to pick up with Sally into Tuesday morning, into Tuesday morning. I think we do start to see that northerly push of winds and also the rainfall as well. So look at how the winds pick up: 48 miles an hour, 55 miles an hour, 63 miles an hour. Those gusts are on the way. Mike?
I'll actually take it from here. Tevin, thank you so much. Well, coming up on Weather Underground, we've got the latest from the ongoing crisis in the West as destructive wildfires continue to rage out of control and the death toll, unfortunately, continues to climb.
Visit your local Acura dealer for attractive offers on the MDX.
Water?
Water tastes like water, so we fixed it. Mio. The first ingredient in this Cliff Bar is brown rice syrup, which is another name for sugar. In this Kind Bar, it's heart-healthy almonds with the taste of dark chocolate and 75% less sugar than the leading Cliff Bar. Be kind to yourself.
Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything. Like pizza, your coworker's lunch, whatever this is. Astronaut food.
And astronauts?
Everything.
Yum.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. I put that on everything.
With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm will always be among the first to arrive and the last to leave, to help show that human nature is greater than nature. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Whether holding down the fort or bouncing back to school, childhood is always in session. So keep feeding us right with Sun-Made snacks. Just like when you were a kid. Delicious, made with whole fruit. Sun-Made.
Can you believe all the Ings we fit under one roof? We're here to help your small business any way we can. Every ink for small business, all in one place.
The UPS Store.
We have so many amazing stars. It's going to be next level. All happening live in the ballroom.
Dancing with the Stars premieres live tonight, 8/7 Central on ABC.
Introducing the future of fitness. It's every class you can imagine. Live.
Welcome back to the Mirror.
You've got this, John. And on demand. It's boxing, cardio, yoga, and more. It's an interactive, goal-crushing, whole family, whole body fitness machine.
It's so cool.
The future of fitness is at home. The Mirror.
Is there a natural litter that actually works?
At Tidy Cats, litterventions come naturally. Naturally strong unscented with activated charcoal or new scented clean lemongrass with plant extracts. 100% natural, 100% powerful. There's a Tidy Cats for that.
Get your daily dose of everything weather.
Wow! Boy, do we have a lot to talk about.
Weather Today from the Weather Channel. New episodes every day, only on Quibi.
The only thing I want to point out with respect to the coronavirus is I simply want everyone to understand that now is not the time to let your guard down. The hurricane is going to be a challenge. We are going to continue to work through it, but we want people to continue to wear your mask. We want people to continue to socially distance. We want people to continue to be aware, not only weather aware, but also virus aware.
In Waveland, Mississippi, residents, they're running out of time. Hurricane Sally expected to make landfall within the next 24 to 36 hours. Our Robert Ray caught up with people who are packing up before the storm.
Dangerous storm surge. Heavy rain and strong winds are coming. Hurricane Sally is slow but ambitious, and many people in the Magnolia State are stocking up on food, waiting in long lines to get fuel and evacuate off the coastline.
When you got to replace your home, your roofs, and your property and stuff like that, you lose everything. That hurts.
In Waveland, Mississippi, a town devastated by Hurricane Katrina, David Hubbard owns a hardware store. He's keeping it open as long as he can to help the community board up their homes.
Well, I guess it's like earthquakes in California and things like that. It's life. You know, you just live with it, you prepare for it, and you do the best you can.
A mandatory evacuation here in Waveland, Mississippi. I just pulled into this parking lot about 2.5 miles from the Gulf of Mexico, and I want to show you this. Check this out. There are boats and RVs here in this retail shopping center that people have parked at. They're concerned that obviously the storm surge will cause incredible flooding and that they'll lose their properties. But take a look above at the pictures and look at how many people are staging here. They've put all of their equipment and their big trucks and their shrimping boats like the one behind me to try and be safe. And many people have left town already. Others still trying to make their way as Sally is getting closer. 50 miles to the west is New Orleans. Sandbags are in place with the hope that if the streets flood, the stores will not be inundated. Cafe Beignet is in the French Quarter and was serving customers this morning, but closed at 1 p.m.
It did shift a little bit,
so we're not exactly sure what we will be getting today. And then we will be shut down for the next 2 days as well.
Though the track of Hurricane Sally is leaning more east now, the uncertainty of strength and rainfall totals is not being taken lightly in the Big Easy. These friends from Philadelphia, here on a quick getaway, are not taking chances.
Yeah, we came in to celebrate her birthday, and yeah, we were looking to stay till tomorrow, but everybody said we should evacuate.
From Louisiana to the Florida Panhandle and spinning northeast as the week progresses, Hurricane Sally is set to bring a barrage of life-threatening rain and wind. Robert Ray, The Weather Channel.
Yeah, a lot going on with Sally. There's no two ways about it, folks. And because it's going to be moving so slowly, we think the effects are only exacerbated by that and the slow movement here. So you're going to be in it for longer than you normally would be, I think. So for a place like the Panhandle, Florida, Apalachicola, Panama City, Destin, Tallahassee, we're beginning the rain today. It's going to be there all night. It's going to be there all day tomorrow. It might be there all day on Wednesday as well. So to the tune of 8 to 10 inches is not out of the realm of possibility here, folks. And we know that that could lead to some very significant flooding for us. Here we are, Wednesday, 2 o'clock in the morning. It is still raining for us. Panama City, let's walk you through this forecast. Watch the wind speeds at the top of the screen here. Very gusty for you. East wind tonight and mostly through a good chunk of this. Heavy rain for us tonight. More light to moderate overnight. By tomorrow late morning, we're back into the heavy rain. That will last most of the afternoon tomorrow. You could pick up several inches through that. That may not taper until sometime later on Tuesday. Winds still gusty, upwards of 30 miles per hour. So Pensacola, our 50-mile-per-hour gusts begin tomorrow morning. Our forecast for Pensacola is 1 foot to 1.5 feet of rain and a storm surge of 2 to 4 feet. If the track, though, goes a little bit farther east, I think that this storm surge number goes up significantly. I think it could even double if the landfall location is just a little bit farther to the east. For New Orleans, not much happening for us tonight, but it is pretty windy, okay? The rain comes in overnight tonight, mostly light. Winds are really starting to crank for us tomorrow, close to 50 miles an hour, but the heavier rain doesn't come in until midday or so tomorrow. Will last for several hours with the winds again still breezy the entire time. So a lot of different places under the gun here. And for New Orleans, our 45-mile-per-hour gusts begin tomorrow morning. Rainfall, this is the good news. We're now more or less on the western side of it, less than an inch forecast for us, at least for falling from the sky here in Alex. That's great news for New Orleans.
That is, absolutely. Now, across the West, we're closely monitoring the wildfires. Want to get you caught up on what we know, some of the headlines. As fires rage across California, Oregon, and Washington, at least 35 people have been killed. Dozens are still missing. In Oregon, 1 million acres have been charred in just the past week. And President Trump made a trip to Sacramento today to meet and thank fire officials and first responders. Let's get you caught up on the fire situation and where the threat is highest today. We look at the elevated risk across parts of Montana and Idaho. Also, of course, South Central Oregon, a spot we continue to watch. Extreme northeastern California and northwestern Nevada. Air quality alerts are in effect because of all the smoke, including some dense smoke advisories across California and Nevada. So even if you're not in an area that's being affected by the fire, you're likely being affected by the smoke.
At Cracker Barrel, there's comfort in every bite. With new favorites like our fresh-baked chicken pot pie, filled with chicken and vegetables. Come on home to Cracker Barrel. Dine in, curbside, or delivery.
Here? Nah. Here. Nope.
Here.
When the middle of nowhere is somewhere. The all-new Chevy Trailblazer.
They say carnivorous Devourus inhabits these waters.
If he's here, this Devour white cheddar mac and cheese with bacon will lure him out.
Eat like an animal. Devour. Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance, so you only pay for what you need.
I wish I could shake your hand.
Granted. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty. The first ingredient in this Cliff Bar is brown rice syrup, which is another name for sugar. In this kind bar, it's heart-healthy almonds with the taste of dark chocolate and 75% less sugar than the leading Cliff Bar. Be kind to yourself.
What's going on? Let me help lift and push and push. There, it's up there.
Hey, Josh.
Wrinkles send the wrong message. Help prevent them before they start with Downy Wrinkle Guard.
Thank you for taking me home. It's so far.
Don't worry about it, Grandma. This will be fun. 2 chocolate milkshakes, please.
Make it 3.
3?
Did you get his number?
Oh, Grandma. Grandma!
Excuse me.
Some relationships get better with time. That's why I got a Crosstrek.
97% of Subaru vehicles sold in the last 10 years are still on the road.
I'm so glad you got a Subaru.
I wonder who gave me the idea.
Oh.
Love. It's what makes Subaru, Subaru.
Try Drive Up at Target. Contactless delivery right to your car, designed for your day. Your moves. Your style. Your taste. So quick and easy. Just download the Target app today.
Real people are realizing there's a better way to mobile.
My carrier probably has a lot of fees I don't even know are there. Basic phone line access, federal universal service charge, I don't even know what that is. Why am I paying these fees?
At Spectrum Mobile, there are no added taxes and fees. What you see is what you pay. $45 a line with our unlimited data plan or $14 a gig with our Buy the Gig plan.
The calculator said that we would save $600 a year. We've actually saved $612 in half a year.
With Spectrum Mobile, I'm saving over $350 a year.
$650 a year. It's true. Most customers who use our calculator find they could save hundreds every year. Don't wait. Find your savings at SpectrumMobile.com or call 844-258-8115 and get it all with free nationwide talk and text and no contracts.
I'm ready to switch.
Get more for less with our unlimited data plan for $45 a line or our Buy the Gig plan for $14 a gig. Plus, get the flexibility to mix and match plans. Visit a Spectrum store. Go to SpectrumMobile.com or call 844-258-8115.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got severe weather threat.
Winds have been gusting the full force of this thing.
The Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 75 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. Tonight, partly cloudy skies, low 57, winds north at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Tuesday, sunny skies, high 70, winds northeast at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Tuesday night, clear skies, low 59, winds south-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
We are saddling up for Hurricane Sally here in Pascagoula, Mississippi. I'm meteorologist Tevin Wooten joining you live from Jackson County right here on Weather Underground. We are along Beach Boulevard. Beyond me, the Mississippi Sound, and beyond that, that is Hurricane Sally in the Gulf of Mexico, churning right now 100-mile-an-hour winds. We've got the potential to see this storm come in as a high-end Category 2 or maybe a Category 3 storm. Despite the category and the nomenclature, we still expect significant threats by way of inland flooding, storm surge, and the potential for tornadoes as well. As you can see here with the latest track from the National Hurricane Center, Tuesday early morning, we expect those winds to be near 110 miles an hour, then into Tuesday evening, and then beyond that, still Wednesday morning. So this may be a 24 to 36 hour window of substantial moments from Sally pounding up against the Gulf Coast in places like southern Mississippi, southern Alabama, and also northwestern Florida as well. So, Mike, I want folks to know this forecast is not set in stone. I think we learned that as meteorologists, and we know that, and we expect that. But for somebody at home, they see one forecast and they latch onto it. Yeah. I don't want people to get that false sense of security that the one forecast they see is the precise one.
Yeah. Yeah, each and every time there's a new update, and this is going to happen about every 3 hours, every 6 hours. We want you to pay close attention because it may change significantly for you. Think about what's happened in New Orleans here the last 24 hours. New Orleans not officially in the cone anymore, even. So big changes can happen. Good point there, Tevin. And we know that a ton of you have questions about Sally, and please send them to us on Twitter or on Facebook. Include the hashtag Hurricane Questions. Andrew asking this: with Sally's slow approach to land, at what point does she stop strengthening and start weakening? Andrew, I wish I had a really good answer for you here. I don't, but it's an excellent question. And what I'm going to show you here is the modeled wind speed and over the course of time here, and then I'm going to also go overlay on here the tides, all right? From now through tomorrow morning, still very little movement out of this, okay? So we've got primarily a strong east wind. That's going to continue through the day tomorrow. And you see, at least on the model, there's very little weakening. In fact, there could be some more strengthening. That'll be indicated by the white that you see here with the more intense winds modeled here. This is overnight tomorrow into Wednesday morning. Could still be strengthening here, could still be strong through mid-morning on Wednesday. Could there then be a little, because it's moving so slow, could there be some land interaction on the north side at that point that then begins to at least sustain or bring it down just a little bit? I think it's within the realm of possibility. It could top out before landfall and then maybe weaken ever so slightly before landfall. I don't think, though, Andrew, that's going to make a difference as far as effects go. If you're talking, okay, it maxes out at a Cat 3, but it weakens to a 2 before landfall, I don't think it makes a difference. I really don't. I think it's all baked in then, the wind and the rain and the surge. I think that's all pretty much going to stay the same. It could encounter in and out of a little bit of wind shear there, so I wouldn't expect significant strengthening. Could we go to a Cat 3? Yes. Do I think a 4 is in the offing or a 5? I don't. I think that's just too close to land at this point, and I think there could be a little bit of wind shear that it encounters. You take a look at it on the satellite. It's been pretty impressive today. A lot healthier than it was yesterday. Big blow up of convection this afternoon. That's waned a little bit. Maybe a little bit of dry air is getting in there on the south side, but typical daytime diurnal effects. Midday afternoon is when hurricanes tend to lose their convective activity a little bit. Then it could blow up overnight. We see that happen a lot. And then you see the thunderstorms that now start to surround it, and especially on the east side, Apalachicola through Pensacola getting hit. And there's the track, again, forecast to be on the precipice here, Alex, of a Category 3. Would not be out of the realm of possibility.
Absolutely. Mike, thank you so much. We are looking at what else is going on in the tropics. And there's a heck of a lot. By the way, earlier today, before we lost Renee, we had Tropical Depression Renee. So we had 5 active tropical systems at one time. Only other time we've had that was in the 1970s. So when we say this is an active year, this is an active year. We've got Tropical Storm Vicky. Now we have the remnants of Renee. Of course, Tropical Storm Teddy off to the south. Hurricane Paulette rolled over Bermuda earlier today. And again, we talked about that last night if you were with us. It's not easy to get a hurricane strike on Bermuda, given that it is a small object there in the middle of the Atlantic. And of course, Hurricane Sally closer to home. So let's walk you through Paulette, currently a Category 2 hurricane with winds 105 miles per hour. This is now moving off to the north of Bermuda, and it will stay away from the U.S., but the impacts will still be felt in terms of rip currents and rough surf. So you can expect some big waves in the coastal sections of the mid-Atlantic, the Northeast, and New England. There's our rip current danger all up the coast, expecting high danger for rip currents. So I know, we're past the prime season of heading to the ocean, but if you are at the beaches, stay near the lifeguards. If they say stay out, stay out. Wave height forecast, you can see they are going to remain high as we head into the middle of the week. We've got another hour of Weather Underground headed your way with more on Hurricane Sally.
Is that net carbs or total? Not enough fiber. Chocolate would be good.
Snacking should be sweet and simple. The delicious taste of Glucerna gives you the sweetness you crave while helping you manage your blood sugar with nutrients to help support immune health.
Owners of select competitive vehicles can get $500 toward a new Acura ILX.
I'm your Uncle Cooper, and I care about 3 things. I care about you. I care about tires. I care about your tires. These Cooper tires are dependable, well-made tires that come with an 80,000-mile warranty. That's an 80,000-mile promise from an American company. Gives a person something to believe in. In summation, I care about you, tires, and your tire choices. So go with the Coopers. Cooper! Tires are how I show my love.
Daddy, what's that big moving house thing?
It's a motorhome, Junior. Modern invention.
Modern invention? We carried our homes with us since, like, forever.
Yeah, but humans have Geico to protect them. Something goes wrong, they're covered. What do we have?
What could go wrong? Ooh, a feather.
A feather. Duck, Junior!
That's no duck, Daddy. That's a vulture.
Geico for RVs. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
Ready or not, here I come.
Gillette ProGlide and ProGlide Gel. 5 blades and a pivoting flex ball designed to get virtually every hair on the first stroke while washing away dirt and oil. So you're ready for the day with a clean shave and a clean face.
Ready or not, here I come. You can't hide. I'm gonna find you and keep you happy.
Domino's knows delivery, so when we asked our team members how to make carry-out more convenient, they had thoughts.
Frisbee it.
That's a thought.
Deliver it.
Even better. Introducing Domino's Carside Delivery. Just pull up, check in online, and we bring your food to you. It's carry-out delivered.
Ugh, is there a natural litter that actually works?
At Tidy Cats, litterventions come naturally. Naturally strong unscented with activated charcoal or new scented clean lemongrass with plant extracts. 100% natural, 100% powerful. There's a Tidy Cats for that.
What do we want for dinner? Burgers! I want a sugar cookie. I want a bucket of chicken. I want...
It's the easiest because it's the cheesiest. Kraft for the win-win.
At Olive Garden, it's easier than ever to enjoy what you love from us in the comfort of your own home. Order and pay online. Choose from all your favorites. Then bring it all home with Carside Pickup. Only at Olive Garden.
Well, right now on Weather Underground, Sally, now a Category 2 hurricane threatening the Gulf Coast with extremely dangerous storm surge, flooding rainfall, and damaging winds.
We have live coverage for you from the areas in the path of this intensifying hurricane. We'll go in depth on why Sally will bring prolonged effects not just to the coast, but well inland all across the southeast. Appreciate you being with us tonight here for Weather Underground. I'm Mike Bettis.
I'm Alex Wilson. As you saw, we've got meteorologist Tevin Wooten live. We'll get to him in just a minute. And we're going to be with you until 9 o'clock tonight with everything you need to know to get ready for Hurricane Sally. Of course, Mike, that's just Weather Underground. Weather Channel will be with you all night long.
24/7, landfall and beyond. But if you're just getting home this evening, you've been busy today and had a lot to do, maybe just getting home from work, we've got a Category 2 hurricane on our hands. A rapidly intensifying hurricane with 100-mile-per-hour winds. Yesterday at this time, the winds were 60 miles per hour, and it was a tropical storm. It's right now 105 miles east of the mouth of the Mississippi River, and it's already lashing us with very gusty winds and some heavy rain here along the Gulf Coast. So a lot going on with it today. The satellite presentation has increased quite a bit today. It's very impressive. You take a look at where the hurricane warnings are. They have now been extended. So from near Morgan City, Grand Isle, all the way through Pensacola, Florida, we now have hurricane warnings in effect. And we got some very surge-prone coastlines here, folks, especially I think Mississippi, Alabama, and Florida. The bathymetry of the ocean here just is just not in our favor. It just really is not. So a slow-moving storm that is intensifying is bad news when it comes to the surge. You can see the visible satellite. The sun's about to set. We're going to lose this in the next hour or so, but some pretty good thunderstorms have started to develop today. Those may wane just a little bit the next couple of hours, then pick up overnight. A lot of times you'll get this nocturnal blow-up of convection. One other thing I'm going to point out here is you see these little kind of like hairs that extend out along the edges here. We've got these transverse bands that have formed, so the storm is breathing pretty well, as we'd say, and so this is why we've seen the intensity pick up today. If there's anything working against it, it might have a little bit of dry air that's trying to work its way in. It's not a ton, it's a little bit, and the thing about it is a lot of times some of these storms that are really starting to form can fend that off, and I don't think there's a ton more entrainment of that dry air to go here. But you can see they've got a lot of rain north side and east side of this storm. Gusty winds throughout the day today. Gulf Shores gusting to 20, 23 in Mobile, Panama City, Windsor at 12, and same in Apalachicola. But all these places, the winds will just increase and then sustain through the entire event here. Heavy rain now about to hit us here, Apalachicola back toward Destin as the system spirals through. It just needs to edge its way a little bit farther north. You're going to really be in that. And then the far eastern reaches bring thunderstorms through the peninsula of Florida as well. The forecast is shifting ever so slightly to the east, and officially New Orleans is no longer in the cone, but Mississippi is, Alabama is, Florida is, and if you follow that just right down the center, make a potential landfall somewhere near the Mississippi and Alabama state line, with all the surge on the eastern side of that in surge-prone locations like Mobile, Dauphin Island, Pensacola Beach, and Pensacola. So a lot to consider here, Alex, over the last 24 hours, with the thing really changing its personality for sure.
Absolutely. And we want to get you caught up on Hurricane Sally's headline, so to speak. 19 million people are within the cone of the storm. Mississippi's Office of Emergency Management has been offering sandbags for the past few days, saying they're most concerned about that combination of very heavy rainfall with the storm surge and high tide. With the track of the storm now shifting a little farther to the east, Louisiana Governor John Bel Edwards said today his state is ready to send personnel and assets they don't need over to Mississippi. And our own Tevin Wooten is in Mississippi tonight in Pascagoula. This is a community that's no stranger to tropical systems, but of course Sally is going to bring a unique combination of trouble, mainly in its slow motion and heavy rain.
Yeah, Alex, between the forecast and the science of Sally, this can quickly become a recipe for disaster when you consider 10 to 20 inches of rainfall, the potential for 100 to 110 mile-per-hour winds, and then the threat of severe weather too. Tornadoes, yes, that comes along with tropical entities. So this is a very, very crucial forecast that I think a lot of people between the Mississippi and state lines should pay attention to, and even for folks in northwestern Florida. Here in Pascagoula right now, in terms of the current conditions, we do have gusty winds at times between 15 and 25 miles an hour. I want to take a moment, though, to show you the sky, because to my right, perhaps 30 to 35 miles away, those are the darkening clouds from Sally that are moving their way towards the west. But we know that movement towards the west is very slow, right now between 7, maybe 8 miles per hour at times. So overall, I think what we'll start to notice is, yes, the darkening skies, but I don't think the storm will budge between right now, tonight, and into tomorrow morning. So we really won't see a lot of those outer rainfall bands move onshore as quickly as we would typically anticipate with a typical tropical system such as a hurricane or tropical storm. But folks here in Pascagoula and in Jackson County, they're certainly getting ready. And that's not just boarding up homes and businesses, but that's also getting boats prepared too.
Well, yesterday we thought it was going on past us. Now we really don't know. We, may get, Dick, maybe 8-10 feet in here. And earlier today the water was up over the docks and the tide's going back out some. So it just depends on how it hits the tide and the wind and circulation.
So, Alex, those are some of the boat owners that were tying up their boats to city docks. But what they do, they don't tie it up along the banks or along the sides of some of the waterways. They put them in the center, such that if the water starts to rise and the winds jostle the boats around, they don't actually hit or impact the side of the boat and the banks of the waterways. They can just sit and freely escalate up with the water rise. Alex.
All right. Tevin, thank you so much. Rain going to be one of the big threats. And when we talk about the combination of rain along with surge, in some areas, some communities, that push of water into the normally dry ground will actually help, keep that water from making its way out to the coast. So a place like Tallahassee that's going to be seeing very heavy rain. You just saw that behind me. Already dealing with the clouds and more rain coming your way. So flash flooding possibility will very much be in play for parts of Florida all the way over into eastern Louisiana tonight and into tomorrow morning. I think the greatest likelihood right there into areas where Tevin is. So southern sections of Mississippi, where we anticipate a little bit more in the way of heavy rainfall. Flash flood watches are posted for portions of Mississippi. A lot of Alabama, though, included within that, and the western part of the Florida Panhandle, an area to watch. Footprint of rainfall could be extreme when it comes to the amounts that we may see across the southern Gulf Coast areas, so southern Mississippi, southern Alabama. We could be looking at a rainfall footprint of 1 foot to 1.5 feet. That would obviously be big problems when it comes to flooding. And as I mentioned, that surge coming into play will keep that water from being able to run off, go into those creeks and streams and head out into the Gulf. So that'll be an additional problem. Heavy rain extending all the way up into central parts of Alabama. 5 to 8 inch totals possible there. And you can see the footprint of 3 to 5 inch. That's that yellow shaded area. That goes all the way up into the Carolinas. So this could be a big rainfall maker, not just due to the fact that it's a tropical storm and these usually bring a lot of rain, but the fact that it is just creeping along, moving so slowly, meaning areas are going to start to see heavy rain and they're going to keep seeing it for hours. There's a Wednesday afternoon, Mobile just absolutely getting soaked. We head into early Thursday. You can see not much changing with that heavier rain shifting slightly north, but still focused right over South Alabama, Mike.
Alex, thank you for that. We know that heavy rain in the Bay St. Louis area in Mississippi causing a lot of flooding. Look at the high water on the roads here. Mandatory evacuation in effect for Hancock County. That includes Bay St. Louis starting today, and people are taking that order very seriously.
It was about 2.5 feet and rising. I'm probably one of the last that's going to get in and out of there with a truck, unless you've got really high tires.
Are you planning to stay here? What's your thoughts?
No, I'm evacuating.
You say the water's already high. Evacuations for all residents living in low-lying areas and those who live along rivers, bayous, river inlets. Pets will not be allowed at general population shelters, so make plans for your pets if you are evacuating. All right, I want to bring you some very specific information when it comes to the storm surge here. Numerous areas where we have storm surge warnings in effect, from Grand Isle, Louisiana, all the way over to Destin, Florida. Mississippi, Alabama, and Florida, you could be a target of the perpendicular push of water, which would maximize the storm surge here, and its terrible bathymetry, the lay of the land underneath the water, just very conducive to high storm surge here. As of right now, 7 to 11, portions of Mississippi and Louisiana, 6 to 9, Mississippi and Alabama, 4 feet to 7 feet in portions of Alabama and Florida. That could potentially go higher around Pensacola and Destin. All right, I'm going to show you this map. And what this is really going to show you, it's going to show you a couple locations and their tide cycles. What I really want you to focus on is where the hurricane goes and what the wind direction is. Okay, so let's pinpoint that for you. Here we are tomorrow morning. Strong east wind here, northeast wind here. All right, let's go into Tuesday afternoon. Strong east wind persists because the hurricane hardly moves. Strong northeast wind here. Let's go into Wednesday morning, early overnight morning hours. Strong east wind here, northeast wind here. Nothing really changes. This is going to be very, very persistent. Again, stronger now, east wind here, almost a due north wind here. The point I'm making is you're going to be in this for a significant amount of time with the same wind direction. So what's it mean for a few locations? Let me take you to Waveland and Bay St. Louis right in here. All right, now I'm going to show you some pictures from today of what it's looked like there, because the winds have pushed the water. This is already what it's doing, and the winds haven't been all that bad. It's just a persistent flow in one direction is really going to push in the water on the western side, okay? So this is what we're looking at, folks, and it's only going to get worse from here because you're likely going to see your winds incrementally tick up. All right, now let me show you over to, say, New Orleans. I want to show you what the water looks like there at Lake Pontchartrain. Same thing, it's a lot sloshier than it was yesterday. It was pretty calm yesterday, and the waves have been splashing up here on the south shore of this. What it means is, you can see it even spilling over. Strong north wind pushes everything south. We'll be doing this for probably the next 2 days. All right, so let me show you back again what's happening in the New Orleans area, because New Orleans sits on the south side of Lake Pontchartrain. There you go, northeast wind, northeast wind, northeast wind. Bonnie Carey floodway here, New Canal Station, and Shell Beach. 3.5 feet of storm surge there right now, 2.5 feet here off of Lake Pontchartrain. Now I want to show you specifically some neighborhoods that are going to be on the receiving end of these winds and the surge. All right, so we take you into New Orleans. It's East Bank, and it's also going to be, I think, down towards Shell Beach down here, where you've got that push of air and water that's in this direction and in this direction. So when we put this into motion, you'll end up seeing here, there will be some areas that are very vulnerable. Shell Beach. Check out what we've got going on here at Shell Beach. We've got almost a whole community here of mobile homes that sit right on the water. These could be wiped out. Already concerned that we've got 3.5 feet of storm surge there now. That could double, if not triple. Bay St. Louis, remember, which direction is the wind right now? It's pushing all the water against Bay St. Louis and Waveland. So all of these coastal locations right near the water are susceptible. Then we take you farther into Mississippi, some bigger cities along the water. That includes Biloxi. Again, now you've got an east wind, so everything's being pushed in this direction. What's down here? Oh, all the casinos now, right? So you've got the Golden Nugget down here, a lot of places where people will visit. Persistent east wind in Pascagoula. You've got a huge refinery in Pascagoula right here that's very susceptible to storm surge. This is all marshland here, so the water just goes right over top of that. I think that the refinery could flood, not to mention some residential areas here in Pascagoula as well, with a very persistent east wind pushing the water east to west here. How about in Alabama? Let's take you to Mobile Bay here. Again, if the water's being pushed in this direction, the water's going to come down on this side and go up on the west side. Airport is in there, right there. Dauphin Island, the east side of Dauphin Island could take on some water here. But again, you're pushing everything in this direction. So all these locations and even some neighborhoods in here, they could be inundated with water. Well in advance here of the hurricane making landfall, Alex, that's the thing. If we have an east wind in Mobile Bay for 2 days, the water has no choice but to go up. Storm surge is going to happen well in advance of the hurricane coming in.
Right. It's something that's going to be with us for some time. Severe, of course, another factor that we talk about when we talk about landfalling tropical systems. And tomorrow, watching for that tornado threat across parts of Alabama and particularly Florida. So a good chunk of the Florida panhandle will be at risk. Torcon values in that 3 range. So a 30% chance of a tornado. Not overly high, but we oftentimes see tornadoes, weak tornadoes typically, and water spouts with these systems. There's the wind shear tomorrow. So what I'm showing you, the surface wind. So we look at a place like Panama City or Pensacola. Winds at the surface will generally be out of the east. But when we put on the winds just a little bit off the surface, 5,000 feet coming from more of the southeast, that's wind shear in that it's a change of wind direction with height. And that will allow that turning of the winds and can translate into storms that produce tornadoes. Wednesday, possibility of severe weather extending all the way up towards Montgomery, Alabama. So well inland, you can see the Wednesday risk includes those easterly surface winds across a lot of southern Alabama. And of course, those 5,000-foot winds more out of the southeast. So once again, we're dealing with that wind shear. Of course, there's that frictional component with the storm making its way onto land. Here's your future radar and that storm just slowly moving in. But there are our storms that'll be moving through tomorrow morning across parts of the Florida panhandle, continuing through the afternoon, could produce water spouts or tornadoes, in addition to the torrential rainfall that we likely will be seeing out of these. And you can see with that slow movement, a lot of these same areas will be watching the storms to continue late Tuesday and into Wednesday as well. So heavy rain, storms, Mike, all in play out of Sally.
All right, Alex, thank you for that. Coming up on Weather Underground, we're tracking Hurricane Sally, including live coverage from the Gulf Coast as this dangerous system closes in on landfall and likely to continue to intensify. It's already Category 2. Could potentially get very close, if not get to a Category 3 hurricane. More coverage from coastal Mississippi when we come back, and the very latest details on where Hurricane Sally is headed.
Owners of select competitive vehicles can get $500 toward a new Acura ILX.
At Cracker Barrel, there's comfort in every bite. With new favorites like our fresh-baked chicken pot pie, filled with chicken and vegetables. Come on home to Cracker Barrel. Dine in, curbside, or delivery.
As a real estate agent, I've learned it's excess moisture that causes musty odors. Pro tip, use Damp Rid.
Damp Rid drop-in tabs attract and trap excess moisture out of the air, eliminating musty odors.
Works every time.
Get rid of dampness.
Damp Rid.
So Dish lets you share your TV with your family on multiple devices. Why?
Sweetie, I forgot something.
Thank you.
Because we know one thing's for sure. It's a little less scary leaving home when you can take a little bit of it with you.
Share your TV on 5 devices, no extra charge. Dish, tuned in to you.
These fudge brownie M&Ms are really fudgy.
Yes, they are.
To put a fudge brownie center in an M&M's is...
Genius. I know.
I was going to say hard.
Why won't you?
Why won't you go in?
New fudge brownie M&Ms.
I didn't order a pizza.
I know. But that Parker promo saved me so much on my insurance. Brought you a little something special.
Parker, State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
You're the man.
And you want the real deal? Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
This is my body of proof.
Proof I can fight moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis.
Proof I can fight psoriatic arthritis. With Humira.
Proof of less joint pain.
And clearer skin in PSA.
Humira targets and blocks a source of inflammation that contributes to joint pain and irreversible damage.
Humira can lower your ability to fight infections. Serious and sometimes fatal infections, including tuberculosis and cancers, including lymphoma, have happened, as have blood, liver, and nervous system problems, serious allergic reactions, and new or worsening heart failure. Tell your doctor if you've been to areas where certain fungal infections are common, and if you've had TB, hepatitis B, are prone to infections, or have flu-like symptoms or sores. Don't start Humira if you have an infection.
Humira is proven to help stop further joint damage.
Want more proof? Ask your rheumatologist about Humira citrate-free.
If you can't afford your medicine, AbbVie may be able to help.
ProPlan Live Clear, a breakthrough, 10 years in the making, that reduces allergens in cat hair and dander. Outstanding nutrition with the power to change lives. This is Purina ProPlan Live Clear.
I had never felt a piece of handsome. I have never heard compliments throughout my childhood. I caught every joke in the dark-skinned community ever. I was black, burnt tarp. I was blurple, black and purple. I just never felt attractive, ever.
Did your job give you mesothelioma or lung cancer? If you had occupational asbestos exposure and now have mesothelioma or lung cancer, you may be entitled to claim some of the $30 billion in asbestos bankruptcy funds, even if you smoked. Call Whites & Luxembourg today. They are the New York law firm who's won the state's highest verdicts for your colleagues and neighbors in their asbestos cases.
Mesothelioma or lung cancer victims, call 800-299-5600. That's 800-299-5600.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got a severe weather threat.
Winds have been gusting the full force of this thing.
The Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 74 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, partly cloudy skies, low 57. Winds north at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Tuesday, mainly sunny, high 70. North-northeast winds shifting to east-southeast at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Tuesday night, clear, low 59. Winds south-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
hurricane season doesn't stop for a pandemic, and neither do we.
From this point forward, conditions will continue to deteriorate.
Don't let COVID-19 take your eye off the tropics. This year's threat is more complex and dangerous than ever before.
Remain vigilant, pay close attention to the Weather Channel.
No one can cover this historic hurricane season better than the Weather Channel. Get the information you need to stay safe every day. Storm safety in a pandemic, all season long, right here on the Weather Channel.
And welcome back to our coverage of Tracking Sally, Hurricane Sally. I'm meteorologist Paul Goodlow here on Woo TV, here in Gulf Shores, Alabama. Look at the Gulf of Mexico. In all my years covering systems here at the beach, I've never seen the Gulf as angry as it is, as far out as you can see. Nothing but white caps. Some of these waves here are easily 6 to 10 feet already, and it has already kind of been pushed up. The water has, kind of the surge already, well over dozens of feet of beach, which is normally above the tide line right here. We're at the lodge at Gulf State Park here in Gulf Shores. And by the way, there's some hurricane history here as well, because the original lodge was wiped out by Hurricane Ivan back in 2004. It's a major hurricane, Cat 3, making landfall. We don't expect that with Sally. It could strengthen that much, but we do expect something more like Harvey in terms of the incredible rain with this system. Here in this part of Alabama, we are the National Hurricane Center and local forecasters could see, 8, 10, 15, maybe 20 to 25 inches of rain here, because as Sally comes on shore, and right now the forecast is just to the west of us, closer to the Alabama-Mississippi border. In fact, as the crow flies, we're about 50 miles from Pascagoula. We could see the strong side, that right front quadrant, pushing up here. And here's the thing, as the storm comes up here, it slows and stalls and then pushes more towards the north and the east very slowly, which means we see more of this, which right now is just moderate to light rain, but we're going to see maybe a couple of days of heavy rain. That's our biggest concern. As well as right here on the coast, more of this, more of the push of the ocean, more of that storm surge coming up here. In fact, I'm running out of standable beach here. I don't want to get into the dunes. The dunes are here to protect farther inland, so we don't want people in there. I don't want to get in there as well. It's just not the correct thing to do. But we're in this for the long haul, Mike, and I just saw some of the models and the number of inches they're printing out, Mike. It brings me back 3 years ago to Harvey, when we were saying initially there's no way we can get that type of rainfall out of a system. But we did, because it's slowing down. We don't think it's going to slow down and stall like Harvey, but it's slowing down similar to it. And the flooding, the rain is going to be one of the biggest threats we're going to have here over the next several days on the Gulf Coast.
Paul, the images that you're showing right now have me really, really concerned. You're already running out of beach there, and that is such a surge-prone location. If you are a right front quadrant hit, which seems very likely at this point, Gulf Shores is going underwater.
Yeah, there's a lot of dunes here, so we don't think the entire city will be underwater just from the surge, but we're going to have more flooding, and then we have the rain flooding as well. So there could be parts of this coastal section of Alabama that could be cut off. I know I was watching earlier, I mentioned Dolphin Island. I'm definitely concerned about our friends out there. We were there earlier for Cristobal. The roadway, getting to the island, will most likely be underwater with this type of surge coming up here, and parts of the island can easily flood with a big push of just a passing by storm, let alone something making landfall close by. So there's a lot of real estate. Mike, I'm talking tens and tens of miles, if not hundreds of miles here, threatened by what's brewing here and coming this way from the Gulf of Mexico.
Those beaches are so beautiful there. This is just white, sugary sand. Paul, the current forecast for where you are is 4 to 6 feet of storm surge. I wouldn't be surprised if that gets upped, especially if the center of this goes a little bit farther to the east. What would, say, 6 feet of storm surge do right there?
Mike, I'm 6'4.5". I used to be 5, but I've been shrinking lately. That's age. You know what I'm talking about. But bottom line is, you can see I'm basically at the top of this kind of boardwalk which comes over the dunes here. But it's not just one single push of 6 feet and then it comes back. We're talking hours. So it's almost like saving for retirement. You can't, become a millionaire overnight. It takes years and decades, and a 6-foot storm surge over 12, 18 hours that's going to do massive damage to the dunes here, which are built to protect, by Mother Nature, built to protect things inland. So that's going to be an ongoing concern. A death by 1,000 cuts. Nickels and dimes all add up to dollars, and that's the big concern. You might not see, I know with Ivan we had a 12-foot storm surge, but we can see maybe half of that, but for a much longer duration, can do as much or if not more damage because of the duration of the dunes and the inundation of these coastal areas. So still a huge concern here about what's going to happen on the coast. Mike?
All right, Paul, thank you so much. It's he's in a bad spot, and it looks like they could get a very bad hit from this. I'd be very concerned there, Alex, about the people that have to vacation, that go there for vacation. You know, these places are beautiful.
Yeah, totally. And they may not know the area as well. Well, still to come on Weather Underground, our live coverage of Hurricane Sally continues late into the evening. Field coverage and expertise you can only find here on the Weather Channel. And for more tropical coverage as well as updates on the wildfires, make sure you check out Pattern Storm Break on Snapchat.
And Doug.
You know, Limu, after all these years, it's the ones that got away that haunt me the most. Because you're not like everybody else. That's why Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance. So you only pay for what you need.
What?
Oh, I said.
Oh, this is my floor.
No! Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
When it's especially important to keep skin clean, keep reaching for Cetaphil. Recommended by dermatologists. Awarded by Allure. And most of all, loved by skin. Cetaphil, the cleanser sensitive skin loves.
At Physicians Mutual, we know that planning for retirement can feel scary.
Heard you're retiring soon. My husband just retired. Figuring out how to stay covered was a real doozy.
Hey, look, Leonard's premiums are showing.
He doesn't even have a Medigap.
We're gonna say Jamal.
Anyways, we found Physicians Mutual. They made it really easy.
I'll give him a call.
Retire with confidence. We'll listen and find you the coverage you need.
Physicians Mutual, Physicians Mutual.
We got no free pass. Everything we have, we've owned. The unmistakable Lexus IS.
Get 0% financing on the 2020 IS 300.
Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Last chance to win that big check from Publishers Clearinghouse. Next month, you could win $1,000 a day for life.
I thought one day it'll be me.
But time's running out, so enter at PCH.com. $1,000 a day for life.
COPD makes it hard to breathe. So to breathe better, I started Once Daily Anoro.
COPD tries to say go this way. I say I'll go my own way with Anoro.
Once Daily Anoro contains two medicines called bronchodilators that work together to significantly improve lung function all day and all night. Do not use Anoro if you have asthma. Anoro won't replace rescue inhalers for sudden symptoms and should not be used more than once a day. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition, high blood pressure, glaucoma, prostate, bladder, or urinary problems. These may worsen with Anoro. Call your doctor if you have worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain while taking Anoro. The most common side effects are sore throat, diarrhea, and pain in the arms and legs.
Ask your doctor about Once Daily Anoro to start treating your COPD.
We're here for you during this challenging time, and always find support at Anoro.com.
As your uncle, I want you to know that on the road of life, there will be rough spots, and they will chew up your tires. I recently took a road trip to Greensville to attend a chili cook-off. Rough roads all the way down. I drove there on these Cooper Discoverer and Duramax tires. You know, they're made with the durability of off-road tires, but for on-road driving. Without them, we might never know the winning bean-to-meat ratio of a good chili. And those are the things in life, my friend, worth driving towards. So go with the Coopers. Cooper! I'm hungry now.
How is Tidy Cat's Breeze changing the litter game? By providing outstanding odor control with simple cleanup. Number 1 goes to the bottom, and number 2 stays on top for easy scooping. Switch the Breeze pads weekly, the pellets monthly, and you're good to go. Discover the ease of Breeze today.
Now is the time to prepare, but be prepared
for the worst case scenario.
Bad weather is nothing to take lightly. Those on the Gulf Coast know a flood and heavy rains can be just as deadly as tropical winds.
Now is not the time to let your guard down. The hurricane is going to be a challenge. We are going to continue to work through it. There was the potential of 15 to 20 inches of rain in a short period of time.
Welcome back into this extended edition of Weather Underground. Want to get you the very latest on Hurricane Sally. If you were watching us this time yesterday, a lot has changed between late Sunday and now Monday afternoon. We've got a 100-mile-per-hour Category 2 hurricane on our hands. Still expecting that slow movement up to the north. Right now moving west-northwest at 6 miles an hour. So we're talking a crawl as it makes its way, Mike, closer to the Gulf Coast.
All right, Alex, it's one to watch. There's no question about that, especially with the intensification that has happened for us today. The hurricane hunters are out there. They're flying through it at this moment. They have found, winds that have been hurricane force here. They found, a small blip in there, and that was mostly on the north side of the storm. And then they're going to do a kind of a crisscross pattern through this. And so what you see on the right-hand side of your screen is the actual live flight pattern that they're doing. On the left-hand side of your screen, it is showing you the wind speeds that they're recording from the plane. So it's come down as they're now on the fringes of where it is. And so this is why the winds are down in here. But again, most of really the intense stuff with this has been north side and east side loaded. And that's been, the case that most of its life, really, east side especially. So through the afternoon, morning and very early afternoon, we had this blow up of big thunderstorm tops that waned a little bit. And then maybe some nocturnal storms are starting to get going here. I want to show you the last couple of frames. You'll see a little blow up right there. All right, so nocturnal thunderstorms may start to congeal around the center of this, and that's a lot of times what happens. And so that may be, what could happen tonight, and then maybe even some intensification overnight and tomorrow. Tiny bits of dry air are pulled into that, but not that it's making a huge amount of difference, I don't think, and not enough to choke it off, that's for sure. Huge amounts of rain within this, and big thunderstorm winds with the individual thunderstorms, not to mention just general winds with the entire complex itself. Panama City, not that bad, 12, Mobile 14, gusting to 23. They don't get any better. In fact, they stay this or they get worse. Through the landfall and beyond here, Alex, and this is going to be another 2 days, maybe 2.5 days before this thing is out of our hair at the coastline.
Yeah. And Tevin Wooten is there. He's in Pascagoula, Mississippi tonight. Tevin, we're going to see things really begin to ramp up during the day tomorrow. And unfortunately, we're going to stick with a lot of the significant effects for some time, given the slow motion.
Yeah, Alex, this won't be an in and out type of scenario. This will be a storm that just sits and stalls, and it's stationary for perhaps 24 to 36 hours. I think one of the calling cards or one of the hallmarks of Sally will be the flooding and the rainfall that we see. In fact, if we look at the history of Sally going back all the way to southwestern Florida and in the Keys, 9 to 10 inches of rain in less than a day's time. That provided Key West its 5th wettest day on record. Some of the rainfall rates, by the way, out of that system, 4 inches of rain that day. And now we look into the future of Sally, what potentially may come along the northern Gulf Coast, 10 to 20 inches of rain. So now I want to show you the rain and the wind threat that we see and the duration. The duration is always key, as Alex just mentioned. Perhaps Tuesday morning is when we start that moderate to heavy rainfall, right around 8 a.m. And look at how long it progresses. Tuesday morning all the way into Tuesday night and evening, and perhaps even into Wednesday as well. Not just moderate rainfall then, but heavy rainfall. That's when we're starting to see those tropical-like downpours, perhaps rainfall rates on the order of 1 to 2 inches per hour, if not more. That's certainly not out of the realm of possibility. And then you consider the wind gusts and the direction for that prolonged period of time from the east-northeast. But let's look at the gusts. When do we start to see tropical storm force gusts? Well, that perhaps later on tonight for some occasional gusts at 38 miles an hour, if not greater, but 50. That is on the way into Tuesday. And then that 75-mile-an-hour wind gust, if not greater. Keep in mind, hurricane force, Category 1, that starts at 74 miles an hour. Anything beyond that for a prolonged period of time, Alex, will certainly come through and provide, I think, a damaging wind threat, but also that storm surge threat that will likely build into some of the waterways here into the Mississippi Sound and inland as well. So 6 to 9 feet of storm surge. That's in the forecast for some of these areas, in which, by the way, if you are from Pascagoula, you've lived here, if you lived through Katrina, you certainly saw what 20 feet of storm surge looked like. This entire area was underwater. Alex.
All right, well, coming up on Weather Underground, we've got the very latest from the ongoing crisis in the West as destructive wildfires continue to rage out of control. The death toll, unfortunately, continues to climb as well. And much more on our top story, that is Hurricane Sally. Our live coverage from the Gulf Coast continues. We've got Paul Goodloe in Alabama, Tevin Wooten in Mississippi, and, of course, awaiting a new advisory to come in near the 8 o'clock hour.
Owners of select competitive vehicles can get $500 toward a new Acura ILX.
This is Hal. This is Hal's heart. It's been broken and put back together. This is Hal's relief, knowing he's covered by Medicare from Blue Cross Blue Shield. And with coverage you can trust, backed by over 80 years of healthcare expertise, we'll be there when it matters most. This is Medicare from Blue Cross Blue Shield. This is the benefit of blue.
Ugh, is there a natural litter that actually works?
At Tidy Cats, Litterventions come naturally. Naturally strong, unscented with activated charcoal or new scented clean lemongrass with plant extracts. 100% natural, 100% powerful. There's a Tidy Cats for that.
Introducing new Life Cuisine for your lifestyle. High protein, meatless, gluten-free, or low-carb lifestyle. Power up your day with new Life Cuisine. Delicious your way.
Start your day with Secret. Secret stops sweat 3 times more than ordinary antiperspirants. With Secret, you're unstoppable. No sweat. Try it and love it or get your money back. Secret.
No sweat.
Can you believe all the Ings we fit under one roof? We're here to help your small business any way we can. Every ink for small business, all in one place.
The UPS store.
11 days on the open seas. Still no sign of the world's mightiest predator. So we're attempting to coerce a visit. With Devour white cheddar mac and cheese with bacon. Oh, that looks good.
Astounding. Eat like an animal. Devour.
A smile has the power to get you feeling all right. At Aspen Dental, we're making every day a little brighter with our Smile Wide, Smile Safe promise. We've got you covered in every way, giving deep cleaning a whole new meaning. And if you don't have insurance, we'll give you an extra safety net too, with a free new patient exam and x-rays. At Aspen Dental, we're making it all right to feel safe and get smiling. We promise. Call 1-800-ASPEN-DENTAL.
Get your daily dose of everything weather.
Wow! Boy, do we have a lot to talk about.
Weather Today from the Weather Channel. New episodes every day, only on Quibi.
Welcome back to Weather Underground. I'm meteorologist Paul Goodloe live in Gulf Shores, Alabama. And Hurricane Sally continues to churn about 95 miles due south of where we are, maybe just east of due south, and has definitely angered the Gulf of Mexico. Where normally we'd have 20, 30 feet of beach covered now by the Gulf. And we're here at the lodge at Gulf State Park. And I want to bring in the general manager, Bill Bennett, here at the beautiful lodge at Gulf State Park. And yes, we have Sally on the way, but this lodge has a history of hurricanes. Talk about what happened back in the other lodge that used to be here.
Well, thanks. Appreciate that. The original lodge at Gulf State Park was established in 1974, and on September 16, 2004, it was destroyed by Hurricane Ivan. The new lodge really speaks to not only the state of Alabama, but this area's ability and their resilience to not only weather the storms, but anything that comes their way.
And the 16th is coming up in 2 days. The anniversary is probably when we're going to have landfall of Sally just to the west of us.
So that's going to put our, this building is the first commercial fortified building in the world. It's made to withstand 150-mile-an-hour hurricane force winds. There are over 657 pylons, each one 60 feet tall, driven 45 feet into the ground. So we'll see what the commercial fortified does to us.
So that's good for wind, but what about surge? I know the original lodge was not set back as far as the current one is.
Correct. This lodge is set back 200 feet from where the original lodge was originally built. We've also rebuilt the dune system through here. The lowest point of the building itself is still 3 feet higher than the highest expected storm surge.
So you might get some water, but it shouldn't nearly have the same fate as the original lodge.
That is our hope, and that's the way it was designed, yes.
And also kind of adjacent to the lodge is that pier, which just had another grand opening. That was rebuilt as well.
It was, yes. They've rebuilt the pier. They put in a state-of-the-art turtle lighting, not only here, but also at the pier. And we are denoted by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife to have the very best turtle lighting in the entire nation.
And the turtle lighting means that it's kind of basically much darker than, say, the bright lights that most street lights have.
It does. It has an amber hue to it, and what it does is it encourages the sea turtles to come up and nest and then not be confused by the bright lights of most coastal developments and return safely back out into the sea.
So what about the guests here, even your employees? Are they going to kind of shelter here during the duration of Sally?
Well, certainly we have various storm protocols in place, and we will have a group of our team members that will be here. Right now, the lodge is at about 30% occupancy. So we have many storm watchers that want to be out here. Very excited that you're here as well.
And I hear that a lot of locals, if it does get bad, they choose that the lodge at Gulf State Park is their kind of last place of refuge.
It is.
And talk about how long it took to build this to just top-notch standards in terms of the wind and also just in terms of being environmentally conscious.
Well, the facility really, if you think back, initial planning started in 2004 after the original lodge was destroyed by Hurricane Ivan. And it took approximately 12 years until 2018, 14 years until 2018 to actually become a reality. So it was about 4 years in the planning phase.
It is a beautiful building. We're glad that you're being our host here, and we feel safe. Bill Bennett, the general manager at the lodge at Gulf State Park, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Paul. And appreciate that.
Again, so we do have, as you just heard from Bill, a pretty safe place to be in terms of the surge, but still, the roads in or out also could be impacted as well, something that we'll definitely keep an eye on as the weather conditions will go downhill throughout the night, throughout tomorrow, and definitely landfall probably sometime in the early morning hours of Tuesday. Mike?
I'm glad that they've got a very fortified building there, Paul. I'm concerned about Gulf Shores. There's no question about it, but glad to know they were thinking. Ivan did a number on that part of the coastline. All right, let's go some city-by-city locations here to give you an update on what we anticipate to happen here. We'll start in Florida, Apalachicola and Panama City, back toward Destin. These are all places where it's raining today. It continues to rain tonight, tomorrow, likely tomorrow night into Wednesday, and may not really let up for you until sometime early on Thursday, I think. So we've got another 3 days to go. This is an incredibly slow-moving system that's just going to pound us with rain here, and we think for many of you it's likely going to be a double-digit rainfall total. All right, for Panama City, the winds at the top of your screen here still very, very gusty tonight. Periods of heavy rain tonight. They may wane a little bit overnight tonight, then come right back tomorrow, late morning, then through the afternoon. Moderate to heavy rain is forecast to come down for us here. Winds are still very gusty, over 30 miles an hour, and the hurricane is still going to be sitting offshore. It's not even going to be inland yet. Tomorrow in Pensacola, I think your winds really start to crank up for you, especially tomorrow morning, 50-plus mile per hour. But look at that rainfall forecast. On the low end, a foot. On the high end, a foot and a half. Storm surge 2 to 4 feet. And again, I'll put an asterisk next to that because that could change. That could go down, it could go up. I have a feeling it's going to go more up than it's going to go down. For Gulfport, Mississippi, your 75+ mile per hour winds coming tomorrow afternoon with a rainfall forecast up to a foot and storm surge up to 11 feet. Coastal Mississippi is in harm's way right now. We're going to take you there when we come back here on the Weather Channel, bring you the very latest on Hurricane Sally. Stay with us.
Clean is a feeling. It's the simple joy of washing your hands without ever touching a faucet. It's the little things that matter. That's why we create moments to feel Kohler clean every day.
Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything. Like pizza, your coworker's lunch, whatever this is. Astronaut food. And astronauts? Everything. Yum. It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. I put that on everything.
When the Murrays started using Gain Ultra Flings, they fell in love with its irresistible scent. Looks like their dog Michelangelo did too. Gain Ultra Flings with 2 times OxyBoost and Febreze.
You've saved me so much on my insurance with that Russell rate. You've become my muse.
Russell, State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
I feel like I captured your kind eyes.
You want the real deal? Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Thank you for taking me home. It's so far.
Don't worry about it, Grandma. This will be fun. 2 chocolate milkshakes, please.
Make it 3.
3?
Did you get his number?
Oh, Grandma. Grandma!
Excuse me.
Some relationships get better with time. That's why I got a Crosstrek.
97% of Subaru vehicles sold in the last 10 years are still on the road.
I'm so glad you got a Subaru.
I wonder who gave me the idea.
Oh.
Love. It's what makes Subaru, Subaru.
Ugh, is there a natural litter that actually works?
At Tidy Cats, litterventions come naturally. Naturally strong, unscented with activated charcoal or new scented clean lemongrass with plant extracts. 100% natural, 100% powerful. There's a Tidy Cats for that.
Domino's knows a thing or two about delivery. So when we saw people were getting tacos and burgers delivered like these, we had to step in. Introducing our new chicken taco and cheeseburger pizzas.
What?
Oh my. Now the best way to get a taco or burger delivered is to get a Domino's pizza.
Target's same-day delivery. Contactless delivery right to your door, designed for your day, so you can work out, join in, and game on. Just download the Target app and try it today.
As a real estate agent, I've learned it's excess moisture that causes musty odors. Pro tip, use Damp Rid.
Damp Rid drop-in tabs attract and trap excess moisture out of the air, eliminating musty odors.
Works every time.
Get rid of dampness.
Mama, Mama.
Why do I keep falling asleep during the day? What's making me so tired?
Why does it feel like I'm still dreaming when I wake up? What could be causing this?
Hey, Luke, wake up. You fell asleep again.
Why do I always fall asleep on the bus after school? Why am I so tired?
It turns out we're more than tired. We have symptoms of narcolepsy, like the uncontrollable urge to sleep during the day, sudden muscle weakness during laughter or emotions.
Dreamlike hallucinations, or feeling paralyzed when falling asleep or waking up.
Or waking up frequently during the night.
If you or your child has any of these symptoms, it's time to do something about it. I waited too long to take action, but you don't have to. Learn more at morethantired.com. Take the narcolepsy symptom screener now and find a sleep specialist to share your results. Visit morethantired.com today. Don't wait any longer to take action.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got a severe weather threat.
Winds have been gusting the full force of this thing.
The Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 73 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. Tonight, partly cloudy skies, low 57. Winds north at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Tuesday, mainly sunny, high 70. North-northeast winds shifting to east-southeast at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Tuesday night, clear, low 59. Winds south-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
What is this? All right, welcome back into the Weather Channel. Now continuing coverage as we track Hurricane Sally, a Category 2 storm, folks. That was upgraded just a couple of hours ago, 100-mile-an-hour winds. But what we have going on right now, people preparing for the storm. And we're going to talk to the mayor of Pascagoula, Mississippi, coming up at the top of the hour, so stick around for that. He's preparing his home. His neighbors are preparing their home as well. They want you, too, to prepare your home. Get your medications, your important documents, get all of those things ready, because as we get into those critical hours of when roads perhaps may become impassable because water is covering them, or perhaps when the winds pick up and first responders can't come to you, it becomes a bit more dangerous, but also critical that you have your shelter ready to go. Mike, in fact, a lot of people here in Pascagoula are going to hotels because there are plenty of low-lying areas here that unfortunately could get inundated even on a day when you get flash flooding and rainfall. So now that we have a tropical entity coming and slowing down, that presents rather a critical moment in the forecast. But what kind of questions are people asking about Sally?
They're asking everything. And I get it. There's a lot of people out there, Tevin, thank you. I get it. People, you've got questions because of just the characteristics of this and what it's about to do. Bennett asking this, does Sally have a chance of going over Mobile, Alabama? If so, could it be a Category 3 hurricane? Bennett, thanks for the question. Yes and yes to your question. All right, Mobile sits right here, okay? Look at this forecast cone. Mobile is basically right in the center of it, and throughout the last 24 hours, the cone's been edging ever so slightly eastbound, okay? Remember yesterday, New Orleans was squarely in the center of it. No longer even in it, but then also notice what the forecast is here through tomorrow morning, through tomorrow. 110-mile-per-hour hurricane here, which is high-end Category 2. You know, you go 5 miles, you go 1 mile per hour more, 111. That technically takes you to Category 3. So it's not out of the realm of possibility. That could happen in Mobile, and it's not out of the realm of possibility. Mobile could be hit. So I just want to let you know, I'm just being straight with you. That's a possibility. Okay, so be prepared for a major hurricane to come your way and everything that means. That means intense winds that could damage your home, that could bring down trees, that could knock out power. That means strong storm surge into Mobile Bay, which could flood nearby neighborhoods. That also means rainfall flooding to the tune of 1 foot to 1.5 feet of rain. So if you're out of a surge zone, you might be in still flood risk. 100-mile-per-hour hurricane right now. It's intensified 40 miles per hour in the last day. That's officially rapid intensification. There's been a little blow-up of convection near the center tonight. I'll be interested to see what that means overnight tonight. A lot of times we'll get this nocturnal intensification of hurricanes, and so could we potentially see the beginnings of that happening right now? It's very possible. So we'll just have to let this play out. There's certainly plenty of rain and thunderstorms to go along with it. Winds have been very breezy today along the Gulf Coast, and those are only going to get worse as we go through the next 2 to 3 days here, Alex. We're a long way from this thing being over. It just hugs the coastline right now.
And of course, we're also a long way from the season being over, and we have a heck of a lot going on in the Atlantic. We've got Hurricane Paulette striking Bermuda earlier today, then the remnants of Renee. But since those two named, we've also had Tropical Storm Teddy designated and Tropical Storm Vicky not too far behind it. Of course, Sally is getting our prime attention right now, rightfully so. But as I mentioned, Paulette moving right over the Bahamas or Bermuda earlier today. In fact, the entire island of Bermuda for a moment was inside that 40-mile wide eye of the hurricane. 105-mile-per-hour winds currently with this one. It is a Category 2 hurricane now moving away from Bermuda. Thing is, it's not getting anywhere closer to the U.S., but still it's enough to really ramp up the seas. Rip current danger will remain high and medium across the East Coast as we go through the remainder of the day today into tomorrow, and waves will be especially high on those Northeast and New England beaches. Then we've got Tropical Storm Teddy, 50-mile-per-hour winds with this one. This is moving west at 14 miles per hour. As far as the forecast, you can can see it is expected to turn off towards the north and west. Will it continue that path? We'll be watching it, of course, but you can see staying well to the north of the Leeward Islands, places like Puerto Rico. So some good news out of that one. And then we've got Tropical Storm Vicky. This one very close to the Cabo Verde Islands right now. 50-mile-per-hour winds also with this tropical storm. And when we look at the forecast track of this one, continuing off towards the west, not strengthening much, though. You can see a National Hurricane Center keeping that around 30-mile-per-hour winds throughout the period. Mike?
It's exhausting. We literally only have one name left on our hurricane list, the W name. Then we're going to go to the Greek alphabet. Coming up here in the next hour, we've got live coverage of Sally from the coastline. And don't forget, our teams are spread out along the coast to keep you safe through the duration of the event with the best in the business out there working the storm for you.
Visit your local Acura dealer for attractive offers on the MDX.
Age-related macular degeneration may lead to severe vision loss.
So the National Eye Institute did 20 years of clinical studies on a formula only found in PreserVision.
If it were my vision, I'd ask my doctor about PreserVision.
It's the most studied eye vitamin brand.
If it were my vision, I'd look into PreserVision.
Only PreserVision AREDS 2 contains the exact nutrient formula recommended by the NEI to help reduce the risk of moderate to advanced AMD progression.
I have AMD. It is my vision, so my plan includes PreserVision.
At Cracker Barrel, there's comfort in every bite. With new favorites like our fresh-baked chicken pot pie, filled with chicken and vegetables. Come on home to Cracker Barrel. Dine in, curbside, or delivery.
As a real estate agent, I've learned it's excess moisture that causes musty odors. Pro tip, use Damp Rid.
Damp Rid drop-in tabs attract and trap excess moisture out of the air, eliminating musty odors.
Works every time.
Get rid of dampness.
Damp Rid. Daddy, what's that big moving house thing?
It's a motorhome, Junior. Modern invention.
Modern invention? We carried our homes with us since, like, forever.
Yeah, but humans have Geico to protect them. Something goes wrong, they're covered. What do we have?
What could go wrong? Ooh, a feather.
A feather? Duck, Junior!
That's no duck, Daddy. That's a vulture!
Geico for RVs. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
Max! No! Max! Max! Max!
Dogs don't know what's good for them. Luckily, you do. Greenie's Dental Treats.
Think you're managing your moderate to severe ulcerative colitis or Crohn's disease?
Are you okay?
I did. I was there, but I never knew when my symptoms would keep us apart. So I talked to my doctor and learned Humira is for people who still have UC or Crohn's symptoms after trying other medications. And Humira helps people achieve remission that can last, so you can experience few or no symptoms.
Humira can lower your ability to fight infections. Serious and sometimes fatal infections, including tuberculosis and cancers, including lymphoma, have happened, as have blood, liver, and nervous system problems, serious allergic reactions, and new or worsening heart failure. Tell your doctor if you've been to areas where certain fungal infections are common, and if you've had TB, hepatitis B, are prone to infections, or have flu-like symptoms or sores. Don't start Humira if you have an infection.
Be there for you and them. Ask your doctor about Humira. With Humira, remission is possible.
If you can't afford your medicine, AbbVie may be able to help.
A lot of folks are asking me lately how to get their dishes as clean as possible. I tell them, you should try Cascade Platinum plus the power of Oxy. Cascade Platinum plus Oxy breaks down food soils some detergents can leave behind, washing away even the smallest food residue so it doesn't redeposit on your dishes. And Oxy is Cascade's most powerful clean, formulated without chlorine bleach for a hygienic clean you can see and feel. Cascade plus the power of Oxy, the #1 recommended brand in North America.
Well, this hour on Weather Underground, Sally, a Category 2 hurricane threatening the Gulf Coast with extremely dangerous storm surge, flooding rainfall, and damaging winds.
We have live coverage from those areas in the path of this intensifying hurricane. We'll go in depth on why Sally will bring prolonged effects, not just at the coast, but well inland all across the southeast. We appreciate you staying with us tonight for Weather Underground, our continuing coverage of Hurricane Sally. I'm Mike Bettis.
I'm Alex Wilson. We are with you until 9 o'clock tonight, but our coverage continues all through the night and into tomorrow. We are going to get you everything you need to know as you prepare for Hurricane Sally.
You know, the thing that people might be surprised by today, Alex, is we went from a tropical storm to a Category 2 hurricane, and we potentially could see further strengthening. You take a look at where we stand. Winds are at 100 miles per hour. Pressures remain relatively steady, give or take a millibar or two here through the day. West-northwest movement at 6. It's moving pretty darn slow right now, and it might just flat out stall and have no movement. It could become stationary just off the coast here of Alabama. 105 miles to the east of the mouth of the Mississippi, right in here. So basically, folks, we're just sitting and we're waiting on this thing, and the effects of it have already begun with heavy rain and some very gusty winds lashing us at the coastline. We have hurricane warnings that are in effect here. Louisiana all the way over into the panhandle of Florida. That does now include Pensacola. And by the way, in Escambia County there in Pensacola, voluntary evacuations have now been enacted for Pensacola Beach and the low-lying areas there, Perdido Key. But there are some areas here at great risk for storm surge. Very flood, some of the most flood-prone risked beach lines in all of the country are right there. We're so surge-prone here. And then you can see the little blow-up of convection near the center. You can see the lightning that has been surrounding some of those storms. And so we've got a very significant threat on our hands right now. You saw the big white cloud tops that burst up here. This is color-coded satellite. Basically what it's doing, it's taking a temperature in essence and then color coding that. So the whites are the really tall thunderstorms associated with that really blew up today. Then it's waned a little bit, but then you see it pop back up there right around the center tonight. A lot of outflow with this where you get these big transverse bands. So a well-formed hurricane right now on the water vapor. Maybe just a little bit of dry air is tried to wrap in. I don't think it's a ton. I don't think it's nearly enough to choke this thing off at all. But a ton of heavy rain and thunderstorms associated with it. And that goes all the way back down, by the way, into the peninsula of Florida as well. But some of the heaviest stuff is right here through Florida tonight and then through Alabama. Just hit and miss here across Mississippi. 28-mile-per-hour gusts in Gulf Shores right now. Our Paul Goodloe is there. We'll check in with him in just a moment. In Mobile, our gusts are now 37. But notice the direction of the wind because of the counterclockwise rotation around Sally. We're getting an offshore push at this point. Although, with an offshore wind in a place like Gulf Shores, Paul Goodloe has already showed us that the water has come up. And so the water's coming up as a result of the general dynamics of the hurricane here, Alex, even though we have an offshore wind. That's a bad sign.
Absolutely. And we know we've got a lot longer to go with this storm. Well, here's what we know about Hurricane Sally. President Trump has already approved emergency declarations in Louisiana and Mississippi. Mississippi's Office of Emergency Management has been offering sandbags for the past few days, saying they're most concerned about that combination of very heavy rainfall, storm surge, and high tide. And with the track of the storm shifting east, Louisiana Governor John Bel Edwards said today his state is ready to send personnel and assets they don't need over to Mississippi. Our own Tevin Wooten is in Mississippi tonight. He is in the community of Pascagoula, one that is watching Sally very closely. Tevin.
Yeah, Alex, good evening to you. The Mississippi Sound and the Gulf of Mexico right there. The outer rainfall bands from Sally, only about 30 to 35 miles away. We are in southern Jackson County in the town of Pascagoula. I want to bring in Pascagoula Mayor Steve Dimitropoulos. And Mayor, thank you so much for joining us today. First off, most importantly, you're a homeowner, you're a resident here, you're boarding up. What does that say to the message that you want your residents and your constituents to also take in?
Sure, yeah. Start making preparations now. And it's important to make those preparations. In Pascagoula, we have a lot of low-lying areas, and we're going to see a storm surge, and we're going to have a lot of rain. And what my message to my fellow citizens is this: if you're in a flood-prone area, go ahead and get out now. Go stay with friends or family, or go stay at a hotel, but get out now. We want you to be safe, but we want to also our first responders to be safe. We don't want them to have to make a high water rescue if that's happens to be the case. So start making preparations now. Get your medications, get some flashlights and batteries, make sure your car is filled up with gas, make sure you have your medications you need. But if you have a chance of being flooded, please don't stay at home. Please just leave now. That's the best advice I could give you.
At what point did it become critical, I guess, or what was the turning point, if you will, in terms of you deciding to let's go ahead and board up?
Yeah, when the hurricane started shifting further and further east, and we started seeing the magnitude of the hurricane increasing, becoming a Category 2, it just changed the dynamics. When it was going to go to New Orleans, and now it looks like it's the Alabama-Mississippi line, well, that's where we are.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we're in direct eye of the hurricane.
You don't have to go back far to remember Katrina. You sit at 13 feet above sea level. Katrina storm surge, 19 to 20 feet. What did that look like here for your home?
Yeah, not much. So just, studs, all the bottom was completely washed out. So there's a lot of memories, and we've been very fortunate and also blessed in that we've gone 15 years since that hurricane. We just had the anniversary of it, and now, this happening again, and that's part of living on the Gulf Coast. I mean, but we've got to be smart, and we got to make preparations, and then we pray for the best, and that's all we can do.
Prepare for the worst, hope and pray for the best.
Yes.
Going into the next, I would say, 12 to 18 hours, what are you and your city leaders doing?
Look, we got a great team, and both with our police, our fire, and our city administration, and so they have all our protocols that we've planned for in place, and they've got boats and deep water rescue vehicles stationed in strategic areas to make sure if they have to rescue anyone, they can do that. Of course, the hospital's prepared as well. So we prepared a evacuation area. With the COVID, it just creates another level of difficulty with that, but we're working around that. And so we've gotten extra water and snacks for people and things for folks to be kind of make them comfortable if they have to ride out a day or so.
Mayor, are there any shelters open in the city? Are we aware of that yet?
We know there's some in the county, so you could go up into the county, which would be safer, one in Hurley, one in St. Martin. We know we are going to open up our Pascagoula Senior Citizen Center if we have to evacuate people too. So there are shelters, 15 or 20 miles from here that make a much safer place for people to go to if you don't have a place to go to.
Mayor Steve Dimitropoulos, thank you so much for joining us. We certainly appreciate you for your time. We wish you the best of luck as you not only prepare as a city leader, but also as a resident and homeowner here in Pascagoula, Mississippi as well. Alex, let's go into you. This storm, it's moving so slowly, 7 miles an hour. If you think about it, I'm not sure if you're a runner or not. I can run close to maybe 9 or 10 miles an hour at times, but certainly not for long. This storm starting to crawl.
Kevin, you're very sweet. No, I've run here and there, but yeah, no, I'm not clocking. 7 miles an hour, I feel like is decent for me, and maybe like 10's as fast as I'm going to get to. I think 13's the fastest I've ever gone for like 10 seconds. He's right, though. This thing is what a lot of people can run and can run for some time. So we're going to be feeling the impacts for a while. You're looking at Tallahassee, and when we talk about that slow movement, we have to remember that it's going to be raining while it's moving slowly. So unfortunately, we're going to be looking at a significant flash flooding threat into tomorrow morning. I think places there in southern Mississippi where Tevin is will be at greatest risk for the flash flooding. Flash flood watch is already posted across portions of eastern Louisiana, southern Mississippi, a good chunk, though, of Alabama, and then parts of the Florida Panhandle also included. Rainfall to come. We could be looking at foot to a foot and a half totals. That's that bright pink between Biloxi and Pensacola. So those areas could get absolutely swamped with that heavy rain lingering. 8 to 12 inches where you saw the red. So across southern parts of Mississippi, Alabama, even parts of Florida, and then places like Montgomery, Atlanta, Birmingham. We could be measuring inches of rainfall in these communities as well. So as this thing moves inland, I don't want you to think the rain threat is just going to stop. We're going to see really heavy rain for days to come. Look at the future precip. This is according to the European model. Some of the heaviest rain begins to move in tomorrow along the Gulf Coast, and as we make the hours tick by, you see the storm doesn't move much. And so that heavy rain will be focused on communities for hours rather than maybe an hour or two. 8 o'clock tomorrow, some of the heaviest rain just around north of Mobile. By 8 o'clock Thursday morning, slightly north of that. So, Mike, not a lot of movement, and that means we're going to be dealing with a significant flash flooding threat. Then you talk about the storm surge that's going to keep that water from being able to drain out.
Remarkable. And if people didn't get the graphic that you just showed them there, you literally showed them 2 days from now, it still hadn't made landfall. That's crazy. There you look at Louisiana. This is in St. Bernard Parish. look at the water that's already come up for us here. Rainfall flooding is an issue. Storm surge flooding is going to be an issue for us here. Again, water is already rising. And in a lot of places in Louisiana, it doesn't necessarily have to be that typical flow of water that you get from the south and is pushing in. We've actually had winds from the northeast almost all day long today, but because portions of just how the coastline is shaped for us in Louisiana, we're getting surge that's coming in from another side. It's just a tough situation. All right, let's show you where this thing is going. There's the cone coming up potentially to Mississippi or Alabama, maybe even Florida, and then scooting generally northeast. And it's going to be a long time before this thing is out of our hair. Storm surge warnings in effect here in the pink. Now, again, what you're getting here is a wind flow that's coming in this direction. That's the kind of surge we're getting now. The other side of the storm is going to bring surge in this direction, all because of the rotation around it. Storm surge, how much? 7 to 11 feet. Gulfport down toward Shell Beach in Louisiana. We could be looking at 6 to 9 feet in coastal Mississippi, maybe Pascagoula over toward Mobile, or maybe even Dauphin Island, Alabama. And then the panhandle of Florida could be anywhere from 2 to 7 feet of storm surge. That's a very, very vulnerable coastline and how the water can come in there. All right, I'm going to show you this map. It's got some high tide cycles on here, but ultimately I want you to show you where the center is and where the wind direction is, okay? Look at this wind direction, mostly east here, northeast over toward New Orleans here. Again, this is Mobile sits right in here, Pensacola sits right here, coastal Mississippi, I'm going to kind of put a line right there. Mostly all an east wind. Over to New Orleans, a northeast wind that will continue for us here. Let's go now to Wednesday early morning. Storm's still sitting off the coastline, still a strong east wind, still a strong northeast wind for us here. And then the winds could increase in intensity, and you're still dealing with a strong east wind and now a north wind until eventually you get a landfall, and you'll get, really the part you fear is right there, right front quadrant, where you get a completely perpendicular hit into the coastline. We don't know exactly where that will happen yet, but look at what we're dealing with currently, all right? This is going to show you the storm surge amounts that we're seeing already. I'm going to zoom down into some of these. 1.4 feet in Waveland, 3.3 feet in Shell Beach with a northeast wind. We've already got storm surge coming in. A gentleman that we showed you a little bit earlier, so there was already 2.5 feet in his neighborhood. Shell Beach, 3.5 feet of storm surge there, and then off of Lake Pontchartrain on the south side where New Orleans is, New Canal Station, 2.3 feet, 2.2 feet at the Bonnie Carey floodway here. All right, let's go kind of neighborhood by neighborhood if we can and show you the vulnerable locations. Into New Orleans we go, and down towards Shell Beach we go for you this evening as well. Again, the winds off of Pontchartrain in this direction towards Shell Beach. They've been to the northeast here. All right, I'm going to show you the Shell Beach in particular. Small community, but a ton of mobile homes here that are just a few feet off the water. 3.5 feet of storm surge already, and it could get even worse. They're going underwater. It's a certainty. Bay St. Louis and Waveland, we showed you, they already have about a foot and a half. These are the locations right here where you're going to be most prone to the surge with a wind coming in this direction. We go over into the rest of coastal Mississippi, including Biloxi. Remember here, strong easterly component to the wind. I'd be concerned about the casinos that sit down here. I'd be concerned of any east-facing shoreline here. Then over toward Pascagoula, similar force here. And the big thing that we've got going here, a lot of neighborhoods in Pascagoula that can take on some water. And how about right there? Marshland to the east and a refinery in harm's way. A lot of things that could go underwater because of storm surge from the east, Alex, not necessarily from the south.
Yeah, there's a lot that we need to watch. And yeah, you're right. It's all about that wind direction. So some of the areas you think, oh, I'm in the south part, I must be greatest at risk, or I'm on the east side, I'm not at risk. Not the case. You got to pay so much attention to the wind direction, and with this one, the prolonged wind direction. Severe threat. Can't forget about that. We've got Torcon values of 3 out of 10 for portions of southern Alabama into the Florida Panhandle tomorrow. So possibility of water spouts and tornadoes, as we oftentimes see with these landfalling tropical systems. Tomorrow, wind shear. We talk about the surface winds. As Mike pointed out, those winds out of the east at the surface, but go up 5,000 feet. Now you have more of a southeasterly wind. So we have that change in wind direction with height. That is wind shear, and that oftentimes allows those storms to develop a rotation and produce tornadoes. Wednesday, risk of severe weather will extend all the way up into central sections, or south central, I should say, Alabama. So now we're going to begin to watch Montgomery, in addition to Mobile, Pensacola, and Panama City. So some areas seeing 2 days of threats, very similar on Wednesday with the easterly surface wind for portions of the Florida Panhandle and much of Alabama, at least the southern part of Alabama, and then those 5,000-foot winds out of the south and east. Future radar, there are the showers, the storms, the heavy downpours that will accompany these. So be prepared, in addition to the threat of flash flooding, for some of those severe warnings to come in. Mike?
All right, thanks, Alex. Coming up on Weather Underground, we're tracking Hurricane Sally for you, including more live coverage from the Gulf Coast as this dangerous system closes in on landfall. We'll take you back to Gulf Shores, Alabama, and Pascagoula, Mississippi.
Every morning at 4:30, you hear the cooks hop on the floor. It's hard times in the mill, my love, hard times in the mill. Every morning right at 6, don't that old bell make you sick? Hard times in the mill, my love, hard times.
The first ingredient in this Cliff Bar is brown rice syrup, which is another name for sugar. In this Kind Bar, it's heart-healthy almonds with the taste of dark chocolate and 75% less sugar than the leading Cliff Bar. Be kind to yourself.
Here's to the doers. To all the people who realize they can do more with less asthma. Thanks to Dupixent, the add-on treatment for specific types of moderate to severe asthma. Dupixent isn't for sudden breathing problems. It can improve lung function for better breathing in as little as 2 weeks and help prevent severe asthma attacks. It's not a steroid, but can help reduce or eliminate oral steroids. Dupixent can cause serious allergic reactions, including anaphylaxis. Get help right away if you have rash, shortness of breath, chest pain, tingling, or numbness in your limbs. Tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection. And don't change or stop your asthma treatments, including steroids, without talking to your doctor. Are you ready to do more with less asthma? Talk to your asthma specialist about Dupixent. If your financial situation has changed, we may be able to help.
Wish you were here to see how bright the human spirit can shine, to see that no matter what nature does, people will do more. With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm will always be among the first to arrive and the last to leave, to help show that human nature is greater than nature. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Whether holding down the fort or bouncing back to school, childhood is always in session. So keep feeding us right with Sun-Made snacks. Just like when you were a kid. Delicious, made with whole fruit. Sun-Made.
Do you have $10,000 or more in debt? Struggling to keep up with credit card payments? There is a way out. Freedom Debt Relief. Their affordable program could help you save money and be debt-free in 24 to 48 months.
Since I started with Freedom Debt Relief, I'm saving money each month and I'm getting my debt paid down.
You could eliminate your debt with just one low monthly program payment that fits your budget.
Find out how quickly you could be debt-free. Call 1-866-984-1126.
Freedom Debt Relief has resolved over $10 billion in debt for hundreds of thousands of Americans. So before your debt gets any worse, give them a call.
Freedom saved me a lot of money. I am so grateful.
Their certified debt consultants are standing by, ready to help.
Call 1-866-984-1126 to start eliminating your debt now. That's 1-866-984-1126.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got a severe weather threat.
Winds have been gusting the full force of this thing.
The Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 72 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. Tonight, partly cloudy skies, low 57. Winds north at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Tuesday, sunny skies, high 70. North-northeast winds shifting to east-southeast at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Tuesday night, clear, low 59. Winds south-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Hurricane season doesn't stop for a pandemic, and neither do we.
From this point forward, conditions will continue to deteriorate.
Don't let COVID-19 take your eye off the tropics. This year's threat is more complex and dangerous than ever before.
Remain vigilant, pay close attention to the Weather Channel.
No one can cover this historic hurricane season better than the Weather Channel. Get the information you need to stay safe every day. Storm safety in a pandemic, all season long, right here on the Weather Channel.
And welcome back to Weather Underground. I'm meteorologist Paul Gerther live in Gulf Shores, Alabama. Some light rain still falling here. Some of the outer bands of Hurricane Sally already lashing the coast of Alabama, as well as Florida off to my east. And then we have Mississippi off to my west. Again, Pascagoula about 50 miles to my west as the crow flies. But as we look up and down the beach here, we see the huge waves out here in the Gulf. They're starting to push up, and even you see a small little cut there in the dune already. And we're still hours away from landfall. This thing kind of slowing down. Talking to Bill Bennett, the general manager here at the lodge at Gulf State Park, he was saying normally you'd have easily 20 to 30 plus more feet of dry sand. Of course, it wasn't raining, but you see the Gulf is already pushed up. You have waves now kind of lapping at the dune line here. And the dune is Mother Nature's kind of protection system for areas inland here. And they have about a 200-yard dune line between where the dunes start to where the lodge at Gulf State Park starts there too. So that's built to protect it. And by the way, the landfall of Hurricane Sally, possibly as a strong 2, maybe Category 3 hurricane, is probably going to happen on the 16th of September. September 16th of 2004 is when Hurricane Ivan came through here and devastated and destroyed the old lodge here. So it's kind of irony in terms of the dates that we're dealing with the last big hurricane destroying property here. So the big concern, though, is not only the surge here at the coast, because it's going to come up and then stay up for hours, it's the rain. This is light rain. This is the big concern. Some of the models now are talking double-digit type rainfall event from this landfalling system. Again, it's not just here at the coast that's concerned. Yes, the wind definitely a little farther west as well, and the surge, but inland it's that slow push of heavy rain coming on through. I'm not going to say this is going to be a Harvey, but it's those types of numbers we're seeing. Astronomical numbers early on. And I think back to 3 years ago with the Harvey, that some of those numbers were doubled in terms of what actually happened on the ground. So right now we're seeing numbers 10, 20, 25 inches. And Mike, you know that's a concern. Yes, we always have the concerns here at the coast, but it's the concerns inland. When people let their guard down, oh, that's 75 miles away. We're not concerned with Sally. We're nowhere near the ocean or the Gulf. And they have, days of flooding where they live. So this is not just a coastal concern with the approach of this hurricane. Mike?
I want to ask you, Paul, about a potential right front quadrant hit. That seems, at least on the current track, it could be possible there in Gulf Shores. We're talking about the water rise. The surge could be as high as maybe 6 feet or so, but then wave action on top of that, because you were talking about how the waves were already churned up today. What would that do to the dunes with the wave action on top of that storm surge?
it would eat them away. And, you know, that's what they're made for. That's why you see they don't want people walking on the sea oats here, the seagrass. The plant life hopefully holds the sand where it is before the wind comes through. But you got the wave action, the surge. That is the worst thing for the dune system. It's going to erode that and erode it and erode it to the point where it could overwash this entire dune system and get out towards the road. The lodge here, I just talked to the general manager, this thing is built like a rock. This is not going anywhere. In fact, built to withstand 150-mile-per-hour winds. We don't expect that with Sally, certainly not here, but it's the water. And people who live along the Gulf Coast, especially coastal Mississippi, coastal Alabama, into Louisiana, they know Katrina. And what Katrina did, as we have a pretty big wave here washing right under where we're standing, and we're probably about maybe 2.5 feet off the ground here. That's the thing that can basically erase man's footprint from the land. The power of the ocean, and a lot of people underestimate that, but that is the one kind of wild card that it's so hard to forecast exactly how high and devastating that surge will be. And then, Mike, as you're talking about, the other wild card is the length, the duration of how long this thing is going to make landfall and slowly move out of here, which means we still have this right front quadrant, even here in Gulf Shores, in Orange Beach and Dauphin Island and Pascagoula and Biloxi. So it's going to be a long duration of a Cat 1, Cat 2, maybe Cat 3 hurricane lambasting the coastline here, putting a lot of people at risk. Again, yes, rain, but it's that surge for hours and hours. And then the waves on top of that, like you mentioned, Mike, it's a concern.
It's going to be exhausting, unfortunately. You know, so many of us are used to a hurricane coming in and exiting, but this one's going to be around for a very long time. Paul, thank you very much. I want to show you again the forecasted projection for this hurricane, which does bring it potentially into Mississippi or into Alabama. There's a look at the cone, may be on the precipice of a Category 3. And I wanted to show you something here in reference to what Paul was talking about. I'm going to show you what this windfall forecast is. I'm going to fast forward to about right there. You see where that white is on that map? Guess who's right there? Gulf Shores, Alabama, and our Paul Goodlow maximizing the wind and surge at that white point.
This is my body of proof.
Proof I can fight moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis.
Proof I can fight psoriatic arthritis. With Humira.
Proof of less joint pain.
And clearer skin in PSA.
Humira targets and blocks the source of inflammation that contributes to joint pain and irreversible damage.
Humira can lower your ability to fight infections. Serious and sometimes fatal infections, including tuberculosis and cancers, including lymphoma, have happened, as have blood, liver, and nervous system problems, serious allergic reactions, and new or worsening heart failure. Tell your doctor if you've been to areas where certain fungal infections are common, and if you've had TB, hepatitis B, are prone to infections, or have flu-like symptoms or sores. Don't start Humira if you have an infection.
Humira is proven to help stop further joint damage.
Want more proof? Ask your rheumatologist about Humira citrate-free.
If you can't afford your medicine, AbbVie may be able to help.
Here?
Nah.
Here. Nope.
Here.
When the middle of nowhere is somewhere. The all-new Chevy Trailblazer.
With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm will always be among the first to arrive and the last to leave, to help show that human nature is greater than nature. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
How is Tidy Cat's Breeze changing the litter game? By providing outstanding odor control with simple cleanup. Number 1 goes to the bottom, and number 2 stays on top for easy scooping. Switch the Breeze pads weekly, the pellets monthly, and you're good to go. Discover the ease of Breeze today.
What kind of value are you looking for with your next new vehicle? With Subaru, you get Kelley Blue Book's 2020 Best Resale Value brand, 2020 Lowest 5-Year Cost to Own brand, and Most Trusted brand for 6 consecutive years. No wonder Kelley Blue Book also picked Subaru as their 2020 Best Overall brand. A trusted brand and a proven value. It's easy to love a Subaru.
Get 0% APR financing for 63 months on select Subaru models now through September 30th.
Can you believe all the Ings we fit under one roof? We're here to help your small business any way we can. Every ink for small business, all in one place.
The UPS Store.
Managing type 2 diabetes? You're on it. Staying fit and snacking light? Yep, on it there too. You may think you're doing all you can to manage type 2 diabetes and heart disease. But could your medication do more to lower your heart risk? Jardiance can reduce the risk of cardiovascular death for adults who also have known heart disease, so it could help save your life from a heart attack or stroke. And it lowers A1C.
Jardiance can cause serious side effects including dehydration, genital yeast or urinary tract infections, and sudden kidney problems. Ketoacidosis is a serious side effect that may be fatal. A rare but life-threatening bacterial infection in the skin of the perineum could occur. Stop taking Jardiance and call your doctor right away if you have symptoms of this bacterial infection, ketoacidosis, or an allergic reaction. And don't take it if you're on dialysis or have severe kidney problems. Taking Jardiance with the sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar.
Lower A1C and lower risk of a fatal heart attack?
On it with Jardiance.
Ask your doctor about Jardiance.
Dad's eating frosted mini wheats, so today isn't like yesterday.
Grrr, put down that rake and pick up that PB&J.
Daddy?
Silence your growl with Kellogg's Frosted Mini Wheats, made to help fill you up.
Now is the time to prepare, but be prepared for the worst case scenario.
Bad weather is nothing to take lightly. Those on the Gulf Coast know a flood and heavy rains can be just as deadly as tropical winds.
Now is not the time to let your guard down. The hurricane is going to be a challenge. We are going to continue to work through it. There was the potential of 15 to 20 inches of rain in a short period of time.
All right, welcome back as we cover Hurricane Sally for you this evening. A Category 2 hurricane, 100-mile-per-hour winds right now. It's intensified pretty dramatically through the day today. In fact, meeting the criteria for rapid intensification, meaning at least 35-mile-per-hour increase over 24 hours. So there are the stats on it. Pressure at 987, west-northwest movement at 6 miles per hour. We'll be expecting a new update from the Hurricane Center within the next half an hour, maybe a little bit before that. You can see really well formed this afternoon. It's taken on a little bit more ragged shape here later this evening. A little bit of dry air is pulling into that, but it's basically going to stall, we feel. It's going to just basically slow down and hug the coastline here for the next 2 days before eventually then picking up steam and then rolling inward. Somewhere in Mississippi or Alabama right now is the best projection, but also now portions of the Panhandle of Florida are included within the cone. That does include Pensacola here, but notice what the wind speeds are forecast to become as well. By tomorrow, 110 miles per hour, so stronger than it is right now, and right on the cusp of becoming a Category 3. So a very dangerous hurricane right now with a lot of areas under hurricane warnings from Pensacola back through Grand Island near Morgan City as well, and then tropical storm warnings that extend over toward Apalachicola, then well inland because of tropical storm force winds that could come up towards, say, Hattiesburg or Macomb. I'm going to show you what the enhanced satellite looks like and then over to the radar. And you can see a couple of different areas here where it's been windy all day. I mean, New Orleans has been breezy all day long for you today. Mobile gust to 37 at the moment. Panama City gust to 21. And you can see the bands of rain that are rolling in currently. And especially near the center of this is where we have the highest, tallest thunderstorms and the most lightning being pumped out of these because you've got ice crystals and even hail at the top of these storms. And you're getting a separation of charges and you're getting this electricity here. Panama City, your gust to 21. In Apalachicola, your gust to 39. In the thunderstorm bands themselves, you'll see that wind. Then you'll see the general wind from the hurricane itself. But getting hit pretty hard now and no reason to think that the rain will back off anytime soon. By the way, I do want to mention that down through the down through the peninsula of Florida, we also have some pretty good storms going on right now. That's been including on Sarasota, Tampa, and north of Tampa as well. All right, let's get you caught up on what's going on along the coastline here. Let's get to Pascagoula, Mississippi tonight. Our Tevin Wooten is there. Tevin, give us a lay of the land. You know, how at risk do you believe Pascagoula is?
Mike, that's a very good question. A lot of the residents here know what flooding can do, and they know what flooding looks like, and it doesn't even take a tropical system. There are a lot of low-lying areas here throughout Pascagoula, the Mississippi Sound behind me, and of course the Gulf of Mexico. Sally, about 30 to 35 miles to our east-southeast. The mayor, take a listen to what he's saying. The reason that he is concerned about Sally, not only the storm surge, but the inland flash flood threat too. His message is clear: get out now.
My message to my fellow citizens is this: if you're in a flood-prone area, go ahead and get out now. Go stay with friends or family, or go stay at a hotel, but get out now. We want you to be safe, but we want to also our first responders to be safe. We don't want them to have to make a high-water rescue if that's happens to be the case. So start making preparations now. Get your medications. Get some flashlights and batteries. Make sure your car is filled up with gas. Make sure you have your medications you need. But if you have a chance of being flooded, please don't stay at home. Please just leave now.
Strong words there from the mayor of Pascagoula. And we'll check back with our meteorologist, Tevin Wooten, there coming up. But again, the issue here is going to be flooding. Pascagoula, we could be looking at high water that comes in there because of surge. We could be looking at heavy rainfall, flooding. Already some very heavy rain coming into Alabama and into Florida tonight. More of an offshore wind for us in coastal Mississippi this evening, an offshore wind for us in Louisiana as well. And New Orleans, by the way, what is new today with the forecast going is it's outside of it now. Yesterday was solidly in the middle of it. Now it's actually not even in it. Again, the center of circulation sits about right here, and you can see how the bands are spiraling in around that in a counterclockwise fashion. There's a look at that cone. Again, New Orleans, you've been taken out of it. Pensacola, you've been put in it, and right at the Mississippi and Alabama state line is where the most likely location would be if you were to follow that. So we want you to take extreme caution right now in those locations. By the way, I'm going to overlay on here all the models, the cone, and the surge locations as well. Notice that the cone is slightly west of where the model trajectories are, but right in it.
Okay, everyone, our mission is to provide complete balanced nutrition for strength and energy.
Great tasting and sure, with 9 grams of protein, 27 vitamins and minerals, and nutrients to support immune health.
Owners of select competitive vehicles can get $500 toward a new Acura ILX.
As business moves forward, we're all changing the way things get done. Like how we redefine collaboration, how we come up with new ways to serve our customers and deliver our products.
This one is cheddar. It's delicious. Oh, you look so healthy.
But no matter how things change, one thing never will. You can rely on the people and the network of AT&T to help keep your business connected.
Domino's knows a thing or two about delivery. So when we saw people were getting tacos and burgers delivered like these, we had to step in. Introducing our new chicken taco and cheeseburger pizzas.
What? Oh my.
Now the best way to get a taco or burger delivered is to get a Domino's pizza.
Gene, did you know Geico is now offering an extra 15% credit on car and motorcycle policies?
That's great.
That's 15% on top of what Geico could already save you. So what are you waiting for? John Stamos to knit you a scarf?
All finished, Gene. Enjoy.
Thank you.
I give.
The stitch work is impeccable.
It's just a double fleck pattern with a reverse garter stitch. No big deal.
Is your hair this soft?
Softer.
Geico. Save an extra 15% when you switch by October 7th.
Still your best friend, and now your co-pilot. Still a father, but now a friend. Still an electric car, just more electrifying. Still a night out, but everything fits in. Still hard work, just a little easier. Still a legend, just more legendary. Chevrolet, making life's journey just better.
Start your day with Secret. Secret stops sweat 3 times more than ordinary antiperspirants. With Secret, you're unstoppable. No sweat. Try it and love it or get your money back. Secret.
No sweat.
From hardwoods doubling as dance floors to backyards primed for picnics,
Terminix is committed to keeping pests like termites, rodents, roaches, and mosquitoes out to protect your home for all the love it holds.
At Physicians Mutual, we know that planning for retirement can feel scary.
I see you're about to turn 65.
You know what that means. Medicare.
It doesn't cover dental. What high bills you'll have.
Actually, we're getting a Physicians Mutual.
Oh, great. She'll be covered.
Retire with confidence. We'll listen and find you the coverage you need.
Physicians Mutual, Physicians Mutual.
This is an important message for all current and former Boy Scouts.
The Boy Scouts of America has declared bankruptcy.
If you were sexually abused in scouting, you could receive compensation.
But you must file a claim in the bankruptcy case by November 16th, 2020.
You may file a sexual abuse claim regardless of your current age or the year the sexual abuse occurred.
For more information, visit officialbsaclaims.com
or call 866-907-2721.
Try Drive Up at Target. Contactless delivery right to your car, designed for your day. Your moves. Your style. Your taste. So quick and easy. Just download the Target app today.
Get your daily dose of everything weather.
Wow! Boy, do we have a lot to talk about.
Weather Today from the Weather Channel. New episodes every day, only on Quibi.
Welcome back to Weather Underground. I'm meteorologist Paul Gerther live in Gulf Shores, Alabama. They got the double red flags flying here because the beach is closed. The Gulf of Mexico agitated because of Hurricane Sally. Still about 95 miles due south of us here in the Gulf of Mexico. But look at the Gulf. As you look over my shoulder here, huge waves just crashing on here. And normally there'd be a lot more open beach, but it's being inundated by the Gulf waters right now. You can see kind of over the dune line. And also, as you keep panning on towards the right, you can see the expanse of dunes here at the lodge at Gulf State Park. About 200 feet of dunes here, which is dry. But if we have that storm surge, we're forecast to be in that right front quadrant of Hurricane Sally as it makes landfall west of here, we're going to have a big push. You know, even 4 to 6 feet of storm surge, if not even higher. That's going to breach these dunes here and push this water under the boardwalk here. And the building is built high enough where we don't expect the water to get into hotel rooms at all, but we do expect the dunes to be breached. And that's what the dunes are here for. They're here to kind of take the brunt of the ocean and protect things inland. But even these things can be taking a beating, and some of that sand being eroded. Already seeing some small erosion at the coast. We'll take you there coming up next hour. But also kind of pan out to the building. You can also see how fast these clouds are moving. Easily, once you get off the ground, the winds are a lot faster. So we're talking aloft easily, maybe 30 to 50 mile per hour winds here at the surface. Every now and then we'll see some gusts around 25 or so, but this is really nothing compared to how this weather will be as we head throughout the night into tomorrow. Then tomorrow night and probably early hours of Tuesday morning having landfall here just off to the west of us. Again, that forecast might change maybe a dozen miles or so between now and then, but we do expect to stay in that right front quadrant and have a lot of impacts from the surge, from the rain, and also from the winds of Hurricane Sally. Mike?
Paul, thank you. Gulf Shores, Alabama, unfortunately, a very, very vulnerable location right now with the current forecast. Paul, thanks. More with Paul coming up. How about the water already coming up here in places like Destin, Florida? Very concerned about coastal Alabama and coastal Florida. And you think, Florida, whatever, like we're not even barely in the cone. I realize that, but the effects will go well outside of it. Look at this. You're already getting beach erosion, and it's only just begun. This will hang out for another 2 days, and it'll lash you like this. And it actually will only get worse. So we're definitely going to have our beaches eaten away here in this beautiful coastline. I think at Destin, Navarre Beach, Fort Walton Beach, Santa Rosa Beach, Pensacola Beach, Gulf Shores, Dolphin Island. These are all places that are just going to unfortunately get rearranged as a result of this hurricane. They've got these beautiful white sand beaches. Some of these places have beautiful dunes, and they're just going to get annihilated. This is what's happening for us through the evening tonight. Still more heavy rain here from Apalachicola around through the Emerald Coast here. be ready for the possibility of some brief urban flooding that can happen with these bands. And then as the system sits and gets a little bit closer, just edges closer and closer, the bands will only get heavier, the winds will only get more intense, and the surge will only increase for us. All right, let's take you to Panama City. Brief periods of heavy rain this evening. Might see that wane a little bit overnight, then pick up again tomorrow. Wind speeds, by the way, at the top of your screen here. It stays very gusty the entire time. Heavy rain begins again tomorrow morning. Moderate to heavy rain, I should say. Not like overwhelming stuff, but just persistent. It's not going to stop. And so when you're talking about a forecast of 12 to 18 inches, it's just relentless. That's the thing. You're going to get real tired of this thing real quick. Tomorrow morning, the 50-plus mile-per-hour wind gusts begin for you. Storm surge 2 to 4. Although I would say that if it's going to air anyway, it's going to have to air up. All right, so I think that might be more of a lower end forecast than anything else, especially if we continue any eastward shift. If we do, that number is going to go up. For Gulfport, Mississippi, 45 mile per hour gusts begin tonight with hurricane gusts beginning tomorrow afternoon. Rainfall forecast goes up to a foot for you here in coastal Mississippi with a surge that goes as high as 11 feet, which would put a lot of areas underwater. Water could be high, a mile inland. It really could with a right front quadrant hit. If we don't get a right front quadrant hit, it might be a little bit less, and that would be maybe a saving grace. I know that seems weird. Maybe if you take a direct hit, it's going to minimize the effects, but indeed it could. We saw that happen, Alex, in a place like Lake Charles, Louisiana with Laura. So we'll talk a little bit more about that, but I'm going to get you some new video that's coming in for us as well. This is in Dauphin Island. We're just mentioning Dauphin Island. This is off the coast of Mobile here. Look at this water already coming in underneath the raised homes here. Already seeing this. Again, some of these homes are pretty fortified, but when the water's already encroaching on you, and it's gosh, look at this. I'm just alarmed at how high the water is already, and some of the dunes that are getting overwashed. Look at the cuts that are happening in these dunes. This is what Paul Goodlow was talking about in his shot from Gulf Shores, Alabama, is that you have the water that comes up, you'll have waves on top of that, and it's the waves on top of the storm surge that chews away some of the dunes here, and so that allows the ocean just a freeway in. Look at the vehicles already being stuck here. It's not even come in yet, and we're already seeing this. We've got 2 more days of this to go, and the water's only going to come up higher. This should be alarming to you folks, and maybe an eye-opener. Get out of harm's way as quickly as you can. We're back after this.
This is Ava. These are Ava's shoulders. They square off and bear it all. But now Ava's shoulders are stronger than ever. This is what Medicare from Blue Cross Blue Shield does for Ava. And with plans that fit your life and budget, you can count on us when it matters most. This is Medicare from Blue Cross Blue Shield. This is the benefit of blue.
Get ready. Our most popular battery is now even more powerful. The stronger, lasts longer Energizer Max.
Clean is a feeling. It's the simple joy of washing your hands without ever touching a faucet. It's the little things that matter. That's why we create moments to feel Kohler clean every day.
These fudge brownie M&Ms are really fudgy.
Yes, they are.
To put a fudge brownie center in an M&M's is...
Genius. I know.
I was going to say hard.
Why won't you? Why won't you go in?
New fudge brownie M&Ms.
Ready or not, here I come.
Gillette ProGlide and ProGlide Gel. 5 blades and a pivoting flex ball designed to get virtually every hair on the first stroke while washing away dirt and oil. So you're ready for the day with a clean shave and a clean face.
Ready or not, here I come. You can't hide. I'm gonna find you and keep you happy.
Ugh, is there a natural litter that actually works?
At Tidy Cats, litterventions come naturally. Naturally strong unscented with activated charcoal or new scented clean lemongrass with plant extracts. 100% natural, 100% powerful. There's a Tidy Cats for that.
Today I'm talking to small business owners about their internet and phone provider. So Ruben, how's it going?
I'm fed up. I need internet that can keep up with my caseload. The speeds I'm getting now are pathetic.
With Spectrum Business, you get fast internet at a great low price. 200 megabits per second for $49.99 a month and a business phone for $19.99 a month.
That's half what I pay now.
That's what I'm saying. Call 888-388-0203 and get 1 month free. Andrea.
I'm trying to stream my classes, but it's impossible when my internet keeps dropping.
Okay, breathe. Spectrum Business has over 99.9% network reliability.
I need to keep expenses low, but my phone and internet bill is packed with fees I wasn't expecting.
Spectrum Business doesn't have extra fees or contracts, so what you see is what you pay.
I can work with that.
Call Spectrum Business to get 200 megs and business phone for $69.98 a month. Plus, get 1 month free when you call 888-388-0203 today.
Of everything weather.
Wow! Boy, do we have a lot to talk about.
Weather Today from the Weather Channel. New episodes every day, only on Quibi.
Currently in our area, 71 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Tonight, partly cloudy skies, low 57. Winds north at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Tuesday, sunny skies, high 70. North-northeast winds shifting to east-southeast at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Tuesday night, clear, low 59. Winds south-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back, everyone, as we track Hurricane Sally for you this evening. A pretty formidable Category 2 hurricane, and a lot of effects from this, from high winds to high surge to high rainfall and flooding. It's all there. I want to talk a little bit more about the storm surge flooding we could see, and already seeing some high water here, including around Pensacola. The water's up 1.5 feet. Mobile, about a half a foot. Waveland, 1.5 feet. And then a Shell Beach here in Louisiana, up over 3 feet right now, and that's from a northeast wind. Because of the shape of the coastline here, we're actually getting surge in this direction, not your typical surge that we would see coming in from the Gulf of Mexico and just pushing right into the coastline. In these locations, you can get more of a northeast wind, an east wind, a north wind that can cause you some issues. But there's a storm surge potential right now, 7 to 11 feet in the pink, 6 to 9 in the red. So from Shell Beach, Louisiana, back toward Mobile Bay. These are locations where significant surge is going to happen for us. And if we're looking at some sort of landfall, say, around right here, the state line of Mississippi and Alabama, which is right down the center of the cone at this point, we're really pushing a lot of water into this concave coastline in Mississippi. We're pushing a lot of water into Alabama as well. And then a very shallow shelf here in portions of Alabama and Florida, where if you get a right front quadrant hit, you're incredibly susceptible. So destined to I say Bay St. Louis. These are places I'm really worried about the surge that comes in for you and the population that's involved as well. There's the cone that's overlaid into that, okay, with a good surge that comes in inside the cone, but also with a right front quadrant hit, a lot of surge that could happen to the east of the cone as well, and this is why there's a significant water rise possible. Destin, we're already seeing the high water come up there. All right, I want to show you the track of this. Overlaid on here are some high tide cycles, okay? There's a look at where the center could be tomorrow, 8 o'clock in the morning, just hanging out still. Strong east winds, very persistent for us here, and so we're going to continue to see any east-facing coastlines deal with high water. That could include on Mobile Bay, east side of Dolphin Island here, could include near Pascagoula and Biloxi, and then back toward Bay St. Louis and then Shell Beach as well. Look at this wind. I mean, it just consistently out of the east with a consistent northeast wind over Lake Pontchartrain here. So that's where we're getting some high water on the south side of Lake Pontchartrain and towards, say, Metairie here and New Orleans. Now the winds are increasing even more intensely here, and an even more intense east wind. And then you're getting a surge that's getting pushed up into the concave coastline of Mississippi, by the way. So it's just a very, very fluid system right now. With this forecast going nearly to Category 3 hurricane, there's increased concern also for Wind effects, Alex. We thought at one point here we'd be dealing with a lower end hurricane and maybe not as many wind effects, but we think that all three things are on the table now, from flooding, rainfall to storm surge to winds.
Yes, very on par for what we've seen this year. And when we look at what's happening in the tropics, it is a mess out there in terms of systems. Now, Renee, no longer a system. Now, remnants, no advisories remain for that one. We've got Hurricane Sally, Hurricane Paulette earlier today struck Bermuda. Then we've got Teddy and Vicky, both tropical storms out into the Atlantic. So let's start things off with Hurricane Paulette. As I mentioned, actually moved over Bermuda. Bermuda itself found itself in the eye of the storm earlier today. At this point, it's off to the north of the island and it's moving away. Keep in mind, Bermuda, a small island, so it's actually much harder than you might think to see a hurricane strike Bermuda. So this is a rare event. Still seeing the effects even here in the U.S. in terms of ocean effects due to Paulette, including rip currents. Forecast remains high across portions of the U.S. East coastline. So rip current danger and big waves, rough surf likely across sections of the mid-Atlantic, Northeast, and New England beaches. Tropical storm Teddy, 50-mile-per-hour winds with this one right now. It is moving towards the Lesser Antilles, but you can see it's going to head north and west. So it'll stay north of the Lesser Antilles. It'll stay north of Puerto Rico. Where it goes beyond that, we'll be watching it, but looking more likely that we're looking at this staying away from land. Then there's Tropical Storm Vicky. This one to the north and west of the Cabo Verde Islands, and this one will continue its westward movement. So we'll be tracking both of these. These are well out into the Atlantic, but given the way we are in this season, we're not going to take our eye off the ball. Mike, you pointed out we've got the W name left, and then we got to go to the Greek alphabet. Yeah. It's only mid-September. And it's only ever happened one time before. That was the epic season of 2005. 2.5 months still to go in the season. It's just unbelievable. Why don't you stick around? We've got another hour of live coverage coming up for you here on the Weather Channel as we track Hurricane Sally. Our team is out there in the field, ready to give you all the information you need to keep you and your family safe. And by the way, new advisory has just come in from the National Hurricane Center. You're going to get that in just a couple minutes.
As a caricature artist, I appreciate what makes each person unique. That's why I like Liberty Mutual. They get that no two people are alike. And customize your car insurance so you only pay for what you need. Almost done? What do you think?
I don't see it. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
These fudge brownie M&Ms are really fudgy.
Yes, they are.
To put a fudge brownie center in an M&M's is...
Genius. I know.
I was going to say hard.
Why won't you? Ah! Why won't you go in?
New fudge brownie M&Ms.
From hardwoods doubling as dance floors to backyards primed for picnics, Terminix is committed to keeping pests like termites, rodents, roaches, and mosquitoes out to protect your home for all the love it holds.
Stay restless with the icon that does the same. The RX, crafted by Lexus.
Lease the 2020 RX 350 for $409 a month for 36 months.
Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
At Harry & David, we know that a gift is more than a beautiful box. It's a lifetime of love, the joy of friendship, the moments together, big and small. We make it easy to celebrate the ones you love. Life is a gift. Share more.
Ugh, is there a natural litter that actually works?
At Tidy Cats, litterventions come naturally. Naturally strong unscented with activated charcoal or new scented clean lemongrass with plant extracts. 100% natural, 100% powerful. There's a Tidy Cats for that.
Target's same-day delivery. Contactless delivery right to your door, designed for your day, so you can work out, join in, and game on. Just download the Target app and try it today.
We promise, Incognito's plant-based burger won't bite. Ooh. But you should. Introducing Incognito. Looks, cooks, and tastes like meat, but it's made from plants. Incognito. What? Afraid you might like it?
Here's Candace, who works from home and then works from home. But she can handle pickup even when her bladder makes a little drop-off. Because Candace has poise. Poise under pressure and poise in her pants. it takes poise.
At Cracker Barrel, there's comfort in every bite. With new favorites like our fresh-baked chicken pot pie, filled with chicken and vegetables. Come on home to Cracker Barrel. Dine in, curbside, or delivery.
When it's especially important to keep skin clean, keep reaching for Cetaphil. Recommended by dermatologists. Awarded by Allure. And most of all, loved by skin. Cetaphil, the cleanser sensitive skin loves.
Right now on Weather Underground, Sally, a Category 2 hurricane threatening the Gulf Coast with extremely dangerous storm surge, flooding rainfall, and damaging winds.
We have live coverage for you tonight from areas in the path of this intensifying storm. We will go in depth on why Sally will bring prolonged effects, and not just at the coast, but well inland across the southeast. We're glad you could be with us tonight here for Weather Underground. I'm Mike Bettis.
I'm Alex Wilson. We're with you until 9 o'clock tonight with everything you need to know to get ready for Hurricane Sally. Of course, our Weather Channel coverage continues all night and into tomorrow.
All right, so let's get to it and show you what's happening with Sally right now. We got the newest intermediate advisory from the National Hurricane Center. Not a ton of changes here, and usually the bigger changes don't happen until the main advisory that generally comes in at 4 and 10 o'clock. But what I'm going to show you here is that we've still got a Category 2. Winds are at 100 miles per hour. Pressure's gone up just a little bit, not much, just 1 millibar. A movement is slowed down ever so slightly, now just 5 miles per hour, and it's just a storm that's going to hang out. It is in no hurry to make a landfall, folks. So as close as it is to the coastline right now, it potentially could be another 2 days before it actually interacts and the center comes overland. Where's it headed? Still projected to go a little bit northwest, then take a turn to the north, and the best projection right now would be a landfall somewhere in coastal Mississippi or coastal Alabama, very close to the state line there. Could get as intense as 110 miles per hour. That's the official forecast right now. 111 is Category 3, so if we get to that, it'd tick up to maybe 115. That would put us as a major hurricane, but notice the location here. This line right here, that is Wednesday morning. That's another day and a half from now before a landfall. Might even be later than that. It's just amazing how slow this thing is moving and slowing down each and every step along the way. Hurricane warnings in effect here in all the locations that are highlighted in purple, from Grand Isle, Louisiana, New Orleans, Gulfport, Mobile, Pensacola, and now we've got tropical storm warnings that extend all the way over toward Apalachicola as well. Close-up view of this, and it's got a decent blow-up of convection again this evening near the center. Transverse banding that's going on, so good outflows happening for us at this point. So just about everything you'd want with a forming and intensifying system. Maybe just a little bit of dry air encircling the south side of this, but it's not a lot, and I don't think it's going to be enough to cause any significant weakening with this necessarily, not to mention that the wind shear's backed off quite a bit. Warm, incredibly warm sea surface temperatures right now, so it's got a lot going for it still. Pretty heavy rain happening for us right now, and gusty winds. Mobile, it's been gusty all day long today. We have winds right now that are about 30 miles per hour. It's been breezy for us in New Orleans as well. Heavier rain coming in now to Panama City and into Apalachicola this evening, where the winds have picked up here as well. I'm going to zoom down in here to Panama City. You're going to get some intense rain here, probably for the next, say, half hour to 45 minutes. You'll get a break, and then another line will come in after this. Apalachicola, we could be in it for a while, and I think that some freshwater flooding is likely for you here. It's rainfall flooding. Let's show you Panama City. We are just soaked. And look at the Gulf of Mexico. It is angry, my friends. A lot of whitecaps out there, and way out too, not just right at the beach. So the beach is angry. We're going to be dealing with some beach erosion. I think we're going to lose some beach here in the Panhandle of Florida, unfortunately. And our beaches are gorgeous here. I mean, you've got some of the nicest sand in the world right there in the Panhandle of Florida, but now it's getting wrecked by Hurricane Sally. We've also had through the peninsula of Florida some pretty decent outer bands that have caused you some issues today as well. So a lot going on for us this evening when it comes to Hurricane Sally. Coming up, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about surge and get into the details of that. Alex, we are starting to get the rainfall flooding occurring. Waiting to see what the surge forecast is. Alarming along the northern Gulf Coast.
Absolutely, and we've got some new video for you of some dunes destroyed in Dauphin Island, Alabama. Paul Goodlow, not far from there, already seeing that water rise Seeing some of those homes. Now they're up. You can see this one's even got a wall around it, but we've begun to see that water rise. We've begun to see the rough surf, and we've begun to see the winds pick up. We know tomorrow will bring even more of that. Here's what we know right now about Hurricane Sally. President Trump has already approved emergency declarations for Louisiana and for Mississippi. Within the last hour, we've learned that Florida's Governor Ron DeSantis is declaring a state of emergency in Santa Rosa and Escambia counties in Florida. And Escambia County is ordering voluntary evacuations for Zone A, including Perdido Key and Pensacola Beach. Now, not too far to the west along the Gulf Coast is where Tevin Wooten is. Tevin, we find ourselves right in that spot of southern Mississippi, southern Alabama, and the Florida Panhandle, and that's the zone that we think will see the biggest effects from this storm.
Yeah, Alex, this is a very razor's thin edge forecast when it comes to perhaps maybe 4 or 5 inches of rainfall and then the deluge and the downpour of 10 to 20 inches of rain. It's not just the rain, though, that's a concern here for residents in Pascagoula, Mississippi. It's also the threat of storm surge, inundation, and the flash flooding as well. Depending on where the center of this storm does track, but also the storm moving at about 5 miles an hour right now. Just to relate that, to give you perspective, a turtle can swim at about 10 to 12 miles an hour. They walk, or crawl rather, at 3 to 4 miles an hour. So Sally quite literally crawling at a turtle's pace. But residents, though, they're still preparing for a worst-case scenario here.
During Katrina, of course, all of these houses flooded. Every house in this town flooded almost up to the railroad tracks. So this neighborhood and the beach took a really hard hit. These houses had a lot of water in them. They all had to be redone completely. But I don't think this storm's hopefully not going to be like that.
Yeah. Every storm is different, but hopefully this will be nothing like a Katrina. But also going back to 2012 with Isaac, I was speaking with the Director of Emergency Services here in Pascagoula, Mississippi, and in Jackson County. He said they did 400 water rescues back in 2012. And now I do want to take a moment to show you. I'm so nerding out right now. This is absolutely incredible to see the sky. So many different levels of the atmosphere right now. You can see the turbulent atmosphere that we have here in Pascagoula. It also makes way for a gorgeous sunset on sort of the night before when the worst of the weather does arrive here. You've got clouds moving in at all different levels, and then capping off the piece of resistance, or the chef's kiss, the sunset in the western sky. Let's go to Reynolds Wolf, though. He's 2 hours east in Mobile. Reynolds.
Hey, Tevin, I got to give you major props on the analogy about the movement of the storm, comparing it to a swimming turtle, a turtle speed. Absolutely right. And one thing about it, if it really slows down, we're going to see that water begin to pile up. Tevin was talking about just the great hues that we have high above as the sun is sailing its way out towards the west. But right now we've got this system that is still to our south, bringing with it the wind, the rain, the problems. And when you think about Mobile, Alabama, here in the port city, one thing to consider is they have had a storied history when it comes to these tropical systems. One of the worst they had is Ivan. Back in 2004, where you had winds over 100 miles per hour. You also had surge up anywhere from, say, 10 to 15 feet. So it has happened before. It can happen again. And let me show you this video that we have down towards Dauphin Island. This is just to our south, not far from Tillman's Corner, Bayou Battery. And sure enough, you see the situation. It's like a mixing bowl there. So, again, just very, very volatile conditions that we're seeing out on a very angry Gulf of Mexico. And we're going to see the potential of get some heavy rainfall here. Now, when it comes to Mobile, we're talking a forecast that could range anywhere from 12 to 18 inches of rainfall with a storm surge that could range from 4 to 6 feet. One thing to consider is on September 20th of just last year, we had 7 inches of rain here in the greater Mobile area, and there were, let's see, up to 60 water rescues that first responders had to tend to. So it doesn't take a whole lot of rain. You compare 7, Alex, going to the potential of 8 to 12, it sure looks like trouble's on the horizon. Alex, back to you.
Absolutely. Reynolds, we're going to be checking back in with you. Thank you so much. You are right, though. Trouble in all shapes and sizes, all forms, I should say. Looking at Tallahassee right now, the clouds already overhead. The rain moving into parts of the Florida Panhandle today, and moving forward, we're going to see some big rainfall totals out of Sally, thanks to its slow motion and just how much moisture is in this system. Of course, those tropical systems always bring heavy rain, but when it's a slow moving one, that's when we really get the problems. Flash flooding possibility into tomorrow morning will be greatest into parts of southern Mississippi and southwestern parts of the state of Alabama, but anywhere really from Louisiana over into Florida. Flash flood watch is already posted for portions of eastern Louisiana getting into Mississippi. A lot of Alabama included, though, and the western part of the Florida Panhandle. Now we look at the rainfall footprint that we're expecting out of this storm, and that bright pink you see down near the coast, that is 12 to 18 inch total. So a foot to a foot and a half of rain out of this system. 8 to 12 inches where you see the red. The orange, that's 5 to 8 inch totals. Could see that make its way into Dothan, Alabama, even parts of southwest Georgia. And then we look at the footprint of the 3 to 5 inch totals into Montgomery, into Birmingham, into Atlanta, Greenville, South Carolina. So the threat for heavy rain will extend well inland with this, but obviously the heaviest totals, the heaviest or biggest amounts will be closer to the Gulf Coast. This is moving. The clock is moving. The radar is just not really changing, giving you a sense of how prolonged those downpours will be. 5 o'clock Wednesday morning, beginning to advance closer to Biloxi and Mobile. Mobile soaked throughout much of the afternoon on Wednesday, and by early Thursday, lifting only slightly north. So again, an event where we'll be dealing with hours of pouring rain as opposed to maybe an hour or two. Flash flooding tomorrow and into early Wednesday. Very likely for Biloxi, for Mobile, for Pensacola. So a lot of the Gulf Coast will have that danger. We've got that surge, that push of water onto normally dry ground. That'll also prevent that water from draining out into the Gulf. So yet another problem. And then, as I mentioned, with that threat of heavy rain extending into the southeastern states, Mike, we get into Wednesday and early Thursday, and we're going to be watching up to North Georgia, North Alabama for the possibility of flash flooding.
Amazing how far north this thing will go with the heavy rain, unfortunately. All right, I want to focus on some storm surge for you right now, because that can be a very deadly aspect of this and really the reason that you're encouraged to evacuate. Storm surge warnings in pink here on this map from southeast Louisiana over to Pascagoula, over to Lake Pontchartrain in New Orleans, but then Mississippi does include Biloxi, Gulfport, and Pascagoula, coastal Alabama, and then portions of the Florida Panhandle as well from Pensacola over toward Destin. A storm surge comes in, water comes in from the Gulf of Mexico, and then goes on to dry land. 7 to 11 feet above dry land, highlighted here in the pink locations. In the red now, that's going to include Gulfport, Pascagoula, that's going to include Mobile, and then 4 to 7 for Dolphin Island over toward Gulf Shores, Alabama, maybe a little bit less into Florida, but that'll all be dependent on exactly where the forecast of this takes it. If it were to continue its just kind of eastward progression, it's been kind of edging its way east for the past day, then this number is going to go up here in the Florida Panhandle. Very, very surge-prone coastline. All right, so I'm going to show you the wind gust forecast here and generally the direction of the winds. But I want you to notice a couple of things. Persistent flow of wind in this direction into Louisiana, which will cause some water to increase here. But also notice concave kind of shape here of the coastlines, and that is going to have a catcher's mitt effect on the water. Water comes in and it just fills up then. And so we're really, really at great risk for storm surge here. All right, here's where it sits through Tuesday morning. As we go into Tuesday afternoon, very little movement here. Very persistent east wind for a lot of this, and then a northeast wind through Louisiana. And that wind is going to cause kind of almost opposite side surge flooding than you normally would anticipate. You normally expect it to come in this direction. In this case, it's likely to be in this direction or this direction. So a little bit awkward for you in Louisiana, but still a big concern. As we go into Wednesday morning, all right, now big push of water into Mississippi, big push of water into Alabama, and perpendicular flow here into the panhandle of Florida. I think that's, look at this, by the way, under that white right there where you're maximizing wind and surge with a right front quadrant hit, Gulf Shores, Alabama. You're going to get a huge amount of beach erosion and storm surge flooding as a result. And there's still a northeast wind on Lake Pontchartrain. So just so much to digest here with the storm surge. It's all wind dependent. It's all size dependent. It's all track dependent. And you take a look at where we are right now. You know, a place like Waveland and Bay St. Louis, you're getting some high water rise already because of a northeast wind. Same for you here in Bonnie Carey Floodway, New Canal Station, Shell Beach in Louisiana with a a northeast wind and 3 feet of water rise already here in Shell Beach. Let's go kind of community by community to give you an idea of what these places look like and what you could be feeling as far as the winds and the surge. All right, so there's a look at New Orleans and then down towards, say, Shell Beach as well. This all is going to have a northeast component to the wind that we've got here. So let's go ahead and show you how this plays out as we skip from one spot to another here. And these are all areas where it's kind of marshy all around, so there's not a lot that's slowing the water down or helping you combat the water whatsoever. Shell Beach, small community here, but sits right on the water and has a lot of mobile homes, and so very susceptible to storm surge flooding here. We take you up into Mississippi, Bay St. Louis, and it'd be these areas here with that northeast wind that are very vulnerable. We've already had the water coming up today. Look at the water that was kind of splashing around for us today here. This is Bay St. Louis. Check it out. This is just 2 days in advance. Wait until the storm gets closer. This water's going to go up and over the roadways. All right, from there, I want to take you over into Biloxi and Pascagoula and give you a lay of the land there and what the effects could be for us, because we think that likely a place like Biloxi, casinos down here, a place a lot of people would be, we get an east wind here. These places are going to go underwater. Pascagoula, we've got a very surge-prone location. So usually from the south, we're worried about the surge, and we could get that still, but a persistent east flow for the next 2 days, the refinery could take on water. A lot of locations here in Pascagoula that are residential areas could take on water as well. Why? Because on the east side of that, Alex, all marshland, which is going to do very little to stop the water.
Absolutely. Well, coming up on the show tonight, we are tracking Hurricane Sally, including more live coverage from our crews on the Gulf Coast as this dangerous system closes in on landfall.
Visit your local Acura dealer for attractive offers on the MDX.
The shift has begun. The ante's been upped. To lead the charge, good had to be amazing. And amazing had to become the expectation. The power has shifted.
Now with Ram Power Days bonus cash, get $7,300 in total values on the 2020 Ram 1500.
At Olive Garden, it's easier than ever to enjoy what you love from us in the comfort of your own home. Order and pay online. Choose from all your favorites. Then bring it all home with Carside Pickup. Only at Olive Garden.
Did you know the source of odor in your home could be all your soft surfaces? Odors get trapped in your home's fabrics and resurface over time. Febreze Fabric Refresher eliminates odors. Its water-based formula safely penetrates fabrics where odors hide. Spray it on your rugs, your curtains, your furniture, all over your home to make it part of your tidying up routine. Febreze Fabric Refresher for an all-over freshness you'll love.
Ugh, is there a natural litter that actually works?
At Tidy Cats, litterventions come naturally. Naturally strong unscented with activated charcoal or new scented clean lemongrass with plant extracts. 100% natural, 100% powerful. There's a Tidy Cats for that.
These fudge brownie M&Ms are really fudgy.
Yes, they are.
To put a fudge brownie center in an M&M's is...
Genius. I know.
I was going to say hard.
Why won't you? Ha! Why won't you go in?
New fudge brownie M&Ms.
With Oscar Mayer Deli Fresh, it's not just a sandwich. Far from it. It's a reason to come together. It's a taste of something good. A taste we could all use right now. So let's make the most of it and make every sandwich count with Oscar Mayer Deli Fresh.
We know to wash our hands. Here's a reminder from Cetaphil to wash your face, too. Dermatologist recommended Cetaphil washes away germs in 20 seconds and leaves skin moisturized and healthy. Show your sensitive skin some love with Cetaphil.
To get this far in the Stanley Cup playoffs, you need epic performances under pressure and a flair for the dramatic. We're one step closer to the cup. There's nothing like playoff hockey. The conference finals on the networks of NBC.
Brought to you by BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Have you taken a body blow at work? If so, it's good to know that the lawyers at Pasternak Tilker are in your corner, ready to get you back in the ring. Whether you have a workers' compensation claim, a COVID-19 claim, or a Social Security disability claim, Pasternak Tilker, Ziegler, Walsh, Stanton, and Romano will always fight for you. Call them today at 1-800-222-WISH. That's 1-800-222-WISH.
Everything weather.
Wow! Boy, do we have a lot to talk about.
Weather Today from the Weather Channel. New episodes every day, only on Quibi.
Currently in our area, 70 degrees, under mostly cloudy skies with windy conditions. Tonight, generally clear, low 57. Winds north at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Tuesday, mainly sunny, high 70. North-northeast winds shifting to east-southeast at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Tuesday night, clear skies, low 59. Winds south-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Hurricane season doesn't stop for a pandemic, and neither do we.
From this point forward, conditions will continue to deteriorate.
Don't let COVID-19 take your eye off the tropics. This year's threat is more complex and dangerous than ever before.
Remain vigilant, pay close attention to the Weather Channel.
No one can cover this historic hurricane season better than the Weather Channel. Get the information you need to stay safe every day. Storm safety in a pandemic, all season long, right here on the Weather Channel.
Welcome back to Weather Underground. I'm meteorologist Paul Goodell live in Gulf Shores, Alabama. The rain's been falling for much of the day. Darkness now has come, and we're still dealing with the same. The crashing of the waves behind me, the Gulf of Mexico, with Hurricane Sally still about, say, 90-plus miles due south of us. It's been churning up waves all day long now. In fact, we've been watching the dune line here. It's a pretty nice little dune system. You can see already some erosion, a little bit more than last time we came to you last hour or so. This is truly just the beginning. As we head throughout the rest of today and even tonight and tomorrow, we're going to see the close approach of Hurricane Sally, maybe a Cat 2, maybe a Cat 3 hurricane that's going to slowly approach this area. And then as it makes landfall, we're going to be in the right front quadrant, which means we're going to have all the winds pushing this way like a right hook, except it's more like a constant, jab, 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 jab. Might have a 4 to 6 foot storm surge, but like progressive hurricanes, it's not going to come in and then move on out. This one's going to come in and keep pounding this part of the Alabama coastline for hours upon hours. Could be a whole day of sitting in that right front quadrant, which is really going to jeopardize the beautiful dune system they have here. And that is probably going to lead to a lot of beach erosion. Normally, you'd probably see maybe 30 plus feet of beach. Then you get to the ocean, and we're approaching low tide coming up around 9:30 local time. So we're, at the point where the water should really be out and is well above where it should be this time of the year. And then we have another high tide, a couple of high tide cycles to get through long before we even have the landfall. So this is a hurricane that's going to bring a lot of concerns here along the coast, the Gulf Coast, as well as inland. This rain's going to be a big deal. Some of the models are printing out double-digit type rainfalls here, and not just 10 or 11 inches, Mike. We're talking maybe 18 inches of rain here through the duration of this event. So there's also going to be a huge inland flood threat, as well as a coastal surge, wave, not to mention wind threat as well. So this is going to be something that is going to threaten thousands of people who live here on the Gulf Coast, Mike. This is going to be probably one that, as quickly as it came up, it's not going to be forgotten for a long, long time. Mike?
Paul, you mentioned something there, and I want to ask you specifically about that, about the beach erosion there, because we've already seen some pictures of cuts in the dunes as far away as Destin, Florida. You could be a little bit closer there in Gulf Shores, Alabama. how susceptible are the dunes to being eaten up because of multiple high tide cycles, wave action on top of high water?
And that's it. It's the duration of this event, Mike, and we're not going to have, a Katrina or even an Ivan-type storm surge. Ivan was the last major hurricane that hit directly here back in September 16th, 2004, with a 12-foot storm surge. We can have half of that, but it's going to last a lot longer. So it's like saving for retirement. Can't do it in one day, can't do it in 1 year. But, 20 years of saving, you're going to have a nice nest egg. So 20 hours of a storm surge, of wave action on top of that, that's going to do substantial damage. It could do Cat 3, Cat 4 type damage from a Cat 2 or a Cat 1 hurricane. It's all about how long this weather, the impacts will be here. And even though the center will be well west of us, I was saying this for days now, don't get caught up on that center point. Get caught up on those weather points. Where is the weather going to happen? And we're going to see weather here. We're going to see weather east of us in the Florida Panhandle. And I was watching the coverage earlier and those drone footage of Dolphin Island. You had flooding on that road there on that west end of Dolphin Island, and we're still, a day plus away from landfall. So that island will most likely be cut off. The good news is the time of the year, so we're not going to see the summer push of the rentals there. It's going to be the locals, but they've been through this before, and I'm concerned about our friends out there because they might be cut off from the mainland there of Alabama for quite some time for the duration of this Hurricane Sally making landfall.
Yeah, they're sitting ducks. There's no other way to put it. They are sitting ducks. Paul, thank you so much. I think Paul's point is well taken here. It's the duration. To think about it this way, if you were to run a 5K race, how would your legs feel? They might feel okay. How would your legs feel after you ran a marathon? Whole different story, right? That's what we're dealing with here, folks. It's the duration of it that's really going to take the toll. You take a look at that forecast with the center track, as Paul was saying, could come very close to where he is, maybe just west of where he is, but it's not necessarily about where the center of it goes. It's more where the effects go. Storm surge generally is greatest on the eastern side of these storms. There's a look at the wind gust forecast here. Strong pushes of easterly winds are coming in here, and for a lot of you, that means long duration events. Some places are already getting high amounts of water that's coming in, and then you watch this thing come in sometime on Wednesday with strong surge here in Mississippi, Alabama, and in Florida, and different direction surge in Louisiana, by the way, not coming in from the Gulf, but maybe coming in from the north here. So a long way to go here, Alex, and unfortunately for many people, their neighborhoods are not going to look the same after this.
Absolutely. Unfortunate stuff. We're gonna keep you posted on everything so you are able to get through this safely. Still to come on the show tonight, our live coverage of Hurricane Sally. It continues overnight and into tomorrow. Field coverage and expertise you can only get here. And for more tropical coverage, as well as updates on the wildfires, make sure you check out Pattern Storm Break on Snapchat.
Looks like they picked the wrong getaway driver.
Gonna be paying for this for a long time.
They will, but with accident forgiveness. Allstate won't raise your rates just because of an accident, even if it's your fault.
Cut! Sonny.
Is that good?
Line. The desert never lies.
Isn't that what I said?
No, you were talking about Allstate and insurance. Let's try again. Everybody back to one.
Accident forgiveness from Allstate. Click or call for a quote today.
Domino's knows a thing or two about delivery. So when we saw people were getting tacos and burgers delivered like these, we had to step in. Introducing our new chicken taco and cheeseburger pizzas.
What? Oh my.
Now the best way to get a taco or burger delivered is to get a Domino's pizza.
Managing type 2 diabetes? You're on it. Exercising often and eating healthy? Yep, on it there too. You may think you're doing all you can to manage type 2 diabetes and heart disease. But could your medication do more to lower your heart risk? Jardiance can reduce the risk of cardiovascular death for adults who also have known heart disease, so it could help save your life from a heart attack or stroke. And it lowers A1C.
Jardiance can cause serious side effects, including dehydration, genital yeast or urinary tract infections, and sudden kidney problems. Ketoacidosis is a serious side effect that may be fatal. A rare but life-threatening bacterial infection in the skin of the perineum could occur. Stop taking Jardiance and call your doctor right away if you have symptoms of this bacterial infection, ketoacidosis, or an allergic reaction. And don't take it if you're on dialysis or have severe kidney problems. Taking Jardiance with the sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar.
Lower A1C and lower risk of a fatal heart attack?
On it with Jardiance.
Ask your doctor about Jardiance.
Everyone is at risk for enamel loss. When you drink or eat something that's acidic, it sucks the minerals out of the tooth surface. Pronamel is formulated to help deliver minerals to the tooth surface to help reharden and strengthen your enamel.
Your carpets are filled with memories. And sometimes other things, too. Replacing your carpet is easy with the Home Depot because you've got even more styles and colors to choose from. And right now, installing it is even easier. With free installation by licensed local professionals, backed for life. Replace your carpet with ease. Free installation. Done right. Guaranteed. The Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Here's to the doers. To all the people who realize they can do more with less asthma. Thanks to Dupixent, the add-on treatment for specific types of moderate to severe asthma. Dupixent isn't for sudden breathing problems. It can improve lung function for better breathing in as little as 2 weeks and help prevent severe asthma attacks. It's not a steroid, but can help reduce or eliminate oral steroids. Dupixent can cause serious allergic reactions, including anaphylaxis. Get help right away if you have rash, shortness of breath, chest pain, tingling, or numbness in your limbs. Tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection. And don't change or stop your asthma treatments, including steroids, without talking to your doctor. Are you ready to do more with less asthma? Talk to your asthma specialist about Dupixent. If your financial situation has changed, we may be able to help.
Whether holding down the fort or bouncing back to school, childhood is always in session. So keep feeding us right with Sun-Made snacks. Just like when you were a kid. Delicious, made with whole fruit. Sun-Made.
Now is the time to prepare, but be prepared for the worst case scenario.
Bad weather is nothing to take lightly. Those on the Gulf Coast know a flood and heavy rains can be just as deadly as tropical winds.
Now is not the time to let your guard down. The hurricane is going to be a challenge. We are going to continue to work through it. There was the potential of 15 to 20 inches of rain in a short period of time.
Welcome back into this extended edition of Weather Underground. I want to get you the very latest on Hurricane Sally. If you're just joining us for the first time today since yesterday, yes, we have Hurricane Sally now. This thing intensifying from a tropical storm this yesterday afternoon to a Category 2 hurricane today. 100-mile-per-hour winds as it makes its way closer to the Gulf Coast, moving very slowly. And Mike, that slow motion is going to really cause some of the biggest issues and concerns with this storm.
All right, so let's show you now some new video, Alex, and here's why there's concern. This is in Dauphin Island, Alabama, okay? This is just off the coast here of Mobile, Alabama. Look at the water that's already come up. There are already vehicles that are stuck in the sand. Look at how high the water is. Look at the waves that are cresting here. Look at these vehicles stuck already. And we've got at least 2 more days to go. And it's only going to edge closer and closer. This should be alarming to us. Think about what's going to happen from this point going forward. There'll be parts of Dauphin Island that will be rearranged. It's a fantastic place to go. I'm thinking of trying to pull out the utility trucks even. The utility trucks are stuck. So this is the kind of situation where you bring in, the big heavy equipment afterwards. You literally bring in like the snow plows and stuff, and they're clearing the sand off the streets. I want to show what the hurricane hunters have been doing. There's been a plane out there that's been crisscrossing this thing left and right. I mean, they've been poking holes in this thing like Swiss cheese. But But just one observation here of hurricane force winds. Generally, everything's been lower than that, but that's been a lot of this has been on the kind of fringes of the hurricane itself. But again, only one in the last hour and a half, one hurricane force wind gust here. I don't know what that means necessarily. I don't know if that means that they may bring the intensity down somewhat. I guess it's possible that they could do that. I'm going to get past this and show you some of the sea surface temperatures that we've got here, because one thing that will be maybe in our favor to help, calm the intensity somewhat are sea surface temperatures. Yes, they're warm, but if you have a stationary system, a very slow-moving system, which is what we have now, and it may become stationary, it will then begin to upwell cooler water from underneath. And those cooler sea surface temperatures, as a result, may end up keeping at least the intensity in check somewhat, maybe even bringing it down somewhat. So we're actually hoping for some upwelling here to bring the intensity down. But I think for a lot of you, it's just a long duration event that is going to be torture. Mobile gusts to about 30 miles an hour right now. Panama City, we are stuck in the moderate to heavy rain. We have been for a while now. The winds aren't terrible for you at this point, but some of the strongest, heaviest thunderstorms are very close to the center right now, just north of it. And there's the forecast track coming in potentially somewhere near, Biloxi, Pascagoula, Mobile. But again, this could change. So just want you to be aware that there could be, shifts in this track. Just keep that in mind. All right, I want to bring in our Reynolds Wolf tonight. He is in Mobile, Alabama. Reynolds, we know that the forecast track could really put Mobile in a very vulnerable position.
No, you're right about that, Mike. And my gosh, it was just about a year or so ago. Let's see. Yeah, September 20th of last year, we had 7 inches of rainfall that caused all kinds of problems in downtown Mobile. We had over 60 water rescues. So that's all it takes. It really does to cause some problems. So with now a forecast where you could have up to a foot or maybe more of rainfall, it's foregone conclusion we're going to have some issues here in the Mobile area. Now, when you think about Mobile, the port city, you've got a population of roughly 190,000 people. You extrapolate that into the metro area, you go up just around 400,000. And I'll tell you, if you live in Mobile for a while, you think about other storms that have come through in the past, and certainly Ike is one that you'll remember. That system, Ivan rather, that was back in 2004, had winds of 100 miles an hour. And then you had surge that affected places like Gulf Shores of anywhere from, say, 10 to 15 feet. So it has happened in the past. It certainly could happen in the future. And so people are being as vigilant best they can. Now, if you want a bit of good news, the good news is that they had a close call with Marco and then with Laura. So they are already still many people in a state of preparedness, and they know very well that we still have a long way to go for the rest of this season. A long way to go in the Atlantic Basin. And folks, you've seen how insane it's been out there. Now, what we can expect for this evening, I must tell you that a short while ago, we were treated to one of the most spectacular sunsets I've ever seen in my lifetime. But we're going to have quite the transition. We are adrift in a world of contrast, aren't we? So we go from those incredible hues to gray skies tomorrow. The wind is going to pick up, and of course, with that, the heavy rainfall and the issues we could have across Mobile Bay. Mobile Bay, when you think about the bay itself, relatively shallow body of water, doesn't take much to stir it up. And that's exactly what we expect to happen in fairly short order. More coverage coming up in a few moments. You're watching the Weather Channel. More coverage on Sally.
The fighting spirit is one we all share. For Eduardo Perez, it drove him to thrive in his search for a better life. Immigrating from Guatemala at 18, he found work as a dishwasher, a line cook, sous chef, and eventually fought to the top of one of the most challenging professions in the world, proving that there is no challenge that can hold back a fighting spirit. Since 1925, we've proved that it doesn't matter where you come from, it matters what you're made of. Modelo, brewed for those with a fighting spirit.
At Domino's, we're delivery experts. So when it comes to carry-out, our team members had a few thoughts on how to make it even safer and more convenient.
Deliver it. Deliver it.
Deliver it. Frisbee it.
So we went with what we do best. Delivery to your car. Introducing Domino's Carside Delivery.
Yep, works perfect.
We do the carrying out for you, contact-free, while you conveniently stay in your car.
Thank you.
Just pull up at the store, check in online, and we bring your food to you. Try Domino's Carside Delivery next time you carry out 3-topping pizzas for $7.99 each.
Here's Candace, who works from home and then works from home. But she can handle pickup, even when her bladder makes a little drop-off. Because Candace has poise. Poise under pressure and poise in her pants. It takes poise.
With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm will always be among the first to arrive and the last to leave, to help show that human nature is greater than nature. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Thank you for taking me home. It's so far.
Don't worry about it, Grandma. This will be fun. 2 chocolate milkshakes, please.
Make it 3.
3?
Did you get his number?
Oh, Grandma. Grandma!
Excuse me?
Some relationships get better with time. That's why I got a Crosstrek.
97% of Subaru vehicles sold in the last 10 years are still on the road.
I'm so glad you got a Subaru.
I wonder who gave me the idea.
Oh.
Love. It's what makes Subaru, Subaru.
Tremfya helps adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis uncover clearer skin that can last. In fact, Tremfya was proven superior to Humira in providing significantly clearer skin.
Tremfya may increase your risk of infections and lower your ability to fight them. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, or if you had a vaccine or plan to. Serious allergic reactions may occur.
Tremfya. Uncover clearer skin that can last. Janssen can help you explore cost support options.
How is Tidy Cat's Breeze changing the litter game? By providing outstanding odor control with simple cleanup. Number 1 goes to the bottom, and number 2 stays on top for easy scooping. Switch the Breeze pads weekly, the pellets monthly, and you're good to go. Discover the ease of Breeze today.
New appliances mean cool drinks, homemade treats, and freshening up your favorite fall outfits. Getting the appliances you love with the Home Depot also means saving, like up to 40% on select appliances. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
Get your daily dose of everything weather.
Wow! Boy, do we have a lot to talk about.
Weather Today from the Weather Channel. New episodes every day, only on Quibi.
Welcome back to Weather Underground. I'm meteorologist Paul Gertler live in Gulf Shores, Alabama, here at the Lodge at Gulf State Park. And it's a beautiful building here. It was rebuilt because the original building, which was kind of closer to the coastline, was destroyed because of Hurricane Ivan, which was the last major hurricane to make landfall here in Gulf Shores. As a Cat 3, had a 12-foot storm surge that came in, and that just obliterated the Lodge, which originally was built back in 1974. So they rebuilt it off the coast, and we have about a good 100 yards of beautiful dunes here that are supposed to protect areas inland. But here's the thing, with the approach of Hurricane Sally, as it approaches, it's already slowing down. It's at 5 miles per hour. That's kind of a nice jogging pace, but it could slow down even more, but then slowly make its landfall. And where we're located, we're going to be to the east of that center. The center should make landfall west of us, which means we're in that right front quadrant. So we're going to have hours upon hours upon hours of storm surge pushing and eating through these dunes and then pushing on inland as well. So that's a big concern. The beautiful dune system they have is probably going to have massive damage, massive erosion from this. And it's not just that water rise, the storm surge, you have wave action on top of that. So that's going to be a big concern for these dunes. And the dunes are made mainly by Mother Nature, but even man helps to build them to protect areas inland. And that's what happens at the coast and barrier islands as well. That they're also made to be transitional. So this building was also rebuilt to withstand 150-mile-per-hour winds. So I don't think we have a big concern in terms of where we're going to seek refuge here at the Lodge at Gulf State Park. We're good with that, but it's the aftermath. It might take years for these dunes to come back to where they are right now. So that's the long-ranging impacts. That's here at the coast. Yes, the winds also will be an issue, but then the other big concern is the rain. We're going to have hours upon hours upon hours and then upon hours of rain, not only here at the coast, but areas inland. And if you have 18 or perhaps 24 to 36 hours of rain, you're going to have rainfall totals like some of these models are producing, Mike, 15, 18 inches here, parts of Gulf Shores over towards Mobile. Areas that are, a half hour, an hour from the coast, Mike, could have major flooding and major impacts because of a hurricane making landfall, maybe right at the Alabama-Mississippi border or just around the Pascagoula area.
Paul, wanted to get your take on something here, because if we go back, and look at history here, Hurricane Ivan, one of the most prolific surge makers in the Gulf of Mexico back in 2004, destroyed stuff in Pensacola and in Gulf Shores. A lot of stuff had to be rebuilt, and they built back stronger and better. Do you think that will serve us well here during Sally, and some of those buildings might be able to withstand this hurricane?
For sure, Mike. Some of the buildings that did perhaps somehow survived that or missed some of the surge, they're probably in jeopardy. But the newer construction, everyone learned a lot from what happened in 2004, even 2005 as well. And again, this building, it took a while for them to rebuild it, but they built it to withstand what is possible to experience here on the coast, and that's major hurricanes. 150-mile-per-hour winds. Not too many buildings are made that way, let alone, to the environmental specs that this one is built to. So this is one of the strongest, if not the strongest, coast building you'll find here on the coast of Alabama for sure, let alone on the entire Gulf Coast. This is one of the strongest buildings. So we have learned a lot. Yes, it costs a little bit more to build now on the coast, but this is the reason why, because we know we can have hurricanes. And the irony here, Mike, is landfall date is most likely going to be September 16th. And that's the anniversary date of Ivan making landfall here as well. So it's kind of eerie, but not surprising because, this part of September, this is the peak of hurricane season in the Atlantic.
Yeah, it really is. That was a hurricane that rearranged parts of that coastline and took far too many lives. Paul, thank you so much for the update there. Again, it's, sometimes you can compare hurricanes, sometimes you can't. But, location is just about everything when it comes to these things. So I'm going to run through a few locations for you. In Pensacola, 45-mile-per-hour gusts beginning tonight, 55-mile-per-hour gusts begin tomorrow morning. That rainfall forecast, my goodness, it is intense. 1 to 1.5 feet of rain is going to cause flooding, and then a 2 to 4 foot storm surge is going to cause some flooding as well. And that surge will last for the better part of 2 days. And so it's just going to be continuous for us. You're just going to feel absolutely relentless. And so I want you to be patient. I want you to realize that we're in this for the long haul. It's not just going to be a quick in and out kind of hurricane. For Gulfport, tomorrow afternoon, the hurricane force gusts become more prevalent for you here. 8 inches to 1 foot of rain is coming your way, which will lead to the flooding, and the storm surge that could be as high as 11 feet, which will put many areas at the coastline completely underwater, and it may destroy a lot of things with the waves that are on top of that storm surge. For New Orleans, staying very windy for us here, and generally light rain through tomorrow afternoon. Could be some brief periods of moderate rain, but the winds start to pick up a little bit here out of the north-northwest, and you can see that 35-mile-per-hour gusts begin for us in the morning. The good news in this forecast here, Alex, is that the rainfall has come down significantly as the track has shifted just a little bit farther to the east.
Yeah, so good news for the Big Easy there. We're also closely monitoring the wildfires across the West. I want to get you caught up on what we know at this hour. As the fires rage across California, Oregon, and Washington, at least 35 people have been killed. Dozens are still missing. In Oregon, 1 million acres have been charred in just the last week. And President Trump made a trip to Sacramento today to meet and to thank fire officials and first responders. Still dealing with the threat of more fires to even start. We've got all those huge ongoing fires, but the risk critical today across south central Oregon, northwestern parts of Nevada, northeastern California, a real extreme northeastern part of California. Also a little bit of Idaho and Montana. So that's where the threat is critical. If you don't even have the fire, you may be dealing with the smoke, though. Dense smoke advisories and air quality alerts are in effect across a lot of the West, including the entire state of Washington, the entire state of Oregon, and much of Idaho. We'll get you back to Hurricane Sally after this break.
Geico's been helping people save money for over 75 years. They've really stood the test of time, much like these majestic Rocky Mountains, which must be named after the Rocky...
That would be Rocky the Flying Squirrel, Mr. Gecko, sir. Obviously.
Come on, Bullwinkle. They're named after...
First President George Rockington.
That doesn't even make any sense, Mr. Winkle.
Geico, over 75 years of savings and service.
Bill assumed it was a costume party. Bill assumed his mayo was the best choice. Assume nothing. Just like the leading brand, Kraft Real Mayo is made with high-quality ingredients at a price you can feel good about. No wonder Kraft is so good.
Max. No. Max! Max! Max!
Dogs don't know what's good for them. Luckily, you do. Greenie's Dental Treats.
Is there a natural litter that actually works?
At Tidy Cats, Litterventions come naturally. Naturally strong, unscented with activated charcoal or new scented clean lemongrass with plant extracts. 100% natural, 100% powerful. There's a Tidy Cats for that.
Introducing new Life Cuisine for your lifestyle. High protein, meatless, gluten-free, or low-carb lifestyle. Power up your day with new Life Cuisine. Delicious your way.
The Lexus ES. Every curve, every innovation, every feeling. A product of mastery.
Lease the 2020 ES350 for $359 a month for 36 months.
Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
New appliances mean cool drinks, homemade treats, and freshening up your favorite fall outfits. Getting the appliances you love with the Home Depot also means saving, like up to 40% on select appliances. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
Spectrum Mobile is the fastest growing provider out there. They're growing faster than AT&T, Verizon, and T-Mobile.
Must be using Magic Grow Mix.
What?
Makes things grow faster.
No, they're the fastest growing because thousands of people are switching every day. Because they have the fastest overall speeds and it's the most reliable.
It's probably Magic Grow Mix.
It's not. You can save up to 40% on your monthly bill. Magic Grow Mix isn't even a thing.
It is, I have it, and you might want to stand back.
Join Spectrum Mobile today. Find out why they're the fastest growing provider out there.
I can taste the pineapples already.
Need a ride to or from the airport? It's a fact. Carmel Airport prices are the best in the tri-state area. Don't believe us? Compare before you buy, then book Carmel. You can download the Carmel app or book online to earn points, miles, and save big everywhere you go. No rideshare or taxi has the benefits we offer. So what are you waiting for? 3 easy ways to book Carmel: on the app, online, or call 666-6666.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got a severe weather threat.
Winds have been gusting the full force of this thing.
The Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 69 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Tonight, generally clear. Low 57. Winds north at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Tuesday, mainly sunny. High 70. North-northeast winds shifting to east-southeast at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Tuesday night, clear skies. Low 59. Winds south-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
And welcome back to continued coverage on the Weather Channel. It's all about Hurricane Sally. I'm meteorologist Reynolds Woolcountry from Mobile, Alabama, the port city, the 12th largest port in all of the United States, and Alabama's only saltwater port. It is an alluvial fan, so to speak, where all the big rivers in Alabama flow to this point and flow out to the sea, go from north to south. However, we have a system that's going from south to north. And of course, we're talking about Sally. What's interesting about Mobile is that Mobile has never been hit by a Category 4 or 5 storm directly. Now, indirectly, they have, certainly with Camille back in 1969. But one of the strongest in history, you dial it back to just 2004. And that's when we had Ivan with winds over 100 miles per hour and a surge that affected parts of, say, well, let's see, that would be Perito Key, and they had anywhere from, can you imagine, anywhere from 10 to 15 feet worth of surge. I'll tell you what, though, in recent history, they had 7 inches of rain about a year ago that caused problems. Certainly big problems, over 60 water rescues. However, now we have in the forecast the potential of, say, 10 to maybe even 15 inches of rainfall, which means that flooding is not just something that might happen, but possibly will happen. So, again, vigilance is certainly going to be the key. Well, conditions here, they are light, they are breezy. We had some scattered showers later in the afternoon hours, but they have since faded. However, we've got a lot more that's on the way, and it could last for days. Alex, back to you.
Reynolds, thank you so much. Reynolds there in Mobile. I know his shot's going to look much different this time tomorrow. Well, want to answer some of your hurricane questions. You guys have been sending them our way. Know you've got a ton of questions. And Andrew asks, why is the storm surge forecast higher on the left side of Sally's forecasted track when the right front quadrant is supposed to be the strongest? Can you overlay the storm surge forecast and track and explain? We can do that, Mike Bettis.
We can. Great question, Andrew. Really appreciate that. A lot of times it is about the topography here. And so you see where we've got this 7 to 11. And again, a lot of this will be adjusted to over time. Very vulnerable surge locations here because a lot of this is marshy land. And so you don't get a lot of stopping of the water, so to speak. And a lot of these places already are getting about 3 feet of surge from a northeast wind that comes out of this, okay? Now, having said that, some of this surge that you're going to see up here into Mississippi is all the northern side of Sally pushing water into a concave-shaped catcher's mitt of a coastline that just absorbs that water and then just takes it. So there's a look at the cone. There's a look at the surge forecast. And you're right. A lot of times you say, say a center is going to be right in there. A lot of times we're talking about the surge that's all here. That could still happen, okay? And it wouldn't be surprised at all if we had the surge forecast go up in portions of Alabama and in Florida. But I think a good point here to make is that a lot of times it has to do with the shape of the coastline and what's there as well. And in a place like Louisiana, very vulnerable to surge here, Alex. And so even with a northerly wind, we're getting a surge tonight. A place like Shell Beach, you're already seeing 3-foot water rise.
Yeah. Well, another question. That was a great one. Let's get to Dylan's question. With Sally moving very slowly, could the Gulf Coast see a Florence or Harvey rainfall total?
It's possible. I don't know if we'll go Harvey. I mean, Harvey pumped out 50 inches. And I think this will be a little bit faster. It's going to be slow, but it'll be a little bit faster than Harvey. But I want to explain something first here. There's very little steering current out there, so this thing's just going to sit. Look at where the jet stream is way up here to the north, right? And so there's no steering flow for this hurricane, so it just sits there and just hangs out, just kind of for the next 2 to 2.5 days, doesn't move hardly at all. And this is why we've got some pretty impressive rainfall totals here. And a lot of times you'll get localized areas that see even more than this. So I know there'll be some spots here in this pink. We're forecasting 18 inches. Usually you get small pockets where you'll probably get 20 to 24 inches of rain. So, it's not the gospel here, but also notice just how big the footprint is of the heavy rain here, Alex. All is a condition of the slow movement of Sally.
Absolutely, and a lot of people getting in on that heavy rain. Leo has a question. Could Sally or will Sally get stronger before landfall? I think a lot of people wondering about that based on what we've seen over the last 24 hours.
It's a good question. Maybe. I think there are some things working for it. I think there are some things working against it. I think it's going to maintain. It could come up a little bit. The flash flooding will be an issue because we're going to have a persistent issues with the storm that's there. But if you look at what it's doing right now on the satellite, there have been blow up of convection. There's been waning. A little bit of dry air is getting in there. We may have to deal with some upwelling, which will be cooler sea surface temperatures, which may aid in keeping it where it is or even weaken it some. Having said that, we also have, very little wind shear at this point. That could encounter a little bit more. We also get upper level high pressure. Those things are conducive to strengthening. So again, there are some things working for it. There's some things working against it. So I would say at the very least, we maintain maybe a slight uptick, but I wouldn't be surprised also, Alex, if right before landfall, it starts to weaken a little bit with some interaction with land.
Yeah, we're going to see that interaction with land over a period of time, given how slow it is. As Dr. Nab always calls it, category slow systems.
Yeah, they're the worst. They are the worst.
They really are. Well, thank you for all your questions. By the way, keep sending them to us. Use the hashtag Hurricane Questions on Twitter. Get them our way. We have coverage for you. Mike, we may be ending, but the Weather Channel teams continue overnight. By the way, we've got expert analysis you can only get here on the Weather Channel. And Mike, we've got all our crews out in the field as well.
We do. Listen, we get the best in the business. People that are seasoned veterans, meteorologists out there in the field. Cantori, Abrams, Seidel. These people have done it for decades, folks. They know what they're talking about. Also coming up next here on the Weather Channel, our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Nab, the former Hurricane Center director, going to get you through this with expert analysis you truly will only get right here on the Weather Channel. Thanks for being with us tonight. Have a safe night. We'll see you back here tomorrow night.